the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
And welcome in. Leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. It is a brand new day, a brand new week together. It's the Kickoff Hour, and we thank you so much for tuning in. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Helmsy off this week, and then next week, the following week, is a best of week. And so that's there for you. We have a lot to recap here as far as our weekends go, and a lot to look forward to this week. Very, very busy week indeed, and we look forward to doing all that together, and we thank you for making the selection. Yes, I'll tune on over to Rick and Bubba. To my left, oh, look at him. It's Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, boy?
How we doing?
How you doing, my
I'm
friend?
Good.
You good?
Back again.
Back again.
Monday.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We had a very busy weekend this past weekend. As I said, Helmsy off this week. As we left everybody on Friday, if you're listening live, it is the 13th. And yes, we did make it through daylight savings time.
Oh, boy, I forgot about that.
We'll recap that. That kind of felt weird last night.
I just refuse to let it affect me.
I know. The first day it does a little, but we'll get through it, and we did obviously.
This
but
morning felt
we'll kind of
no
look back
different
a
than
little
any
bit.
other morning. Really early.
Before then, though, on Saturday you went to the Talladega Super Speedway.
Yeah, I do this. I missed last year. It's the only one I've missed in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And the Wild Game Cook-Off, the Alabama Wildlife Federation has it. And they bring these cook teams. Yeah. And it's unreal with these grills they have.
It really is. It's something else that what these folks can pull off. But you were there as far as
they get some people.
Do you
from
taste
media.
tester or judge?
Yeah,
How does this work?
Like you got groups of three.
Okay.
And like everybody's like our group will get certain ones. Other ones, we don't eat. Each group doesn't eat the same thing, or we'd be there forever.
Okay.
But anyway, so when you just score them, they have a score sheet on taste, creativity, blah blah blah. And I told you I learned the first time, don't eat everything as it comes. Right. Just kind of pace yourself. And we found that out. Man, you did a biscuit eating contest. Competition a few times. Yeah. And so my partner this year, Dan Moultrie.
Oh, Dan.
Yeah, old Dan was there.
How's old Dan and Ease?
He's great. Patty was with him. They had,
good.
Caroline, the granddaughter, beautiful little girl, awesome. Ashley's daughter. And so we had a great time. It was fun. Ate a lot of food. Yeah. Some good food. Okay. Had a good time. And
now, let me ask you a question when you're doing one of these, because I know with the biscuits, let's just you and I be honest. We did that for so many years. They all taste about the same.
Well, see, here's the deal. The biscuit one was hard because it was the same thing.
I know.
These
I'll
are
give you
different.
that.
But me and you would look at each other and go, how do I really distinguish?
Was there, I guess what I'm saying is, when you're doing something like this, are there obvious ones that stand out? Like, okay, this was a lot better.
Yes.
Yeah, there are
some that aren't. And you go, and nobody did anything horrible, but just maybe it's not something I like.
Okay, all right.
So I still try to be fair about it.
You didn't have the dilemma of I've tasted everything and all this is good.
No,
it was there was an obvious person or two, or I guess entry or two.
Yeah,
that just stood out.
Yes,
as great.
Yes. I had my favorite that I had was like a venison slider.
Ooh,
was good.
Come on,
ooh, man, it was good.
Yeah.
But I don't know who won, but they were all good. But that I ate.
So when it starts at 4 and gets open to the public, is your job already done?
Yeah, I'm done by then.
Okay.
I just kind of hang around and they do it up good too. That place, that Big Bill's area.
That's so nice, isn't it?
Fan area. It's really that place is something to see.
Yeah, they've done.
I remember going there when I was a kid, and it was just a dirt field in the infield.
Yeah.
But it's nice now. But we had a great time.
Well, good. So that was Saturday, and the whole infield experience at Talladega, and NASCAR had to just, what was it, about maybe 5 years ago? These totally had to adapt how they're doing things. Oh, yeah. And Talladega Super Speedway was one of the leaders in that, and boy, have they. They have. You can have quite the experience at these races, but it also opens them up to do things like this.
Yeah,
and host events. So that's good.
Like I say, it was super nice. We had a great time. My team was me and Dan Moultrie, and then Russell Jones from BRC6. So,
okay.
Yeah. First time I met him, nice guy.
Yeah.
We had fun.
That's good.
Up. I'll tell you off air a little bit.
Oh, really?
I met well, anyway.
Well, that's good. You just like us is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Had a good time.
Yeah.
I haven't had to do many of those. We've done some together. Now, the one that we try to stay away from are these these eating contests because people get to choking and stuff. I hate those.
Like that,
well, you love it. You lean in. I don't get it.
If I could go see Joey Chestnut live.
Yeah, I know. I remember I had to do one at a restaurant, and they had these big burritos, and they were trying to wash them down, and before you know it, I was like, "Hey, we need help over here."
Heimlich.
Yeah.
Those are dangerous.
Yeah, they're very dangerous.
Leave it to the pros.
Sure. Well,
there are people who are pros, by the way, that travel and do all that.
I know. I still don't see how they hold it down.
I don't know their body.
I don't either. I just don't get it.
It can't be healthy.
No.
When you do that hot dog eating thing,
it looks absolutely miserable.
How many days, I wonder, does it take to get back normal?
Golly. So anyway, so then we get into Saturday night, and we knew daylight savings time was coming.
Sure.
And
did you spring forward?
I did. I sprung forward, and in a cruel joke, it was where we live, rainy, little chilly. And I had to work sound at church, which you had to be there for sound check and rehearsal.
Drew the bad one.
You got to be there an hour and a half before the first service. So, I mean, you're up, a little after 7, and I mean, you're rolling to church. But in my mind, I'm thinking it's really 6 something, and I really let that pass, because if I sit there too much mentally, it would just drive me crazy. Because no, Speedy, it's not. It's 7 o'clock.
It is.
But as you
and
walk
you're going to lose
through,
an hour that first night.
As you walk through the kitchen, and things like the microwave clock, the oven clock, and things like that don't automatically set. You have to manually set them. As I was leaving, and it was 6 a.m., I was like, well, see, it is really 6.
Yeah,
in my mind, we've just renamed light. Is all we've done.
Yeah.
But
again, I just refuse to let it bother me.
Yeah, I did too. I kind of moved on with the day, and finished.
You want to change it, change. If you don't, I don't care.
Yeah, finished doing all of that, and it was a good day. The rest of it was uneventful, and Terry, she's into this. We got to prep a little bit here for as far as whenever we have a busy week. She's all about, hey, we need to prep, so we have dinner planned and all this. And she also did JC and his roommates a solid by making them some food, because she knew Reese was going to see him yesterday late afternoon. So I mean, the whole day she was making food I couldn't eat. And it smelled delicious.
You couldn't even sample it?
Well, I mean, she was even like sweet.
College kids love when all of a sudden free food shows up.
Yeah. Oh, I sent JC a video, and I said, "This is what your mom's doing," and I'm telling you right now.
And you didn't get it. You had a sandwich.
Right. I'm like, is there anything I could have?
Good.
Just a little bit. I'm talking about she's making soups, sweets.
Well, at least you got to smell it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it smelled delicious. It smelled like a Cracker Barrel in there all day.
Kind of cruel. I'd have left.
Don't eat that. Don't eat that.
Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices, because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science, because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8 ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring's almost here, and you can make mealtime easy with HelloFresh. Now, not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes right to the door, new dietitian win options under 700 calories, and protein smart choices featuring 30 grams or more of protein make it easier than ever to stay on top of your wellness goals. Join in and save up today for 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. We are rolling as we look at the clocks. This is another cruel joke because our studio clocks apparently do not automatically adjust there on a manual switch. So
ignore that time you're looking at.
Right. So the engineers will have to do that today, and that request has already been made to them, and they can do that remotely, they say. But right now, it's still the old time. So that's wow.
When I walked in
that's
this
early.
morning,
that's
I looked
early.
at it and I went, what?
Yeah.
And then it dawned on me what was happening. So
we just renamed time.
just ignore it.
So anyway, we are here, Helmsy off this week. Rick and Bubba join us. Adler joins us at top of the next hour. So I had a little event yesterday. And can I just say this too? My mom, happy 81st birthday.
Yeah, you
Mom.
might want to do that, buddy.
Is that okay to say her age?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think whenever you get to that age, good night. That's what an accomplishment.
The exact same as my mom and dad, the same
She
age,
is something
married
else.
on the same day.
It's really scary how much my parents and y'all's parents have in common.
Yeah, it really is. Same age, anniversary on the same day and year.
Right. I think their wedding was only a couple hours apart.
I know. That's just strange.
It's just, golly, it is.
Well, happy birthday to your mom.
Yeah. You remember, my mom, she is a hoot, man. She's funny. And my sister and brother-in-law were able to make it up to Huntsville this past weekend, and My sister baked her a cake, and they just had such a great time. And I was getting video and pictures. We had stuff. I had gone up earlier about a week ago because I knew this weekend there was just no way. We had so much going on. But she's funny. Golly, she's funny. I've already been texting with her this morning. They're ready to
She's up early on her birthday.
Ready to have a great day. And so love you, Mom. And, I guess it's a best of. Years ago for her birthday, and I think it was a birthday, not Christmas, I got her a subwoofer. She loves her music.
I remember us talking about that.
Well,
not a gift you hear a lot. Nothing wrong with it, but giving that to your mom.
Right. So last time I was up there, her little TV that she loves to watch, it was just out. I mean, I'm talking about just a black picture, nothing. And so, being. And I got to tell you too, our audience is amazing. How many people do you think that live in the Huntsville market that we're either associated with or just listeners or viewers of the show that are so sweet, or like, hey, we're here. Here's my information. If anything was to happen to I'm 10 minutes from where they're so kind.
Yeah.
But you don't want to use those folks unless there's a major problem.
True.
So
you appreciate it, but you really don't want to put them in that situation if you can help it.
So a TV going out is probably doesn't warrant, hey, I need you to go over my house to my parents' house. That's that. I think that one's going to sit.
No, that's not.
But my dad had called me a week prior to me going up, and he said, hey, your mom's TV is just. I mean, it's just there's nothing. She can't get anything to work. So. Now, and so she loves her little room upstairs. We call the study, but she's got like a little love seat and a little recliner
Had
and
a TV that worked, but
no TV or anything that works. And so he said, "Hey, when you come up because he had a doctor's appointment, some different things, could you take a look at the TV?" And I'm like, "Well, do you need me to come up right now?" No, because they don't want to bother you.
No,
God love them.
No.
And so I get up there and I exhaust everything that the rebooting. Let's make sure the HDMI cords hadn't come loose and all this kind of stuff. Nothing works. Finally, I get the sound to work. No picture. So the display or the backlight was just burnt. It was gone.
Oh, man.
So Terry and I said, hey, for a little early birthday present, we're going to get you a smart TV, because now that's really all they have.
Yeah.
It's nothing but just a 40-inch TV. It's not like we, broke the bank. But what's funny about it is they had never had a smart TV, so they're trying to figure it out.
Oh, yeah. I've been through that.
Now, do what now? So I had to sit down and have a class with Mom about how it works, and now she loves it.
Yeah.
But they just could not get over that you can go on an app and order a TV and then pull up like you're getting groceries at Walmart, and they bring it up, bring it out. They just thought that was just the coolest thing ever. And I'm like, yeah, it's been around for a little bit, but
well, if you've never used it,
you mean they did that with your TVs too?
It was just groceries.
We just pulled up to the curb and they walked it out. I'm like, yeah. But anyway, so we got them rocking and rolling, and so every morning I love my TV. I love my little TV. But I said, you can punch
birthday
up.
TV.
See, look right here, Mom. You don't have to stay on. And God love them. They kept calling it a DVD box, and it was a DVR box, but I just let them call it DVD.
Sure. You knew what they meant.
Right. I saw, right here you can flip on down, and you see this little YouTube thing. Well, yeah. So what do? Just highlight it? I said, yeah, you click right there. Now search Rick and Bubba. And I said, see, there's the show. You mean I can watch the show? I don't have to watch it on my phone anymore? I'm like, no, Mom, there it is there. She's
smart.
That was the coolest thing ever. So, hey, Mom, you're watching in your room today.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. Yesterday at church serving, I did something that I didn't think that I'd ever have to do, and that's call 911 at church.
That's not funny at all. Why'd I laugh?
I don't know. So we get through the morning early, a 9 o'clock service, rocking.
So you thought you were just going to run something?
Yeah. And then
it was over the fact you lost an hour at that point.
I thought that. It was funny though, because Pastor Josh did have we were talking post services, and he's like, emergency rooms and heart attacks, they claim statistically that when you change the clocks like this, more people have heart issues and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, we've done that story. Bubba will do it today,
which I think is ridiculous.
But
anyway,
all right. So first service, no problem. In between services, we're just hanging out. Second service, we're rolling. And about 20 minutes into the service, I hear Pastor Josh go, "Need a little help?" Little help.
Let's see.
I need some assistance.
During the sermon.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there looking out
You're
the
like,
sound.
I've never heard this sermon.
I'm looking out the sound booth that running the board and everything, and I can't see the corners of the sanctuary, and he's looking over to what I would be my far left corner, his right.
But you see nothing.
And I can't see anything, and he stays very calm. Hey, could we have some assistance? And so there's a side door that you can open up out of the sound booth that goes into the hall, and then you can get to the sanctuary on both sides. When I open that door, there is a young lady laying in the floor.
Okay.
And it started me, as you could imagine.
You had to jump into action.
And there was already a member that is in the medical field that was already helping this young lady and giving some assistance. And at first I thought, was this a low blood sugar thing?
Yeah,
I passed out, I haven't eaten, and all this kind of stuff. And then through conversation with the person that actually knew what he was doing and was helping her, the decision was made, let's just go ahead and call 911 out of an abundance of caution because we don't really know what the deal is here.
At this point, the sermon's locked down?
No, he continues to march on. He of course asked he of course prayed for the young lady and was wanting to help in that aspect. But when we come back, I'll tell you how this kind of played out. It was very startling for me, I know, because I'm what I guess I was behind the doors of the sanctuary, so I'm now out in it, and there's a few members that are helping, and then the decision was made. Speedy, where's your phone? We need to call 911.
Oh, boy. That's
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25, and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Spring is almost here. We're already digging into new flavors with HelloFresh. Not only does HelloFresh deliver great tasting recipes to the door, their new dietitian win options under 700 calories make it easier than ever to stay on track with wellness goals. Or if you're looking to power up with protein, simply choose from the new Protein Smart recipes like one pot pork and bean chili or creamy Dijon dill chicken featuring 30 grams or more of protein per serving. We love to eat well, but hate the hassle. That's why HelloFresh delivers pre-portioned ingredients that cut down on prep time and food waste and save an extra trip to the grocery store. And since their produce travels from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days, I know what I'm eating and I know it's fresh. Why not taste it for yourself? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 60% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Rick Bubba Adler join us in 30 minutes from now for the main show. Helmsy off this week. So as we went to break, I was just telling you that I guess this past yesterday, if you're listening live, I work sound at church, and we rotate. Me and a couple other guys, we rotate. So it's not every Sunday, but every other Sunday or something like that. And yeah, you don't want that. And so everybody, it was kind of funny during rehearsal because everybody was still asleep because so they were kind of getting out of it. It was rainy and cold. It was always a cruel joke is what it was. But we get going and we roll through first service and great service, great message, all that kind of stuff. No problems. Then there's about a 30-minute timeout to where everybody can kind of reset. Then, the first service leaves, and then the congregation starts rolling in for the next service. And so we do that, and Pastor Josh is rolling through that one. And then all of a sudden, he asks for assistance. And
help down front.
And, I can see pretty much the entire sanctuary from where I am. I'm in center field in the back. But the way the wall is, I can't see the back corners of it. And so he's looking to his right, my left, and he's asking for assistance, and he's looking over. Well, on both sides of the sanctuary, there are glass doors where you can open up and enter from either side. Yeah. And so I noticed he's looking to the one to my left, and I'm looking, and I have to actually get up and lean over. If you do that, you can see. And I didn't see anybody. And he says, if we could need some assistance. Which
you were in action anytime that. Right. Anybody yells out, I need assistance, you're the guy.
Well, that, and I'm also on the other side of, I have access to the sanctuary, but I also have a side door where if I step out of it, I'm outside the sanctuary doors.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of one of the ones that could help if there's somebody that needs help.
If they happen to fall.
But I don't know what he's asking for assistance for. I got to tell you, though, he stayed pretty calm, and so I thought, okay, well, I don't know what's happening. Well, apparently a young lady was having a situation where he was seeing her stumble to the door and get out of the sanctuary where she then collapsed. and a very serious situation. I opened the studio door. I say studio door, sound door, whatever, and I see her laying there. Well, luckily there was another member that was there that is in the medical field, and he knew what to say. He was checking on her, everything, and then another helper or two shows up, and I'm asking, hey, do y'all need anything? Yeah, give me some water and some candy or whatever. And I'm thinking, oh, was it a low blood sugar thing? Did she pass out or something like that? And then the decision, I think we need to go ahead. Let's call 911. I mean, and let's make sure she's okay.
Did you
There's
overwhelm
nothing
her
else.
and scare her?
No, I didn't. I felt like I stood back, but then they swing around to me and they go, "Where's your phone?" Because all their phones were either in the car or left in the sanctuary where they left to come help here. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, well, let me grab my phone, and they're like, "You're gonna have to call," and I'm like, "Oh wow!"
So you had to talk to the operator.
Okay, so here I go. I'm calling, and 911. What's your emergency? I'm like, well, I told them where we were. Everything. And there was a little.
Did you feel like you did a good job?
I felt like I was like, you know what? If they play this tape back, this guy was really giving a lot of information. Yeah. And I don't know where the dispatcher was. I felt like I was giving really good information across from the police station and the post office, right here on 52. The elementary school's right there. Gave him the name of the church at Old Town, and here we are. What's the exact street address?
Didn't know that.
I quickly got it, and then the mother-in-law of the young lady was standing there, and I was like, would you like to speak to the mother-in-law? Yes, I would. And she was able to give more information about the young lady. A great family, and she was it was just a situation. So I mean,
but you're holding back the whole time.
Right.
You wanted to get down there and mix it up a little.
Do you remember watching the Murdaugh murders?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring it in here. Just
okay,
stay with
me.
Stay with me.
I don't know where you're going here.
Do you remember when they were playing back the 911 call, and then you could hear? Could you just send somebody? And the dispatcher says, we are, but I've got to ask questions.
Yeah.
Do you remember that interaction?
Yes. Someone's on the way. But
right. I wanted to make sure of that because they were asking a lot of information, some that I didn't know. I didn't. I kind of wanted to at first. But as I was talking, you could hear the sirens in the distance. So they're already sending somebody.
Yeah,
they just need more information. Kind of would wish that person would say, hey, now look, somebody's on the way, but I got to ask some more information.
You got a little smart with them.
I didn't, but I just thought about that. And so before I knew it, here they come. Boy, they're all pulling in. And I'm talking about
the scene they make, don't they?
Sirens. Good night.
So the preacher had to stop the message.
No, he's rolling, baby.
Wow.
Hey, he didn't miss a beat.
So there's sirens in the background.
Yeah,
he's bringing it.
And so the first one jumps out, first responder, he jumps out, and I know him. Hey, Speedy, how you doing? Hey, good. Man. We're in here, opening the doors, making sure they have easy access. Oh, here comes the fire truck because they got to respond to 911. So here they come.
I've always wondered why.
Yeah, and police officer, here they come. We're right across the street from the police station. Before I knew it, I mean, every emergency vehicle in the city of Helena was there. And doing what they're supposed to do. Okay,
I know,
when you call.
But I've always just wondered that. Why
right. And luckily, she turned out after all the examinations of. We're checking and we're doing and we're going and everybody backs off and then they take over. The determination was that she was okay, that she had not eaten and passed out and so they were making sure about different things. So I stepped back into the sound booth at that time because I am running sound.
Yeah.
And so
I hope it didn't get out of whack while you were down there.
No, I was okay. So I sit back down and I could tell Pastor Josh is kind of looking like he can see through the glass doors that we got first responders and we're all around this young lady making sure that she's okay. And I just gave him a thumbs up like she's fine. She's okay. Everybody, because I stepped out and they all looked at me like, yeah, she's going to be fine. But this is a good thing y'all called. We want to make sure she's okay, Do you
what a ruckus out.
Hey. But, it was funny because trying to keep your train of thought, very serious message, and he's in the middle of it. And you got sirens all over. And they're coming to your church, and he's having to keep a train of thought.
Closer and closer.
Yeah, but he did. But I thought about you because normally this is Helmsley's deal where he calls emergency 911 or something like that. But I didn't do it on purpose. I did it because they needed a phone, and I was the one that had the phone. And so, but it was just great. It was. I tell you this, it was a crazy scene at one point.
It was.
At one point, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 6 first responders in the church, from firemen to EMS, and
got them all.
You just had them all.
Wow. Well,
but
some would have broke out. Y'all had it covered.
The young lady, her family, were very, very sweet, and everybody was very concerned, and we were very relieved once we realized she was okay.
There you go.
But you got to make sure. You don't make me break down assume.
No, I get it.
You can't do that.
You just. I would like to hear the call though that you made.
Yeah,
I would like to hear the audio of it.
I tried to act.
I really would,
because we play back 911 call. I was like, if they play this back, this guy really knew where he was.
I'll be the judge of that. I really want to hear it.
Really?
Yes. Then I'll break it down for you.
Yes. What's your emergency? Yes. I'm at and I told him the church name. I said, I'm at church at Old Town, right across from the post office in Helena on 52.
You try to stay in a professional voice.
It's right across from.
I really would.
Well, I appreciate that, but is that the square building? And because they're probably looking, I guess, from Google Earth or something. I don't know. Yes, sir. That's right there on 50. Yes, right there on 52, right across from the elementary school.
I'd like a copy of that, if you don't mind.
And what's the street address?
Well, that I don't even know. I don't know where we're at right now.
Hey, silence.
Yeah. Anybody know that? off phone. Hey,
excuse me, real quick. This would have hurt the recording when I had to ask for that.
Yeah.
Hey, excuse me. Hey guys, what's this street address?
Yeah.
Everybody starts fumbling around, and there was confirmation of what we thought it was, and he said, "Okay, got it." And then he started asking questions about the young lady that I couldn't answer, and then the mother-in-law took over, and all was good.
You were glad. Of course, she had your phone.
Right, she did.
You needed it back.
Yeah.
Well,
that'll get your heart rate going now.
Yeah, you went from running sound to calling 911.
Yeah.
Not
it was out of
Sunday
an abundance
morning.
of caution that happened.
Yeah.
Because after checking on her and seeing others attend to her, you kind of got the assumption that it was I haven't eaten low blood sugar thing, but you just wanted to make sure everything was okay. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
It's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. No doubt. This is why so many people are joining Medi-Share right now. Medi-Share is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly health care costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. Medi-Share can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. And Medi-Share is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that's worked beautifully for 27 years. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
What do you mean he went searching for fresher powder? We have full classes today.
Instructor down at Vesper Ski School.
Toward each other to snowplow, honey, not away.
She needs more ski instructors to slalom through the day-to-day.
Pizza, fries. Whoa, Braley, no, pizza.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
3 people you should be 100% certain about. Your barber, your plumber, and your tax pro. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and you can be 100% certain about your taxes. We'll get you your maximum refund guaranteed and we'll back your return for life. Don't be kind of certain or almost certain. Be 100% certain. Switch to Jackson Hewitt today and get 50% off tax prep. Limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
I'm Jenny, Senior Designer for Cleo & Wolf, and this is Behind the Designs with Boot Barn. Cleo & Wolf is a vintage-inspired, effortless collection with a country sensibility. Each design is thought out and crafted so that it becomes a special staple in her wardrobe. Even if it's just an article of clothing, there's so much meaning to that. In her most authentic, natural state is where her beauty and her confidence lives. Cleo & Wolf, only at Boot Barn.
It's time to think about your tax refund. And Jackson Hewitt wants you to think biggest. As in, we guarantee you'll get your biggest refund or your money back plus $100. Who offers that? Come to think of it, nobody. It's one of the biggest guarantees out there and why you can't just file with anybody. For your guaranteed biggest refund, go to Jackson Hewitt today. Your wallet will thank you. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code Bubba25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code Bubba25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code Bubba25.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafeBubba.com. If you're a regular listener or viewer, and you know we've been recommending Simply Safe for years now, but we're not the only ones who recognize how good they are. U.S. News recently named them the best home security system of 2023. Check them out right now at SimplySafeBubba.com. They've designed each system with cutting-edge technology, and it's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology, an industry exclusive to capture critical evidence so you can get priority police dispatch. What we really like is the 24/7 burglar monitoring, I should say professional monitoring, and they're monitoring burglars too. They dispatch police. We really love the fact that it only costs about a little under $1 a day. That's less than maybe the price of a cup of coffee. So check it out right now at simplysafebubba.com. Customize your perfect system in just minutes at simplysafebubba.com. They've got, the basics, and hey, I'll take one of those. Or, you might have X amount of windows, X amount of doors. You want this, that, and the other. You can basically customize it exactly the way you want it.
It's simple and it's safe.
It is. Go today and claim your free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And as we always say, there's no safe like Simply Safe Bubba How
about that?
Yep. All right, so we rolling on back now. This is one thing that I didn't have to worry about because I knew I had you, and I can't watch it because
I thought about you during
of secondhand,
some of it.
and that was the Oscars was last night.
Yes, they were. And let me give you a little background while I was watching.
Okay.
One, a lot of times I just want to torture myself and just kind of check in
Do you
Hollywood
really?
because you know how I love that bunch anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And but the main reason I was watching it, Lisa was fired up about the guy that played Elvis.
Okay.
Austin Butler.
Yeah.
And my mom, just for some reason, her and Lisa were fired up about it. So Lisa was convinced he was going to win. And I told her, I said, they're not going to give that award out early. You're going to have to stay up late because they want to hold you for the big ones. They're going to give away best score, cinematography, stuff like that. They're going to drag it out.
Yeah.
Well, she stayed up late, and he didn't win.
He didn't?
No. She's so mad about it. Still mad. Says she can't get unmad.
Really?
Stayed up late. You know, she has to get up early and go keep the baby.
Yeah.
So
Now
she
tired.
stayed up
Now
late.
she's tired today.
And Brendan Fraser won it for Whale or something.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, so that's why we were watching. And I used to enjoy watching this stuff, but I will say this. Jimmy Kimmel came out. Now, it may have got, I only watched about an hour or 20 minutes, and I went to bed.
He make fun of everybody.
But he wasn't real political. He was funny.
No way.
He was actually pretty funny. So, but that may have changed during it. But I did see one time this. You would have hated this. When they get up there to talk, and then somebody takes too long, and then somebody else steps up, and then they crank the music up. On their face.
The orchestra starts.
Yes,
stuff.
And they got this stupid look on their face.
That happened
one time. That happened one time.
See, I can't handle that.
And but
like she knew. She had to know Brendan Fraser was going to win.
I didn't want to tell her that I thought he was going to win the whole time because she was convinced that this Austin Butler guy was going to win.
Well, now he did an amazing job.
Listen,
but
I enjoyed that
Brendan
movie.
Fraser. Did he wear a fat suit?
Yeah, he gained some weight, but he wore a fat suit.
I thought he did gain weight too
huge.
because there was talk about how much weight he had to gain for that.
But there was a fat suit. In fact, the people that put the fat suit on him won best makeup. I saw that.
Did this take Brendan Fraser did he almost lose his mind during all this? Did it take him to a weird place? Yeah, because I heard
What's the movie about? I mean,
it's
some fat guy,
Greg.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's like an English professor or something like that.
Elvis.
I've seen the trailer, and I think it's his daughter that he's trying to build a relationship with, or something like that. I don't know. I probably have all that wrong.
I bet
he's like confined to his house and doesn't go anywhere. Extremely overweight. But I don't know.
I don't know. But I'm gonna tell you, I got to watch and this Hollywood elite. I mean, they truly believe they're elite. By the way,
yeah.
The way they carry themselves, and that camera scanned that audience. A, some of you wearing stuff that looks ridiculous. B, some of the plastic surgery. Oh, Nicole Kidman, really? I don't understand. They don't look like real people. Mm-hmm. They scan the audience. Like I say, first of all, I'm dressed like some crazy thing on top of my head. Mm-hmm. This one lady, I don't know who she was. She had something around her head, so nobody behind her could see. And then we got cheekbones just cranked up everywhere. And we got lips. Lips look like we're having a reaction, to something, a bee sting or something. And this bunch looks like a bunch of freaks.
You would think that those in Hollywood would have access to the finest plastic surgeons money could buy.
So. But what it is they can't stop. We saw it with Michael Jackson. They get obsessed with it.
Right.
And then, of course, we have this. Now Angela Bassett didn't win Best Supporting Actress. Jamie Lee Curtis won it.
Okay.
But now we're all going on about how Angela Bassett's face, how she was so disappointed. And of course, here we go quoting people that nobody knows who they are off Twitter.
Are you talking about journalists now?
Yeah.
You can just have a Twitter
anybody.
account and be a journalist.
Here's one. Angela Bassett's reaction, you could tell how much that Oscar would have meant to her. Well, I bet Jamie Lee Curtis was pretty thrilled because she's been in the business this long and has never won one.
Right.
I bet it was a big deal to her.
I would think anybody that didn't win would be disappointed.
But, of course, you know how this is. We've dealt with this with Oscars forever. But, and Wakanda or whatever it was called. I haven't seen it. Maybe a great movie. I don't know. But anyway.
Now, did
now these people are being mad for Angela Bassett.
Oh,
okay?
right.
I haven't
That's
heard
my
from
favorite.
her. I will
That's
go
my
ahead and
favorite.
say that. I mean, these people are mad for her.
Now, what happened with let's see here. Hold on. I did see this. Let me pull my laptop over here when it comes to the Oscars.
But
did we have a fall of some kind?
Oh yeah, I saw
happened
that.
there?
They were trying to make a big deal. Lady Gaga was walking in on the red, and for some reason the red carpet wasn't red this year. It was. I'm sure they had some kind of meaning behind it.
What do you mean?
It was like beige.
What?
Yeah. Now, I think
Okay.
I can't understand. I'm sure there's a reason. It's
All
something
right.
stupid, I'm
All
sure.
right.
But somebody stepped on her dress and fell, a photographer, and they made such a big deal because
She didn't
actually
fall.
she
Somebody
went
else
over
did.
and checked on him, and they act like, well, what a great person. She went over and checked on the guy. Oh, I'm sorry. She's acting human.
Well, but Greg, would you have checked? You probably would have just turned and walked
I wouldn't,
away.
but you know what I'm saying. But we
I
act
know,
like
I know.
that Lady Gaga is a humanitarian because some guy fell. She went over and made sure he was okay. Well, I'm about to tell you what, that was just impressive there. But again, that whole world, I like watching it just for, and plus I like when people get the thing you hate, I love. Like when that music cranked up on it. I will say this, Jimmy Kimmel, when he came out and did his monologue, you know how we make fun of these people like in movies when they dance fight?
Yeah.
You know, like I'm going to fight you, and we dance at each other. He said if you went too long that they had a group of dancers that were going to dance you off the stage, and they came out and danced him off. They ran him doing all this. That was pretty funny. But I didn't watch the whole thing. What I saw, he didn't get very political. I'm sure he made some Will Smith jokes, which were funny.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know that Jimmy Fallon came out and was talking
I
about
didn't say that.
now this was last week, just talking about prior to the Oscars, knowing that Kimmel was going to host, and he's like, he really needs to stay away from the politics because you're splitting half the room if you don't.
And he must have listened because I'll tell you what was kind of cool. He came in the way they started.
Not that room. You're probably not splitting that one in half.
No, he's talking about the audience.
The
watching
audience,
at home.
right? Correct.
At the beginning, it was showing Maverick flying.
Yeah.
When he's telling Goose's boy that he needs to pull the parachute and all this. And it was Jimmy Kimmel back there he was talking to. So he pulls the parachute, and then when they introduce him, he parachutes onto the stage.
Oh, okay.
That was pretty funny.
Wow, you love the Oscars. Okay.
No, it ain't that, but
that was
somebody
pretty
must have
creative,
gotten his
though.
ear and said, "Look, let's back off the political stuff."
Just be fun.
And now he may have eventually got to it. I don't know. But all I know is I don't know what Lisa's going to do since she stayed up late. No, that's the best part. She actually stayed up past the time she wanted to.
Right,
and then
I really wish that you could have really talked to her about the fact that Brandon Fraser was going to win.
Oh yeah, I kind of felt he was too, but she had this glimmer of hope that.
Right. Well, Elvis was a good movie. He did. I
don't think it won anything.
Really?
It was up for a lot of stuff.
She's so upset. You think she's still upset today?
Oh yeah. Oh, no doubt.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, let me just be the first to ask. Hey, what'd you guys do this weekend?
Bub, what'd you do this weekend, bud?
Hey, stint cards up. Last one has to buy lunch.
Stint
cards.
Stint
cards.
Bubba,
Who's got them?
I told you.
Hold them up right now.
I don't have my stint card yet.
How
about
headed there?
I told Bubba that
A lot of information.
and I
on
know
that,
y'all.
by the way.
I know y'all feel the same way, and he agrees wholeheartedly. Apparently, there's very few people that have not had heart trouble. Very few. I mean, I bet you.
I am absolutely blown away by how many people I've got email from about what they went through, and a lot of it was a lot more serious than mine. And I don't mean to make light of that, but I'm shocked how many people out there have had procedures.
Over the last 72 hours, I promise you, with zero exaggeration, I'm in the thousands of stents.
Yeah,
I mean, because keep in mind, like a guy yesterday at church, 7. I tell Bubba I had 7 stents. Okay. And then, I've had, just.
The only thing, they give you this stent card. I guess you have to tell them at the airport. You probably light up, when you go through the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost like a passport. You have stickers on here where they say what kind of stents in you and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Should I be concerned there's 3 more open spots on this? Is
That's right.
It's like when you buy the coffee.
Yeah,
the coffee card and they punch it.
it.
And of course, with information going out, there were things that were planned way in advance. Of course, the heart stent wasn't, and then the heart stent gets thrown in there, and I'm getting text while I'm in Starkville and sitting in a session of parent orientation and people trying to get information, and then of course the first information was, this was the exact quote from Betty, Bubba was given 2 stents as planned, no problems, everything's good.
Yeah.
And so then
and Betty's mad at me when I've corrected that. But I think, she was going through a lot too.
Sure.
And I think she just maybe heard 2 stents and
right.
They actually did a little angioplasty where they put the balloon in, but it wasn't for a blockage. They were kind of beveling the end of the stent because it was sticking out in a little bit in the other artery.
Mm-hmm.
Standard procedure, I understand. But look, I want to say this, and we got a lot of great stories from this weekend. But I really appreciate the prayers. I know that it's the new thing from the left to get on anybody that says you're in your thoughts and prayers.
Right.
Well, they can just make fun of it all they want.
Right.
Because I requested that, you delivered that. It went as smooth as it could, I think, and I'm here today. So I'm going to put it under prayers answered,
right.
And let's move on.
Yeah, now it's okay with me if you want to remove me from the thoughts category, but don't leave me out of prayers.
Well, I think it's just become a colloquial saying that people are thinking about you and they're wishing you well.
In order to pray for you, you got to think about them first.
Yeah, I don't think that's I don't think it takes away from the prayer part.
It doesn't. Now, the only thing it takes away from it is when you say that and don't actually do it.
Yeah, right.
Because it has become such a little catchphrase that you don't actually ever do it.
But a lot of great stories. I'll tell you about it. They did a great job, and met some really, really nice people over the weekend. Got a nice visit in the hospital Friday night I'll tell you about. And so we're glad to be here, though, guys. Thank y'all for your prayers and everybody listening. I mean, the emails, so many emails, so many texts, and so many of you prayed and never sent anything, far as a communication. And
right.
it was felt. I promise you it was felt.
And, of course, I can already tell some of the changes that this will cause, including Bubba here at the end of June wearing a jacket.
Yeah, it's not just the Plavix. They really pump you full of the heparin. Heparin, is that right? It's the blood thinner when they're doing the procedure.
Yeah.
And I don't know why thin blood is cold, but it is.
It is, no doubt. I've seen it with everybody that's dealt with it before. 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. And we are thankful that you are here. This hour starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour as we start a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week in Rick and Bubba history. Helmsy on vacation this week. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, they handled the kickoff hour for you. Eddie Van Adler now joins for the YouTube experience. Watch the show live or watch it on your own time, or enjoy the best of hour provided by Adler every day on our YouTube channel and on Blaze TV. Whatever and whenever, just grab all the different ways to get the show live or archived at rickandbubba.com. Catch it live on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, on our 24/7 TuneIn app, or catch it on your own time on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Totally up to you. Let's get him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to one of the most stressful days of the year, as we will try to get through it together.
Yes.
The first working day of daylight savings time. Watch out for those car wrecks, mood swings, and heart attacks.
Ferguson, Thunder Island.
Yeah, man, OJ, he liked being out in the ocean, didn't he?
He really liked it.
The sand, the beach.
He did.
He loved it.
And he loved other things too, apparently.
Yes, yes.
You know, she was the color of the Indian summer.
You know, his two big hits. I mean, anytime they're on the radio, I'm cranking them up. You know,
he's either on a shakedown cruise or he's out on the island.
That's right.
I don't remember him ever doing anything else.
I don't either, really. Was there anything else, Greg?
Yeah,
you know?
when he was part of the...
He was in that Spirit Band, wasn't he, the ones that sued Led Zeppelin?
So I think, Greg, you throw things like that out, none of us can question it.
I think he was.
We have no idea what you're talking about.
So
I mean, they're only famous for that in my world.
Yeah, so...
they claim they ripped them off of Stairway to Heaven.
So looking ahead, a kickoff hour behind us, so that's been done. So there were some stories in there. And then, of course, we have weekend recaps. We have Oscars. We have
the big dance, Rick.
We have of course we have Fauci.
Yeah, that's good.
He's now doing that thing that I used to do when I was a liar, and that's when I pretend. Well, I said that all along.
Right again.
Well, yeah, like I said.
He is so full of it.
Oh my
he
God.
may have degrees all over the wall, but I'm telling you, I know what a natural occurrence is, and I know what's man-made. And he's playing the word game now. Isn't he?
Oh my gosh! Yes.
Lab leak could be a natural.
Yeah. As Greg, as our dad said, he shoots
a bad
more.
sandwich is a natural occurrence.
He shoots more than an automatic feces gun.
Yeah.
You know?
He said it a little different.
Yeah, but he did. But anyway, we'll talk about that. We have that today, and then Bubba, I just almost feel like we have to get this out of the way. Bud Grant's death. I mean, it's just
what a legend, Rick. What a legend.
So when I saw
I met him one time. Bubba could have been right beside me, but he.
I know.
Well, I did get to talk to him on the phone a couple of times, and they were definitely high water marks. So, what a warrior, Rick. What a warrior.
Bud
he was
Grant,
tough.
yeah.
You know, he led the Vikings to 4 Super Bowls, and he was a multi-sport star himself. But he was probably most famous for when the Vikings played outside in Minnesota, which was brutally cold.
Mm-hmm.
He would not allow heaters on the sideline.
This is Bud Grant. You're looking to the Rick and Bubba Show.
95.
Yeah, he was the first coach ever to lose 4 Super Bowls.
Sorry, Bubba.
But probably one of the first to ever get to 4 Super Bowls.
Probably.
So.
Yeah.
You know,
getting there, that's still a good accomplishment.
Yeah,
You'd like to win one or two.
Yeah,
maybe,
sure. We'd like to have
Go
one.
ahead.
It's better than never getting there.
Bubba, here's something you may not know. He had playoffs 20 times. He played in 10 championship games, and he actually did win 4 titles, but that was before we had the NFL.
Right. Yeah.
So,
Do you
Canada?
Canada? He came out of the Canadian League.
yeah, he did.
Sure did.
He thought it was kind of warm when he got to Minneapolis.
The Great White North.
So he won them up there. He came in the NFL, played for 4 of them, and I asked the question that was on everybody's mind in the Team Rick and Bubba group text over the weekend yesterday. When I said Bud Grant tried to live to see a Viking Super Bowl, he got to 95, okay? And the question is, can they win one for Bubba in his lifetime? And, Bubba, you gave us an abrupt no.
No, it's not going to happen.
Could you see how quick that no came?
No way.
That no came like
You know, we've talked about it before, but I think my favorite Bud Grant moment was when he came back to flip the coin for the Vikings
yes, it has been
in a playoff game against Seattle.
Yes.
And it was like 3 degrees. And everybody had parkas on, and, you know, they were burning things on the sideline, and he goes out there in a golf shirt.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Rick, that's tough right there. I don't care who you are. That's tough.
Greg, you won the bet.
Dang it. Yeah.
Well, sure.
Over-under was 2 minutes.
I won, didn't I?
That may be my favorite Bud Grant moment ever.
Yeah.
And they showed Pete Carroll in a parka, and he is laughing. He cannot believe that he's out there in the golf shirt.
I actually thought Bubba would lead with that one, then get to no hitters on the sideline.
Oh, really? I knew. I wasn't sure
but he
the
went
order.
through it chronologically, which really was correct.
That's true. That's the way to present it.
That's the way to go.
But he, that's a tough old cob right there, buddy.
It is.
95. Yeah, and the family's not saying what got him, but I would say just 95, right? Yeah,
probably.
Greg, I hate to say it, that's on the list of hey, you made it.
You did. I mean, you're really on borrowed time at that point.
95 and daylight savings time.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
That's
here
right.
we go.
That's right. At least
You think that got him?
Yeah. Well, Greg, he did die on the first day of it.
If you look at the stats,
That's
of
what
the 2
killed him.
days that we changed the clock, which is why we're screaming, please quit doing it.
Yeah.
You're at a greater risk of mood disturbance, suicide, traffic accidents, and in some studies, heart attack.
I'm sorry. We're going to have to look close at that
Right.
before we make kind of claims like that.
I will tell you a story today of the reasons that all that you can go find those stats, but the real reason is it is a pain in the gluteus maximus.
Yes.
And I will share why.
And it always leads to much confusion.
Yeah, and I will share that with you today. I got burned by it again. After all these years and try so hard.
We had a funny moment with the lovely Betty Lou last night that Hunter and I were kind of trying to follow through on, and it was pretty funny.
Oh, that's good. Did y'all accomplish what you set out to accomplish?
Well, I'll tell you about it.
Okay, we got that. So that'll be all part of the weekend recaps today, and we got plenty. So we'll jump through those. And I saw a little bit of the future this weekend.
Oh.
And something took place with today's technology that I didn't know existed, and I'm not so sure I didn't hear a voice. I'll tell you about that too. So I don't know where this came from. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, so take us through because obviously we've had a lot of people call in. I've had friends who've had this done. I'm somewhat familiar with it, but I've never been this close to it.
Well,
I certainly have never lived it.
I will. Let me preface everything I'm going to say today that I want to do this as an encouragement for people to get checked. It's not something to run from. It's fairly simple, has a high percentage rate of working, and you need to go get that CT scan of your heart, see what the calcium situation is. It's not an absolute score to tell you yes or no, but it can show problems, and it did in my case. And that's when we took it to the next step. There's some other steps in there. But, it can extend your life for years, and it's a fairly painless deal. Nothing is super easy, but it's certainly better than the alternative, I think. We got there. There's a little bit of prep time to be sure everything's ready to go. And then we got there, and, Rick, they rolled me in, and they told me, good news for me, I had the dream team.
Okay, good.
They said it would be estrogen galore.
Yeah.
Had 3 ladies who were working on me, Jennifer, Katie, and Jessica. And they said that they were going to let Dr. Foster help a little bit.
Okay, good.
But they said they were wound up. They were ready to go. They were full of energy and personality.
Yes.
I nicknamed them the Go-Go's.
Okay.
I mean, I thought I was in good hands in there.
Yes.
And what was funny, Hams, they had, and I had the option before, I didn't do it, but they had the Best Of show on.
Oh.
And I can hear you giving updates. Rick is in Starkville, Bubba's getting a heart cath, and I'm laying on the table, freezing. You know, it's always cold in there. But Dr. Robert Foster did the procedure. He's been my cardiologist through this. We met him years ago. He actually did several procedures on my mom for her legs and things. Super guy, big Christian, just professional and an all-star in my book. So I had the dream team, and I want to thank Jennifer, Katie, and Jessica for the great job they did. I don't know what all of them did in there, and they didn't write down their last name. Maybe there's a reason for that. I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
probably some HIPAA thing.
Yeah.
something to do with it.
Right.
So I don't know if Adler or Speedy's got the pictures here. I did want to show you this. Y'all have seen this, but I think this is amazing technology that they can do this. This was the before picture, and what you see is the LAD, the big artery that comes down, and then I have a fairly big artery that branches off of that, but you see where it connects right there, it's just not much going on. You know, it's not
Traffic
you
jam.
don't see this is with a dye in there, so you don't see a lot going on. And then we have the after shot, which is the next picture. And Adler will show you, man. You see, it's just a whole new highway there.
Good
I mean,
night.
you couldn't have rode a bike over that last path, and now you can drive a truck through there.
No, that's what you want.
So that is a secondary artery that was blocked, and it was a large secondary artery, so that's why he wanted to go ahead and fix it. And he said it could have, we don't know the exact cause. It had possibly the bigger artery was trying to grow together over it. It could have been a plaque buildup. It could have been a minor birth defect earlier. Who knows? But anyway, it had restricted to about 90. It was restricted 90% with about 10% passage on it, and now you can see it's practically wide open. So, good job there, Doc.
That's the way to get it done.
Yeah.
You did good, and I've watched a few videos of people getting stents now, and I tell you, I bet Dr. Foster would be handy to have on a fishing trip.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're talking about somebody can untangle some wires and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
That's
night.
it, yeah.
Also, I want to thank Chris George. He was a nurse practitioner. Met him while we were there this weekend. And also a young lady who, Rick, I had the honor of being her last patient ever. Her name is Miss Sandra.
There she is.
And she has been a nurse over 30 years. It was actually more than that, but I don't remember the exact number. So I was over 30.
Yeah.
And I was her very last patient. She worked overnights, and she checked me one last time on her way to the door, and she is walking out and retiring.
How about that?
Isn't that nice?
That is.
What a great career of helping people.
They call it one Bubba for the road.
That's right. And Rick, I got a great visit on Friday night. Michael Hams and his daughter Caroline came up, and they brought me a gift in the hospital. And
Absolutely. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Helmsley on vacation this week. The rest of the gang is here. And we will start unpacking the weekend today. And Bubba, you were telling us going to the break that you have a story involving Betty over the weekend, which is always gets our attention.
Well, it was pretty funny. With the change in time, it is stressful. I was giving Greg some stats here in the break, and he was arguing those.
Got to be.
According to this study, heart attacks up 24%, 6% spike in fatal car wrecks, stroke rate increases by 8%. There's obviously something when you start messing with the clock.
Who did this survey?
That humans are not happy with. Well, you can look it up, Greg. There's a dozen of them, and they keep a buzzing. So yesterday afternoon, and it was kind of a weird day yesterday because there was a storm front moving through and some rain in our area, and it was a little bit overcast. So at about 6:30 last night, I noticed that Betty was putting the dogs up and starting her head to bed routine.
That's hilarious.
And I said, Betty, what are you doing? And she said, well, I know it's only 6:30, but it's really 7:30, and that's usually when I go to bed. And I said, I got bad news for you. It's really 5:30.
It's not confusing all this.
And then you get that. That tilt of the head. Let me think about this. We move forward.
Right.
Yeah.
So
what a nightmare.
She said, well, it's dark, and the dogs went to bed, and I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
So she went to bed at 5:30.
Yeah. The old 5:30.
The old 5:30.
The new 6:30.
Oh gosh.
And I wasn't too far behind.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I told Bubba when I get here, when I got here today too. This is, the people who argue against it. To me, if you stay out of everything and just say I'm not going any further than it's just stupid. And
what are we gaining?
And it's a hassle. But my favorite is how people like Betty's situation. I've been there too, because you try to remember which one's which. I've heard us try to think about it before too, and then you get into the different time zones, and I can't imagine what it's like to try to catch a flight on the day that you told me one time about Taylor. Greg doing an overnight flight, and they changed the
2 o'clock. It goes back to 1 o'clock, so they had to sit there again. The flight was like at 3.
Yeah, so now you're 2 hours early versus being 1 hour early. But anyway, which is a nightmare. But no people don't think it through. Like a lot of times, and I've never understood this one, this obsession over you putting kids in the dark, and they think that we changed the clock solely so kids waiting on the bus won't be in the dark. But today, if they stand out at 7, we're now calling 6, 7. So now they're back in the dark.
Yeah.
So that doesn't stand because they're now going to be standing at what was 6 on Saturday. That'll be their 7 today because we went forward. So now 6 is 7. So now you're out in the dark. And I know as time goes on, the daylight will get longer anyway, so it'll resolve itself. But right now in March, you just went back to the dark. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't hold up. I said to and I'll tell you, I had a similar Betty story over the weekend. I said to our Sunday school class on Sunday, I said, I know this shouldn't rank a prayer, but I hope this is the last time in my lifetime I ever have to do this.
I know.
I
know. But it just seems so senseless, doesn't it? I mean, of all the things you do.
So we're sitting there we went to the farm this weekend, which is a whole another story I'll tell you about, and we stayed there all weekend long. So, when you're there and we're in the little house down there, there's not one clock in that entire house that changes itself. Not one. Mm. And because that house also was built, I think it may have been, I don't know exactly when it was built, but the youngest that house it was built in the 70s.
Okay.
And there's been some speculation it could have been all the way back into the 60s, late 50s, early 60s. So the way plugs are in that house, too, no one built that house saying, I need my cell phone next to the bed.
Right.
Okay? Nobody. So there really is no way in the bedroom to put your cell phone where you can see it. Now, you can get it where you can hear it, but not where you can see it. Okay? So, in case there's an emergency call, whatever. So all you're looking at are clocks that don't change themselves. Okay, that's all you got. Mm. And there was one clock that we couldn't figure out how to change. Sherry put a new oven and stove in several months back because that one there, the one that original had kind of worn out. Well, we could never figure out how to get this is what's hilarious. I arrived down there on Friday. We rode separately. Thank goodness, you'll see. And I walk in, and I said, you figured out how to get this clock right. And she goes, yeah, I finally got it right. I said, you realize it won't be any good tomorrow. You know what I mean? And
should have waited a day.
So anyway, she started laughing about that. So anyway, and I'll tell you the longer story later. So we're sitting there, and we go off into the world of the farm. And there's all kinds of things that need to be done. I did not know this weekend. I thought I was going to the Love Nest. I didn't know I was going to be worked like a rented mule.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. One of those. Back to the caller last week. He says, Rick, you realize what your future is like. So I got to look at my future this weekend, and it's tired. It's a tiring future. Okay. So anyway, we go to bed on Saturday night. Of course, we're farmers now, so we go to bed early. Like Betty. Right. Well, there's nothing to do. We don't have TV. We don't have anything, so we just go to bed. Yeah. So anyway, I wake up on Sunday morning, and I look over, and I said, okay, 6, that's good, 6:15. I'm going to go ahead and get up because there's only one bathroom in there. And I said, I'll go ahead and get ready, praise the Lord. And I said, and then I'll get Sweetie Pie, Sugar Plum up, and we'll get our coffee, and we'll sit around, and we'll chat, and we'll read the Bible, and we'll talk, and we'll get ready for the day like we normally do. So we did that, and we're just sitting there, and I mean, we're talking about, we've done our Bible reading, we've done our prayer, we're talking about future stuff and all this, and not once have I looked at my phone. Not once, okay? And then all of a sudden, I look down.
Boom, there it is.
And I said, Sherry, and she looked at me, and I said,
DST.
I said, spring forward mean anything to you? She goes, oh, my gosh, what time is it? So the whole time we think it's 7:30, and we need to be at Sunday school class at 9. Because the Sunday school class starts at 9:15, so we're teachers with so we get there at 9.
So you're kind of killing time.
And I look down.
And then time was killing you.
Sherry has not even gone to the shower, and it's 8:25 on the new time. And we're 30 minutes from church.
Okay, not good.
And she looks at him, she goes, well, I guess you need to leave. And I said, yeah, and what are you going to do? She said, I guess I'll get there when I get there. She goes, go. And look, now she's handing me the prayer journal to pass around. She's handing me the robe to lay out. Now I've become Sherry in the class, which nobody
wants.
Nobody feels good about that. And I thought to myself, you stupid spring forward, you stupid fallback, you stupid time change. The whole time I'm riding, I'm just going, how stupid.
And you were sitting around killing time.
Oh, killing time. Thought we had all the time in the world.
Yeah, if I can quote Clint Black, killing time is killing me.
Yes, I was just like, how stupid is this? Absolutely. And then I think to myself, every single clock in that house is wrong now, including the one we couldn't. Took us nearly 6 months to figure out.
Golly.
And my truck's wrong. You remember you had to go show them how to change it last time. I got to go figure that out.
All right, I'll get out. Just give me your keys, Rick.
So Sherry was late for. We got burned by spring forward. What about when I looked down and saw 8:25?
Oh boy!
Is there a worse feeling when you lose an hour? I mean, it's what happens. You lose it.
She had that face where she looks at me. I said, "You realize it is impossible for you to be on time."
No way.
Yeah, I said, I'm dressed. I guess I'm leaving. And everybody panics when they see me by myself.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was one of the best gifts I think I've ever got. It was a bag of ketchup and peanut M&Ms.
Well, how about that?
That was all. Look,
probably two of the reasons I was there.
Right.
There was.
Here you go.
There was talk.
Where was the brand muffin?
Huh? Well, I thought about that. I told Amanda.
You want to make him happy, right?
No, I told Amanda. I said I hate to go up there empty-handed, and Amanda said, "Go get him ketchup and peanut M&Ms." But make sure you buy get the big bag, but it has the individual packs,
the little bitty ones,
so that he can manage it better.
Okay,
and that has worked very well. See, I get one pack a day.
She goes,
cut back.
We don't want to take the peanut M&Ms away from him just because it's happened, but this will help him manage the situation. I said, what a great idea.
Now I'm a one pack a dayer guy. Now I'm not talking about cigarettes. I'm talking about M&Ms.
Yeah.
So we all have our vices.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So
Caroline loved that. She loved picking all that out, and we got a little bag to put all that in because guys are not good at that kind of stuff. But
it was it was very
she had to see Uncle Bubba.
See y'all. Yeah, it was good, and I hope it didn't freak her out too bad. But
no.
I was rolling back from Starkville, and I saw Friday night, and I saw him saying, "I've been by to see Bubba." And I was like, well, look at him. Matter of fact, I thought you were gone somewhere. I didn't even think you were even here.
No, I was here.
Well, and I also put a picture out. I was helping one of the young ladies with her volleys there. Just after surgery to let you guys
look at that.
I figure that was the best way I could let y'all know that I'm okay.
Yeah, that was it. I felt real good after that picture. I thought
somebody commented the good thing they didn't take that picture from the back.
I know it. Yeah.
Well, I actually, if you look, I had two robes on, one forward, one behind.
Did you really? I thought you was just sitting the old crack down the hall.
No, you have to do two when you're out walking around on the floor there. So but the folks, I appreciate they just did an excellent job. So many people they're helping there at St. Vincent's East, and I really appreciate their help.
Well, I had an interesting conversation with Bubba. We'll talk about when we come back, where he started to tell me that he actually was put completely under. But then today when I went by his office, He said, well, I may have just fell asleep.
I was going to say, because
yeah.
I think Betty said that you just fell asleep. I think that's what she told us.
I never got an exact clarification on that.
Yeah.
But the last thing, I was totally awake during the last one. Now, they give you a little something to make you goofy and relax a little bit. Because, you're going in there and, there's a lot of equipment. And you're like, okay, I'm on the table here. I'm the piece of wood here at the shop class.
Yeah.
Right.
But I heard you doing the best of, and you gave an update. And I'd already, we'd already been laughing with the girls a little bit. And they said, boy, you sure are quiet. I said, yeah, I'm a little, you're cold and you're not fearful. Prayers take care of that, but you are a little scared just because you don't do that every day.
Anxious.
And I woke up and I felt pressure on my groin. And I said, Doc, can you not get the tube in? He said, we're done. And I was like, oh, thank goodness. That's the best report you get. We're done. Oh, great.
So we think Bubba just fell asleep.
And I think Betty actually told me that.
Sleep through that? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. Yep. Killing time's killing me, Bubba. Carry me. Everybody take it. Just might find. All right, so, this is one of those things, if the nation was going to vote on stopping all this changing of the clock, I'd love for us to vote like today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if we vote today, we're going to win it going away. That's a great point. We're going to win it going away. Vote it today.
This bill that they've had, and Pelosi's never gotten it to the floor of the Senate, why? Why would she never do that?
Well, because there are there's some states out there that talk about how it's going to be the end of the world for them, and she's afraid of them. She's more afraid of if you watch the left, they pick who they're afraid of. And you don't even have to have a large number of people. If you're just real kind of mean and angry and threatening, they'll cater to you and bow to you in a second.
This is what was interesting about that.
So be that way, right. Whatever you're for, and they'll usually fold it.
The Senate, they voted like 50-0 to do it, which meant the western states voted to do it. If there is somebody who is inconvenienced by this or hurt the most, I would say it'd be the far west, okay? But in the House, it was the western states that wouldn't go along with it. But the Senate, they were fine with it, and those people live in the same state.
Okay, that is interesting.
So
That's
I
right.
think there
the
has
House floor then, right?
I think there has to be some of if you're for it, I'm against it.
I was going to say, I just didn't think this
was.
was a Democratic-Republican thing. I just thought it was a daylight.
It shouldn't.
darkness
Don't we
thing.
all get up?
Yeah.
And go to sleep?
Right.
What is the area that I heard during the debate one time? There's a certain part that, like, when you that certain time of the year, it won't get daylight till like 8 or 9 in the morning. If you stay
I think
on
it's
this.
the far west, like Oregon, Washington. If you live on the coast, the Pacific.
Now, how
coast.
long? I don't know. It would be that way. But
Well-
here's the thing. Maybe I'm overthinking this because I don't really study it like I should, I guess. Go back to when it originated, and you look at the reasons they did it. If those reasons still apply, keep it. If they don't, do away with it.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we don't have a lot of kids that have to do their chores and slop the
That's my
hogs
point.
and feed the pigs before the school
If
bus.
it doesn't
so-
apply anymore, then go back.
Yeah, I don't know. That's my.
that.
I think it's archaic and worn out. And I would go back to this. I'm even good because I'm a big states' rights person. You know,
Yeah,
kind
let
of
everybody do it.
Kind of like the founder said, if it's not in the Constitution, then the states decide for themselves.
And I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but I do not see anything in there about the clock.
No,
I don't. Did it even have clocks?
Yeah,
in it? I mean,
That's true. Sundials.
So
Set
I
your
don't.
sundial back an hour.
I don't think there should be some federal mandate,
right?
Because in some of the weird rules about it, I believe if some of those in the far west say we want to stay on standard year round, or are we?
Arizona and Hawaii do not change the clocks. Now I don't know which time they're on.
Yeah. But if say Alabama said we want to go as our people, we want to go to daylight savings time and stay on it year round and be done with it, they ought to have the right to do it. Let the states do what they want to do. And this thing of we have to go get permission to stay on daylight savings time from the federal government, where did that come from?
I think the way they allude to that is the interstate commerce law. In other words, business between states is where they jump in.
Right.
But technically, they could be total dictators if you carry that all the way out.
Right. Well, every phone.
And they're attempting to do that, by the way, if you haven't noticed.
Every phone that we have now, I mean, if you're driving, as soon as you cross into another time zone, it switches to what the local time is.
Yeah, when it locks into the tower.
Yeah,
on that side.
So anyway,
right to the EMP wipes all that
Right,
out.
so
I don't even care anymore. I just want it to stop.
Yeah, amen to that. Arizona is on Mountain Standard Time. They do not observe daylight savings time.
Yeah,
or saving time.
That's the trick too. See that you can't say we're going to be on daylight savings time all the time. What you can say is we're not going to participate in daylight savings time, but then change your time zone.
And what's happening at the federal?
See, if we were doing that, we would have to go to Eastern time. In Alabama, our state.
So what they're doing now is they're this new thing at the federal level is we want to say that as a country we go to daylight savings time and we never change again. And as you said, if Alabama wanted to stay on standard time all the time in the central time zone, we could do that without the federal government approving it, but that's not what we want.
No.
And so that's why you have to. But I don't understand why I can stay standard without the federal government, but I can't do it if I want to go to daylight savings time. That doesn't make sense.
Well, you mess up that whole 24-hour zones around the globe. Look. Here is the answer. Y'all want the answer, and I've told you this.
Don't
let's
do Zulu.
Let's
Please
go
don't
to Zulu.
Don't talk Zulu.
Okay,
again.
UTC then.
Right. Yeah.
Let's go to UTC, whatever you want to call it, Zulu time. We stay on one time around the whole globe, no matter where you are. You just go to bed at different times.
Yeah. So anyway, never mind. Whatever can be done, let's do it. So let's
that and an ice cream for everybody.
The Oscars last night. Did anybody take a look? See,
Greg's all over.
Well, Lisa's disappointed. The only reason we were watching it, she wanted the Elvis guy to win, and he got beat.
So the whole reason y'all watched it was she wanted the actor who played Elvis to win?
And I told her, I said, they're going to hold that award till later. So I
real
bailed.
late.
I bailed. She stayed up late. Now, she got to get up early, too, this morning.
Yeah.
But she stayed up late just to see him win, and he didn't win.
Greg,
She's so mad.
But, Greg, didn't you educate her on the world of the
Rick,
Academy?
I didn't want to bust her bubble.
But here's the thing. If there's an actor, if you're ever against an actor that has played a role that involves them being hated or being depressed or their whole life was ruined by the fact they couldn't be who they wanted to be, the fact that they wanted to be openly gay and
I'm obese too.
Yeah, but the reason I'm obese is because I hate myself because my family wouldn't accept the fact that I was not straight.
Is that the premise of this?
Even though I had a family.
Are you talking about the whale?
Yeah, because if you look at the story, he actually abandons his family for a man. And then, of course, he lives in a depressed state because of it. and because he wasn't allowed to chase his truth, and nobody would just be happy for him. You know what I mean?
Then, now that I'm looking, you should have known he was going to get it.
So there's no way you're going to beat that actor playing that role.
And Lisa's mad about it.
Yeah, and so you should have told Lisa that, and she would have.
She stayed up late for it.
She would have known.
I bailed. I had to go to bed. But also,
so
I
how
like
did Top Gun? Did it do anything?
No, I don't think it won anything. Did it? I think it won something.
Well, I'll tell you what it won. The box office is what
Amen.
it won.
It won what mattered.
Their song was nominated, right?
The soundtrack.
Yeah.
Right?
Speaking of that,
Greg, do you want to here's Brendan Fraser, the announcement of him winning it. Do you want to play Lisa? Like, what did Lisa do right after this happened?
Brendan Fraser.
All right, what did Lisa do?
Well, I was asleep at this point.
Oh, okay.
I missed it, but I guarantee you,
She dived into the pillow right there.
What?
She's mad about it.
You got to be kidding me!
But the minute he took,
I guarantee you, what was the first thing that came out?
Again,
of my mouth.
what? I read this list of
I
winners.
guarantee you that.
I've never heard of any of them.
How about this, Bubba? How was Brandon Fraser overlooked for George of the Jungle?
I know it, Rick.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Or Encino Man.
Yeah, but let's just be honest. When
Bedazzled.
when he took that role,
That was a good movie.
no matter how
That
many
was
people
funny.
went to see the movie, he was going to win the Oscar.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he just anytime you take a role like that, they're going to lean towards you in a second.
Well, yeah, I hate Lisa stayed up late for that.
But Greg, why didn't you warn her? Then you should have told her. It was. I mean, he was going to win. I told Sherry that, which she came home and we looked at it for just a minute, and I said, "Well, Brandon Fraser's going to win that."
Yeah.
And she was like, "Yeah," and we went on to bed.
But I always have to watch it. The parts I watched, they weren't too political yet. It may have got later. I mean, Kimmel, he kind of stayed in his lane when I was watching it. He had some pretty funny ones, but they started making Chris Rock jokes, from getting slapped last year, which is funny.
Yeah, I watched just a little bit of it, just to, because it's just, there's something about the Oscars. You go, well, let me just have a look at it. And I did hear him say, and every time it drags.
Yeah.
And he said, I tell you what, at the pace we're moving right now, we kind of like to see somebody get slapped, wouldn't we?
And he also talked about daylight savings time. He goes, the good news, we've added that hour to the show.
Yeah,
so it's going to be even longer. But he parachuted in. It had him in the jet with Tom Cruise. They had, talking. They'd put him where Goose's boy when he was telling him to bail out and all that. And Jimmy finally bails out, and then he comes parachuting onto the stage. It was pretty fun.
That's pretty fun.
But I told Speedy I only had one moment when somebody was trying to talk and the music went over him, and I know how he hates that.
That's why I can't watch.
So, Greg, you think he was really in that plane?
Was he not?
Yes.
Parachuting in?
Wait a minute.
Yes, he definitely did it.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Anytime
But also
they go,
when
the acceptance speeches go too long and the orchestra starts, I'm just
rushing them off.
Do you have when he said that if you took too long, they were going to dance you off the stage? And all them dancers started telling you know how we do dance fights when we're serving you? They start doing him that way, and he said that was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I mean, they were exaggerating.
I saw the one I think you're talking about. What would have killed you, Speedy, is when people win certain awards. It's a group of people.
Yes.
And so there's like 5 of them standing up there, where the one person stops and the next person walks up to the mic and the orchestra.
She got like 2 words out. But I'm going to blame them. They killed too much time getting on the stage. They were having to hug everybody, and they kept waiting on them and waiting on them. Yeah. They gave them plenty of time. They just goofed off.
They did.
Hey, and didn't have to walk off the stage with that look on her face.
No.
Look.
Yeah. Hey, they cranked up. I mean, they cranked that music loud too.
Oh yeah,
it totally drowns everything out.
Oh, yeah. 15 minutes to the top. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thankful that you are here, Bubba. I think this is how we should handle today, and I think this will be our theme today. Because you are recovering from having a heart cath, and the doctor said you should not lift anything heavy, and what else should not
refrain from any exercise for a couple of weeks. Some of that's tied into a vacation there too. But,
yeah.
And don't get too stressed.
All right, so
on
that last note, we're going to keep Greg a certain distance from you today.
No, Greg's fine.
Is there
I got the nitro.
Who stresses you the most, Speedy?
I'm
just saying.
I don't think any of the guys here. I think it's more the world.
The world.
Yeah.
All right. So every story that we bring up, I'm going to ask you just say yes or no.
Okay.
Okay. Because then if you think it's too stressful, we're not going to do it.
If it gets too stressful, do you want me to ring the bell?
Ring the bell.
Throw the flag, or blow the harmonica?
I'd like for you to blow the harmonica.
Okay.
Okay. Because
that's not going to bother me.
Because the other two, there you go. The other two we use for other things.
I agree.
Yeah. We'll call it the stress harp. Okay.
Oh, wow.
I like
Greg, he's going to blow the stress harp if anything gets too stressful. Okay. All right. So
and then we just calm down.
Then we calm down. Stop the story like you're putting the brakes on.
Okay.
All right, Bubba. Let me go ahead and go with one that I'm very unsure about.
Okay.
Okay. And if you say no, we're not going to do it.
Okay.
Okay. I'm honest about that. I mean,
Okay.
we're not going to do it.
Okay.
Sarah Sanders being asked to leave a restaurant.
No, we got to do that one.
Boy, let me tell you what.
You do want to do that one?
What a
Yeah,
mess.
Rick, being
What
asked
a
to leave a
mess.
restaurant, something very close to my stomach
Right.
and heart.
That's got to stop.
Right. So I guess we worked really hard in the the civil rights time when we had people couldn't eat at restaurants. Now we've gotten so divided politically. If I don't like your political views, you can't eat at my restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, what a conservative's going to have to go around back.
Yeah.
Is that it?
I guess.
They reckon these are the non-bully people.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, these
of
are the
course.
very people who said that all of that should go away. We should treat everybody equal and fair. And now it's just.
Let's be tolerant of each other. Ain't that what it's supposed to be?
Can I tell you, some of the most intolerant people you meet are the ones who claim to be the most tolerant.
Oh, they're proving it every day.
Greg, they're open-minded, and everybody should be allowed to live who they are unless you disagree with them.
Yeah, now that don't count.
All right, so here we go. This is how the story, according to Sarah Sanders, played out. Now, she has handled herself with class. The president today is going another way as far as he wants to. He's going after the restaurant as hard as he can go, defending her, which is certainly his right to do that. But I kind of think the way she handled it is almost it goes back to the biblical principle again, that sometimes acting classy and just stepping away is like heaping hot burning coals on your enemy's head. You know what I mean? And so they here's how it went. It's called the Red Hen in Lexington. But now people across the country are now saying just because we have the same name, we're not affiliated with these people at all.
Yeah, that's Lexington, Virginia.
Yeah, Lexington, Virginia. Undoubtedly, there's other red hens at different places, and they're all screaming,
Not us.
Please don't punish us for what Virginia did. So the Red Hen in Lexington, Virginia, let's be clear, that's where this happened.
Adler, throw that tweet back up.
Oh, okay. Let me go back.
Yeah,
to it. I had it up. Yeah.
According to Sarah Sanders and the restaurant, they took a vote among the staff whether they wanted her to eat in that restaurant or not.
Rick, they called the owner who was at home.
Right.
Please come in.
Right.
Sarah is here.
Right.
And so she comes in. And
How
then,
about feed her? Give her a bill, let her pay. What's the big deal?
Bubba, whoever
is she bothering anybody, or is she just eating?
Whoever thought that if your worldview, we said it many times, is emotion based, that you would overreact? And be a bit dramatic.
Yeah, she's Hey, she ain't in there shouting at people. Okay,
right.
Oh no, someone from administration that I don't like's eating in here. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? Can we make it? Of course, I thought what they said is we should all learn to tolerate each other, right? Don't they talk about tolerance?
That's one way, though, Rick.
Right.
One way.
And the new definition of tolerance means that Sarah Sanders is not only allowed to be who she wants to be. You're supposed to embrace it and condone it, or you're
That's
mean.
right. That's right.
Or you're mean.
Well,
Now,
they're sexist, at least.
See, I thought
At best.
I still live under the old definition of tolerance. I mean you no harm, but we're going to agree to disagree.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Not that I have to condone you, celebrate you, and say that what you believe is actually right.
Right.
And if you want to eat at a table in the same restaurant I'm good.
Yeah,
You're not bothered.
But let me be clear. Today's definition of tolerance, you're deemed intolerant not only if you can't disagree.
Right.
But Nine minutes to the top. Come on with this. All right, so we work our way back. Fieldofgreens.com. Boy, the email's coming in. The email's pouring in. This product, it's going to be one of those that it's already making its mark on the Rick and Bubba family. It's been a game changer for me. I've already had my first shake to start the day. Loving this. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It is a great product, giving your body the fuel that the body needs. I mean, all of us want our vital organs working at peak performance. and each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs, and like your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, and of course the others that are also the fruits and vegetables that were chosen in Field of Greens also support your immune system now more than ever. Blood pressure, metabolism, for healthy weight loss. All of this I'm seeing, and I love it. I probably have felt better since this year, and this has been part of that, than I have in the last few years. So it's really been great. So I'm loving this, especially as we get a little older. Anything to help our body operate the way it did when it was younger is great, but really it works for you no matter what your age, because I doubt, regardless of age, that in our normal everyday routine and diet that we're getting the fruits and vegetables that the body needs, and this helps to do that. So let's get you started with 15% off your first order, and you can experience what we're experiencing by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. That gets you 15% off. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. When I got back from the farm yesterday, my monthly supply was there, so I was ready to go again today, so that was awesome. All right, so some other things. After I sent you a picture, before we move into this Fauci update, also, since I had to go to church to start the Sunday school class, since we did not spring our clock forward, I'm standing there, and it was already a weird morning because everybody panics because Sherry's not there, and I've been put in charge of, the things that for the class that I normally don't do. And so just to make it weirder, I'm standing in class, and look who walked in. Walked right into my class was J.C. Wilburn.
Hey.
And I look up
Look at that.
And I see J.C. Wilburn, and I'm like, you don't go to church here. and he walked in, and I said to myself, I looked right at him, Bubba, you know what I said? So you serious about getting saved now? So anyway, he was actually there because his baseball coach, Sherry and I had the honor to be part of discipling him and his wife, and he was baptized Sunday. So the team came, and I told him, I saw him, I said, that speaks a lot that many of your players would come for your baptism. I think about 20 players came, so that was kind of cool. So JC Wooden, he told me you were running sound. I didn't know you were also saving lives.
Yeah,
but anyway,
right. Well, and here's what I don't. Do your kids do this? He knew I was running sound, but still called.
Yes.
Like I can answer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
they have no regard for what I even do for a living.
Right. But because my kids never call unless they need something or something's wrong, you don't want to screen that either.
No, you
So, matter of fact, I'd already how quick. That was him calling me about what you did.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. He's like, hey, Rick, want me to tell you took care of me. I was like, that's so good.
Yeah, it was good to see him, man. And he's a big old boy. Good night. It's good to see him and have a moment with him. I love those little unexpected moments. So. All right. Fauci. Bubba, now remember we were told we were not allowed to say that the COVID and the worldwide pandemic was caused by a leak from the Wuhan lab.
Oh, you got taken off social media. You got blackballed.
You conspiracy
the
theorist.
FBI was likely to come busting through your windows if you were a Republican.
Yeah, but now there's so much evidence. Of course, we all just our logic told us that was likely the source, since it is on the sign. But anyway, Fauci now says, well, yeah, it may have come from a lab leak.
No, Rick, this is.
But it doesn't change what I said.
This is like talking to a little kid.
Yeah.
Okay. Fauci is supposed to be one of the most highly educated men in the country. Okay. He's got degrees hanging down the wall like you got boards on the side of the barn. He's got them. Okay. And listen to how he's trying to now backtrack and say, no, I didn't mislead anybody.
Right.
Listen to this.
And on this theory of a lab leak, I've been wondering this. Do we have any idea how that would even work? Have you heard any accounts as to how that might have happened? Is there speculation in the scientific community as to how that happened?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Jim. So one of the things that people maybe don't fully appreciate, that all of the intelligence agencies agree unanimously that this was not engineered. Namely, they didn't deliberately do this to make a bioweapon. Everybody agrees with that. No matter what your prior thoughts were, everybody agrees with that. A lab leak could be that someone was out in the wild maybe looking for different types of viruses in bats, got infected, went into a lab, and was being studied in the lab, and then it came out of the lab. But if that's the definition of a lab leak, Jim, then that still is a natural occurrence. The other possibility is someone takes a virus from the environment that doesn't actually spread very well in humans and manipulates it a bit, and accidentally it escapes or accidentally infects someone, and then you get an outbreak. Those are the possibilities when you're talking about lab leaks.
But are there any accounts of that occurring where one might say, okay, well, there we go. Perhaps this is it. This is what happened.
No.
That you're aware of.
In fact, there are no lab leaks that have led to pandemics. So there have been accidents in a lab that happens intermittently. We've had experiences with that in modern times recently. But there have never been a situation where a virus escaped from a lab that's a brand new virus that no one has ever seen before that led to a pandemic. That has not happened.
Until 2019.
Yeah, except for this one.
Yeah.
Mark that. That'll come back to haunt Fauci right there. What he just said at the end of that. Now, Rick, this is what I love, his explanation of natural occurrence.
Unbelievable.
This happens to somebody out in the woods. They work at the lab. They come into the lab and get sick and come out of the lab and the virus comes out. That's a natural occurrence. He's using the thread went through the eye of the needle, so it's not actually in the needle. You know, I mean, it's crazy.
Well,
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
He also added on there, and if they were manipulating it a little bit in the lab and it got out, that also would be under natural occurrence. Because all I'm saying is nobody did it on purpose. Well, that's not what you said to begin with.
But he's protecting himself. Yeah. And of course, he went to the Fair and Balanced, CNN, and Jim Acosta.
And look, Jim Acosta,
how many times did they practice that skit?
Jim Acosta's not exactly laying down behind the whole theory too. He knows that this is beginning to sound a little like I'm going to look like an
Fauci
idiot.
Knew the questions, though.
Oh yeah, he did. Sure, he did.
Yeah. But now he's adding things under the definition of natural occurrence that he would not say early on. It was bat only out of the wet market.
Bat sandwich.
And now he said, well, now it could have come from the lab, but that's still natural.
Rick and Bubba.
You must celebrate, condone, and say what they believe is right, correct?
Yes, right. That is correct.
Because it's their truth, Rick.
That's
modern day tolerance, right? It's not the real definition. It's just it's
what they preach.
There's a word for the type of definition it is now, but I'm not supposed to say it. All right, so then the person in charge came over to Sarah Sanders and asked her to leave, and she simply said, "That's fine, I'll go."
Called her into a room. Said, "Could you come here real quick?" And said, "Hey, we want you to leave." And Sarah said, "Okay."
And she left. No way I'm eating that food if I know you got that kind of attitude.
Right.
There's no telling what you did.
I think the appetizers had already been delivered to the table, but they hadn't really started eating yet.
That's right. And then Sarah Sanders, to Bubba's point on her Twitter, said, "Last night I was told by the owners of Red Hen in Lexington, Virginia, to leave because I work for the President of the United States. I politely left. Her actions say far more about her than about me. I always do my best to treat people, including those I disagree with, respectfully, and will continue to do so." So she just said, "Look, you don't want me to be here? Fine, we'll leave." Now
she knew that the battleship would pull up after that.
Better known.
She didn't have to fight her case.
Better known as Battleship Trump. But what I'm saying though is this: she also did.
That's the battle group.
She also did something that I think shows a lot of wisdom. Let the people decide.
Yeah.
Here's what happened. Here's what I did, and if you're glad I left, good, more power to you. If you thought the way I was treated was wrong, then you certainly have a voice too. I'll kick it out to everybody, and y'all decide for yourself how you feel about the Red Hen in Lexington, Virginia. Some of you may want to eat there more because I was removed, and some of you may never eat there again because I was removed, and some of you don't care. You'll eat there, but you think I shouldn't have been treated that way, or somewhere in between, which is kind of how it's supposed to go, isn't it? I mean,
that's kind of how I look at
it. In a free society,
I've never heard of anyone asked to leave a restaurant because of their political beliefs.
Yeah, Rick, I think when it comes to lunch and dinner, we need to all come together.
I've certainly looked at my own life with this because it is a life truth. Isn't it also, if I really believe something, am I not supposed to live it? I mean, if I'm the kind of person who's supposed to be all about I don't like to see people get discriminated against. Shouldn't I then not discriminate against people?
Yeah, exactly.
You would think.
I mean, right? Am I not supposed to live an example of how I wish those people would act? Let's say that I think they act that way, right? That's real. What we have here.
Did we get Trump's tweet on this? You need to see his.
I haven't
tweet.
seen his. No,
We'll pull it up when we come back.
We need to look at his Jimmy Fallon tweet too.
Okay, what's happening? What's happening with Jimmy Fallon apologizing?
He's still apologizing for having Trump on his show that time. They said he humanized him by cutting up with him.
Back in 2016
yes, he still apologized.
or 15 or whatever?
During the campaign.
So he's apologized for an interview a couple of years ago?
Trump's come at him with a tweet.
Okay, all right. Cool. Up next, a Trump update.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. He's here today.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you and thank all the listeners for their thoughts and prayers. Prayers answered. Thank you very much.
Yep, so back, ready to go, blood flowing. We reviewed that last hour if you missed it. And if it comes up again in some phone trolls and stuff, or you have questions or whatever, certainly we'll get to that too. Number of stories to cover. Now, Bubba, because of he is in recovery from a heart stent, he does now have the stress harp. If we get in a story and make, like a You're America or something like that, we did successfully, but we still have the Trump part to go. We did successfully walk through the Sarah Sanders story involving the Red Hen in Lexington, Virginia, asking her to leave the restaurant simply because she worked for the president. But anyway, so we successfully got through that with very little stress, but we now have Trump responding to that. And in a bizarre time we're living in, and the fact that Jimmy Fallon is apologizing for an interview with Trump that was in 2015 or 2016.
What in the world is going on in our country?
That Jimmy Fallon is having to apologize to all his Hollywood friends for humanizing Trump.
Yeah. For humanizing.
Unbelievable. Yep. But anyway, Trump update. Here we go.
Can't weird. Always get what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something, you might find
deal or no deal.
You get what you need.
I don't wear it to play. It's my hair.
Trump update. So now, first of all, let's get Trump's response to the Sarah Sanders story. We gave you Sarah Sanders' tweet. She simply said, I try to treat people with respect, even people who disagree with me. They asked me to leave. I left. That's what happened. End of subject. And I will continue to treat people with respect who disagree with me. That's just kind of who I am. And I left when they asked me to leave. Different response from Trump.
Even if you're anti-Trump, I think she is probably one of the nicer folks that you could get behind and be nice to.
Well,
I bet her dad is furious with that.
Sure.
I think he released something. I can't remember exactly what he said.
Well, Trump is doing the normal thing. He's going to actually go after you personally and talk about that whatever you are, if you're an actor and you come after him, you're an overrated actor.
Right.
If you're an athlete and you come after him,
you're washed up.
and you're not near as good as people say you are. If you have something, now this is classic Trump. Opening line is classic. The Red Hen restaurant should focus more on cleaning its filthy canopies, doors, and windows. It badly needs a paint job rather than refusing to serve a fine person like Sarah Huckabee Sanders. So the first thing he goes after
now read all of it.
Look at his rule. Is that the place looks nasty. And now we have a Trump rule. I've always had a rule: if a restaurant is dirty on the outside, it is dirty on the inside. Okay, so Trump wants to take it.
That's the president saying that.
6 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio. It is another week. Helmsy on vacation, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Adler here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining.
Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one dropped this weekend. It was our second installment conversation with Dr. Jordan Vaughn. We concentrated this one solely on those of you that may be struggling with long COVID or some sort of side effect that may or may not be linked to the spike protein being in a vaccine that you took. Whatever that may be, some of the treatments that are being developed, we talked about that over the weekend, and I've already gotten a lot of emails that said, hey, man, I sat down and I listened to that. I've already contacted his group, and I'm going to start looking to get some treatment as well. And got another email last night, somebody saying the same thing. I will listen to the entire podcast, and I think I need their help as well. So hopefully that we'll get those two things together. And some of you that have been struggling, hopefully these treatments may do some good. So catch that if you haven't caught it this week, wherever you get podcasts. So, Bubba, this past weekend, there was some anticipation out there. Sherry and I, we were talking, our little empty nest world, and she said, hey, this past weekend, why don't we head down there and just spend the weekend at the farm? I've been talking about some of our considering long-term plans, and there was a prophet that called last week. I can't remember the caller's name, and he warned me about where this was headed. And I even said on the air, I know you're right. There's just nothing I can do about it.
Right.
And so our young Broderick, for some reason, young Broderick, the aspiring filmmaker and who works for a group that does commercials and documentaries and content for social media for companies and all kinds of people. For some reason, he's declared that either the farm or our home, that they're available to him for various shoots. And he'll just say, hey, can I just have the house, or can I have that? I'm just like, when you take the farm from us, that's not that big a deal. We might not have been down there, but you're taking our home.
Yeah.
And, y'all can stay there if you want to, but I need to come in and do y'all mind this. So Sherry's like, why don't we just go to the farm? And now, I love my adult children, but, they're all at different stages of how adult they are.
Yeah.
And so on the good side, young Broderick has been very responsible. He makes a good living. He pays his own bills. He's very, very low maintenance. On the bad side, he is still 21. And I asked him, I said, I have some mail coming that I'm not going to be there. Will you please go to the mailbox and make sure that mail gets inside and set it on my desk, okay? Okay, so I come home yesterday. You know what was on my desk? All the mail I had put in to pay bills. He took my mail out and set it back on my desk. Didn't even look to see that every one of them
outgoing.
Every one of them, it was all outgoing mail. He took my outgoing mail. No, wait till the mail comes. He goes, well, I went to the mailbox. It was full of mail, so I put it in there on your desk. Did you look at the mail? That's all outgoing mail. It has my return address on every single envelope.
Did the flag being up?
Well,
you can't even mail
well, we don't have a
something.
flag, so it's just and so I said the mail runs every day. He goes, I thought, man, you get a lot of mail. I said, we don't get this much, son. I mean, I needed that to all go out. Well, I mean, you told me to go mailbox and get
put
out
it back in there.
No, I said go after the mail runs.
Come on.
And so anyway,
now you got to put it all back in there. Huh?
But anyway, so Sherry, here's the thing. In my mind, and a lot of times the communication, it can break down even in a marriage of 27 years. But in my mind, when I hear let's go to the farm this weekend, my mind goes to Love Nest. It goes to we're going to hang out. We're going to maybe grill out. We're going to go. We're going to rest.
Boy, rest.
We're gonna just spend time together. We're going to go sit by the fire pit.
Burn.
And so anyway, so I noticed that when she went first on Friday, I was still on the air. So I head that way. She goes, I think there's something here you can have for lunch, or just come on. I thought, oh, okay. So I thought, well, she just wants to have lunch with me. God love her. How sweet. She's probably got a little table set up, and we're probably going to be looking out at the outdoors. And it was a beautiful weekend on Friday and Saturday. The rain didn't come till Sunday. And so had 2 really beautiful days down there. I couldn't wait. I was so excited. And then I came in, and she said, I have a list. Now every husband, if you're new to husband world, very rarely, on the rarest of occasions, if your wife has a list, is it a positive? On the rarest of occasions.
Never. No.
I can't think of a time. I guess I'm allowing for some bizarre, I don't know
You
what.
never see snuggle on there.
No. So she hands me the list, and I begin to look at it. And the top of the list should have said, work husband like rented mule.
Oh.
I started looking at all the chores. See, I kept looking, and I looked there, I said, baby, I'm looking at this list. I don't see, to Bubba's point, I don't see snuggle with Rick. I don't see Rick fishes. I don't see that on here.
No.
I don't see Rick stares at trees
and does nothing.
And takes his blood pressure down and just ponders wonderful things. I don't see that here. I don't see. Here's where Rick and I gaze into each other's eyes next to the fire pit as the water gently flows. I don't see any of that. I see husband work like rented mule. That's what I see. If I had known this, I don't think I'd be here.
Yeah.
You know, I think, and she goes, well, we got stuff we got to get done.
What?
She goes, we haven't been down here since the last time there was a storm. There's limbs laying everywhere, and you need to go get your chainsaw. Some of this needs to be cut up for firewood.
Oh,
and I'm just like, what?
Oh, where's Gary, Rick?
And hey, you know, y'all down there, so I ain't coming anywhere near there. and then I'm like, baby, I don't. Where's Rick? Rick plays with game cameras. I don't see that on here.
Mm-hmm.
Rick rides trails.
Yep, ATV.
Yeah, where's Rick? Where's Rick rides trails? I don't see it on the list. She goes, we don't have time for all that. She goes, we got to work. And I said, you talking about for 2 days we're gonna work? And she said, yeah, we got stuff we got to get done. If you'll notice, here's what I'm doing and here's what you're doing. I said, I didn't know I was going. If you want to clean this house up, and well, you know that we came down here, we had that work done here, and that's dusty in here. I got to clean all that up. While I'm doing that, I want you to go out here and see this. And she's pointing to a very large area. All these limbs. I need all these limbs picked up. And then the ones that are big enough that have fallen off, get those and go.
The lawnmower will get them.
Yeah, go over and cut those. Go chop that up for firewood and get the chainsaw out. And I said, chainsaw? What? And I'm like, what are you talking? And I need you to move this, and of course you need to take that, and then you need to go over to Camp House, and I want that storage room. I mean, I don't even know why you need to clean all that out, because I'm gonna move this stuff from over here over to that storage room. You need to sweep that carport. And I'm like, what in the world? Yeah, and then hey, don't forget the barn. And then in the barn, and then it just keeps going. And I said, I don't hear anything fun. I haven't heard one fun thing. And I said, did you decide for us to go to the weekend at the farm and have no fun? I said, I thought this place was for fun. Right. And she was like, well, you have to maintain it. And I started thinking about that caller. He said, Rick, it's going to be the rest of your life. You realize how much more work. I want you to picture this. So we live in a house in a neighborhood, and all of us get put to work around there a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Greg, you got a pretty big spread, so there's a lot that can happen there. See, I don't have a spread like that. I mean, I got a nice yard and whatever, but I mean, it's just kind of a normal yard. Yeah. But she's going to take that, like the caller warned me, she's going to take this mentality. Instead of it, there's some things to do around the house like there are now, which I don't do a lot of that. If I can hire it out, I won't do it, okay? But she says now she's going to move me to 360 acres with the same attitude and say, and I need you to do some things around the farm versus around the house.
Two different things.
Hey, she worked me like a rented mule. I mean, I was just, one time she found me and I was like, she said, are you crying? I said, baby, my hips are hurting so bad. And I said, I can't carry any more limbs. No, do you realize how many limbs there are at a place with this many trees? And then, look up there. And she would do that, and she'd go, I see a whole pile of them up there.
A whole pile?
I said, I'm not going into the woods and gathering limbs.
That's where limbs live.
Yeah. She goes, no, I'm up there on that hill. I mean, you got to bring that down here to the fire.
She won't want them Dan Moultrie woods where there's nothing on the ground.
She started a fire on Friday around lunch, and that fire burned nonstop. The entire time we're there, with me just continuing to put stuff on.
Yeah,
and then I'm cutting wood, and then I'm sweeping, and then I'm in the barn sweeping, and then I'm moving tables from when we had the missionaries and everything. Move that back, put all that up. You got to get all that barn. You know, we never came back here and cleaned up after that because we had to leave. Remember? Yeah. And of course it was raining, so there's mud everywhere.
Oh no!
And it was, guys.
Mud.
You know what I found out? Just like you said, Bubba. No wonder farmers went to bed so early.
Yeah, they were giving.
I was begging to go to bed. Mm-hmm. I was like, as soon as that sun went down, I'm like, I'm going to bed. I just want to sleep.
And I think that's why they had big families that needed help.
That is. Yeah. And, of course, I don't know how he had the energy for it. You start kind of,
but you got to have some farm hands.
Oh yeah, you can get that tired where you're like, if I get a nudge right now, I'm asleep. You start weighing out rest versus other things.
All right.
Well, I'm just saying, I never thought it would mean that much to me. I was she worked me to death.
Did you get them all checked on the honeydew?
I missed one, and you know the one I didn't get because this was one I put on the list. That was one I put on the list. Rick puts out new cameras, and of course I never got to that.
Yeah,
well, that was fun.
You really
Rick.
wanted to do. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, that's the first time that I've been duped like that. Most time we go to the farm is to go relax and enjoy it.
You need to get a plan before you leave.
Well, that list. Hey, I'm telling you, lists are never good.
No.
Lists are never good. But now think of the list there. You can do a notebook down there. I mean, a notebook. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Spring's almost.
Your place is nasty.
I'll tell you one thing. I like Sarah Sanders, but I'm going to talk about that place is nasty.
Don't.
Clean your canopies, clean your windows, and you need a paint job. If you're dirty on the outside, you're probably dirty on the inside. Maybe Sarah got out of there with that food poisoning. That's really what he's trying to do.
What are they thinking? What are they thinking? Knows? Serve the lady. You know she's not in there screaming at somebody. She came in to eat.
Rick, do you realize?
Serve her, get paid for that, let her go.
This is all silly.
The staff was so upset they had to call a meeting.
It's so silly.
Well, that's some of them millennial snowflakes.
What are you talking about?
You can't persevere over someone eating at the restaurant that you disagree with.
Rick, let me give you for an example.
My gosh.
We were in the restaurant business for a short amount of time.
Very short.
And if Jimmy Carter had walked in, Barack Obama, Jesse Jackson, anybody else that I might not agree with politically, I would hope they had a good experience in the restaurant. That's
exactly.
Especially during the final months when we weren't making the budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially then.
Right.
And I think the Red Hen may have some issues with that now.
Well, the Red Hen is learning that the Red Hen is, and let me tell you what I believe in. I believe the Red Hen is a private business, and they are free to refuse service to something that they find immoral.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we have some constitutional rights to people not being asked to leave restaurants over certain things. But
yeah, right.
Hang on, Rick. Now we got some people in trouble because they wouldn't make a cake. Don't forget that.
That's what I'm talking about.
There's really no consistency here.
No. So in other words, a business can be forced to make a cake that they find to be immoral, but the Red Hen can throw Sarah Sanders and ask her to leave because they don't agree with her politically.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't understand that. I mean,
love is love, Rick.
Could Sarah Sanders come out now and say I was denied service at a restaurant simply because they didn't agree with me?
Well, that would be the truth.
Yeah, well, they said that
right
by asking her to leave.
Yeah.
So now we have to give our political affiliation as we come in the door of restaurants, and they decide whether or not you get to eat there.
So do we have conservative and liberal restaurants, or just conservatives eat in the back?
I don't know, Bubba. Get the harp close.
Do we get our own water fountain too?
Bubba, get the harp.
Huh? I got it. It's on arm reach.
Do you want me to? Would you like to hear the Jimmy Fallon story about Trump?
Yes.
Too,
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Just let me
Bring
know.
it on.
Anything you don't want to talk about,
Bring
we're not going to.
I'll get to
all right. I don't understand why Jimmy Fallon is still talking about interviewing Trump in 2016.
Jimmy, my goodness, I know the libs are still wearing you out for it.
I know your Hollywood friends are mad at you for it. It was a comedy bit, and Jimmy does a comedy show, right?
Yeah.
He messed the president's hair. That's the one where he took his hair and scobbed his knob, right?
Yes.
Get the mouth harp ready because I'm just going to ask some questions to be sure I have the story right. His Hollywood leftists are mad at him because they said he humanized Trump?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. I guess it's his fault he got elected.
So he did a good interview, and they're mad about it.
Right. So they
because he wasn't
that
mean
was
to
his
him.
job to do a good interview.
He didn't trash him and destroy him, I guess.
Wait a minute. So he made fun of Trump's hair, asked if he could touch it and mess it up, and made fun of his hair, but that's not.
Well,
how is that? I mean that.
Well, Ricky showed Trump, that he can also be a fun guy and lighthearted guy. We all had this image. Yeah, that's what they're saying when they say that he humanized.
But I never thought this would happen. 4 years ago, I really seriously considered it.
This is him on Jimmy
And
Fallon.
they renewed, as you know, they wanted me to stay and do The Apprentice, and I was doing all of these jobs. But I really wanted to do it, and ultimately I decided I'd wait. Let's see how things go with the country, and things only got worse. And I decided to do it, and I gave up a lot by doing this. This is a tough thing. There's nothing easy about it. I've always heard doing this is a very, very difficult thing, but nobody knows how tough it is.
It is, right?
It's tough. Yeah.
I mean, it's been a long.
It's grueling. It's grueling, and
It's too being nice to him, Rick.
But
Being
at the
too
same
nice.
time, very satisfying. You see what's happening and you see what's going on, so it's very satisfying. But it's a grueling process.
Do you think your business background helps you with campaigning?
So now he's just been
Was he just campaigning? I mean,
Yeah, this is before he was elected.
He wasn't even the president yet. So now he's in trouble.
But see, Bubba, he humanized him, and then he got elected.
I think the Hollywood left is telling Jimmy, who sadly Jimmy's apologizing, like admitting he did something wrong, saying if he had to do it over again, I guess he would go after him. But they're saying because Jimmy humanized him, had a civil conversation with him, and then messed his hair up and cut up with him, that helped him get elected.
That's what they're saying.
Isn't that what they're saying?
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
And then
I'm good.
I know.
I'm just
But
perplexed.
did you see Trump's tweet about it?
Okay.
Yeah. That's on the other story there.
Which is
the one
fantastic.
below
Oh, yeah.
you, Rick.
I love the parentheses part.
I wish more presidents would act like
on below
that.
you, Rick.
Well, I think you'll see it more in the future.
What?
The one that says that Trump
In response, Fallon tweeted. I got that one.
Right.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So I did catch Sherry a couple times this weekend when I was out there, working like a rented mule. She cast her eyes on me a few times, saw me carrying some of those big old limbs.
Shame you to give out and do anything about it.
I know, got my chainsaw out.
Got your gloves on.
Got my working jeans on, got my boots on, got my gloves on. I know work to do. Stand back, baby. Let me get this for you.
It's funny that you were talking about wood and
you're
burning.
talking about-
I've had a little bit of a similar situation, but it's kind of funny. We eventually, and I don't know when that will be, but we hope to move to the lake one day and retire.
You're kind of same thing.
And our place there, we have a fireplace, but it has never had a fire in it. There's been some logs sitting in it, but there's never had a fire, and the gas is run to it for a gas starter. So you could put gas logs in if you wanted to, and that's what we have at home. It's flip the switch, and hey, you got fire. But I told Betty, I said, I don't want to put gas logs in a fireplace that doesn't have smoke on it. So we need to burn some logs and smoke it up, even if you're going to put gas logs in it. So we have done it for years, and finally earlier this year I said, yeah, I'm gonna put a fire in there. I want to see if it'll draw. You got to know.
Oh, you got to know.
So I opened the fluke, and we had a good fire in that thing. I mean, it burned. But I don't have a lot of wood stored up for that. There, I have some another place. So I went and got some more this weekend, and I've even got the little thing to put the wood in on the hearth, and I've got the little.
That's when you mean business.
The little hanging thing with the poker and the the scoop, the ash scooper, and all that.
Oh yeah. Get
So
you an ash bucket.
Yeah.
So
Watch
I've been starting a fire in that fireplace every chance I can.
Oh yeah.
And Betty's like, if we live here, I think I would just like to be able to flip the switch and cut the fire on. And I said, honey, don't worry. I said, my laziness will eventually overtake my fun of fireplace.
Of course.
And I'll be, I'm tired of bringing wood in here, so do it. But I'm going to tell you, I'm love burning it right now. And Hunter woke up. He was with us, and he said, when I woke up, he said, it smelled like Dream Ranch.
Yeah.
Because, they had one of the great fireplaces.
Oh,
out
yes,
there.
they did.
It was
Smelled
a
like Dream
monster.
Ranch.
Yeah.
How about splitting that wood?
Well, just go buy it already split.
Yeah.
You got to get the whole experience.
Hey, splitting wood. I don't
Splitting,
mind
stacking.
I don't mind using the chainsaw to cut pieces of firewood, but splitting wood I ain't got.
Now, if you had one of them hydraulic splitters.
Oh yeah. Now I watched it work.
That's pretty
We did that
awesome.
one day.
Convinced-
Gary brought his over there. That was fantastic.
That's sure enough.
I've
do that all
convinced
day.
myself, Rick, and I know it's not true, that the logs burn longer and better if I don't split them.
That is correct.
Bubba made that up.
Yeah, over at the fire pit we don't split them.
Have you seen the one that I've seen it on the internet. It looks like a jackhammer and it's got a point on it.
Oh, yeah.
And it splits them.
Yeah.
Something else.
There's
man.
something you use with a drill, it looked like.
Yeah,
I saw
yeah.
one that
Yeah.
did it.
Rick, did you use your battery chainsaw?
I sure did.
And
How you
did
like
it
it?
perform okay?
100%.
Well, you're happy.
I'll
with it
never
still.
go. I'll never go back to the gasoline.
For anything,
Rick, you just got a
Down,
bad
calm
one.
down.
I'm sorry. You just got a bad
they're
one.
a pain in the. And I realize
But
that
you got a bad one.
What I realize there's some heavy duty stuff that the battery can't.
Oh,
battery
there it
can't
is.
do.
Yeah.
But I won't do the heavy duty stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
The heavy
that's
duty
out of my
stuff,
league.
I'd hire that.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
but,
so-
but I will
What you use it for?
to defend the battery saw, Rick. You got a bad one because, mine hadn't been cranked. I don't know when.
You mean to defend a gasoline one?
Yeah,
you're
gasoline.
You're defending a battery.
No, I'm saying the gasoline one you had was a bad one.
Right.
Because you remember how it went cranked. Even the so-called experts couldn't crank it.
Right. I don't want
I
any
picked
part of
mine up the other day. I hadn't cranked it in I don't know how long. That baby fired right
Well,
off.
see that's not my experience, Greg. That's not my experience.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
And I like I said,
love
I've
that
just
sound.
I've just about eradicated cussing from my life. And
Keep
pulling on that thing when it won't crank.
Look at some.
I love all that. Oh yeah, that's good.
Oh yeah.
Well, and then of course,
Keep on pulling on.
then I told Bubba.
Does it make you feel pioneer-like to split wood,
Oh, sure.
put it in the fireplace?
Yeah. All I can think about, you know what I was thinking?
Then sit back and watch satellite TV.
I I like how we'll make statements that are completely not true. Living off the land.
Yeah, right.
No, Rick.
Surviving.
No, Rick, you just ate a wrap that you got from the grocery store. You're not living off the land.
No.
Okay, right.
You're not making cornmeal.
Hey, living off the land. Yeah. This wrap is fantastic.
Rick,
we
I
grew it.
I don't know how long it's been since we took corn down to the grist mill. You know,
been a minute.
Well, of course, I did my thing
let
too.
Mr. Adderhope pull the string and start the wheel.
I sent Adler a picture of this fire. It just went. I mean, this was not. It wasn't a big, giant like.
I like good fire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
See right
Bring it on.
Yeah. Somebody. I mean, that's me throwing limbs.
You know, one of the more disappointing moments.
Those are limbs you threw, Rick.
In 2022. Was when our fire at your house during our Christmas party got cut short.
I know.
Yeah, the rain got.
We were moving on there.
That kicked you into a fire pit mode, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
Didn't you go get a fire pit right after that?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
It wasn't that big. It was one of these little portable jobs.
This is the one that's down at the farm. So this one, Sherry actually built it herself from rocks on the farm, and I had to pick them up, of course, and put them in the vehicle.
If Sherry moved those rocks by herself, Rick, you got something there.
Yeah, well, she
needs to be picking limbs up.
But she built that one, but that doesn't have the wall up around it. See, Sherry likes it more like that. She thinks the one at the house, the wall's too high. I disagree. I like the wall kind of high because you can enjoy fire without it being so hot.
It does get hot.
Well, the good thing about a wall, you got something to prop your feet on.
Right.
You can
That's
put your drink up there if you have to.
Now that one right there is old school. And by the way, one of the projects on the list, I put ant poison on all the ant beds. All the ant beds?
Ooh.
All of them.
Have you looked out in the pasture?
There's a bunch.
There's not enough ant poison on the planet. Oh, we need to get on all.
You do
these.
the Android?
Yeah, on all these. All these. Well, just never mind. I'll just do it myself. Yeah, that is.
No,
not Android.
What's Android?
I know what you meant.
What number was it on the list?
I let it go.
It was number 11.
Thank you.
Number 11.
I'm not cramming a cell phone down in ant beds.
All right, so let me ask you a question. When you have a list the way you did, do you go in order that they're listed, or do you go, I'm gonna knock these easy ones out real quick?
I go in order.
Or do you go hardest to easiest?
I have to work the order, and her order was very random, and that bothered me because I would have set it up like you're talking about. I really am from the school. Let's go get the worst of it first.
Oh yeah,
Rick, I'll tell you,
that's when I'm fresh. Yeah,
I saw an invention one time.
I gotta get that off of me.
I don't know whatever happened to it, but it actually made getting rid of ant beds fun. It was a thing that pumped boiling hot water down into them and just cooked them. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like a pressure washer.
Yeah, you just stick the thing in there and squirt it, and it killed them.
Oh,
it's neat.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Story in front of you with big Trump
right here,
right there.
Okay.
What was Jimmy's exact tweet, Rick?
And what brought it back up? Did he do an interview and say that he would have regretted
all I have,
it?
I think I have response Jimmy, but do I have original Jimmy? What got this going? I don't know how this has come back.
I don't know if he did an interview and he said I would have done it different. That's brought it back up. But Trump has recently sent this tweet that I saw.
Yeah.
Go ahead, give us Trump's then. So was his tweet a response to?
What is Trump? How did this story come
Our
back?
tweets are out of order here.
Well, what I'm talking about, who brought it? Why is Jimmy Fallon apologizing again?
I don't know. I thought, he's apologized 40 or 50 times.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why he apologized, but it has to do with this whole immigration thing and the fact that Trump's the type of person he is, and
I understand
in Jimmy's world.
Oh, I got it. I understand that Jimmy. People are saying that look at Trump now, and you didn't go after him like you should have. Did Jimmy address that? Did he come out and say,
yes, recently, but here he is.
After looking at President now, I wish I'd have gone after him. I'm sorry I didn't. So he said, it
says he mocked President Trump said after the comedian Jimmy Fallon expressed regret over how he handled his guest appearance by then candidate in 2016. So in some interview, Fallon said he regretted doing it, how he handled it.
Yeah. It looks like he told the Hollywood Reporter.
Yeah, I see that. It says the fallout from the 2016 interview with Trump was swift with widespread criticism that translated in a ratings drop for The Tonight Show. Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton, who appeared on Fallon's show days later, handed the host a bag of softballs, a symbol of the softball questions he had lobbed at Trump. It was definitely a downtime, Fallon told the Hollywood Reporter, and it's tough for morale. There's 300 people that work here. And so when people are talking that bad about you and ganging up on you, it's really a gang mentality. It's all in the fun of the show. I made a mistake. I'm sorry if I made anyone mad. And looking back, I would do it differently. So I guess the Hollywood Reporter said, let's go back to 2016.
Yes.
And let's ask you about the interview, and then we'll come back. Let's run out of time, and we'll say what Trump said. So I guess he was being interviewed about the Hollywood Reporter.
Correct.
And the reporter, because of the current state of things, said, hey, let's go back to your interview with Trump in 2016.
Yeah.
And Fallon then said, yeah, it really was a bad deal. Everybody got on me about it. Even Hillary Clinton made fun of me. The staff got upset about it. And looking back, I would have done it differently. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Looking back over the weekend. Greg, how was the big wild game cook-off
It was great.
over at Talladega Super Speedway?
It was excellent. That new facility they got there, I say new, it's probably been there, 4 or 5 years, but it's really awesome.
Yeah.
And
So you did go.
I've done many of these, and I missed last year's, and then with COVID knocked a few out before that, but I've done a lot of these. And this new
Back
setup,
up to speed.
This new setup's awesome.
Greg, you got to learn. So you didn't learn this. You've been in the industry long enough. You got to learn this, okay? So when I pitch to you like that, okay, here's what you need to do. Rick, we had a great time at Talladega Super Speedway. I was out there. A lot of Bill Bussey fans dropped by. Just want to tell hello all those.
Where's Bubba?
You know, that's what Span would always do if he'd been on a birthday cake. You know, he'd bring up one of the anchors and talk about all the fans he saw.
Bill Bubba Bussey.
A lot of Bill Bubba Bussey fans dropped by out there. Rickaroo.
I met a few.
Yeah. So you.
Dan Moultrie was on my team. Dan
Moultrie
showed-
didn't
yes,
come
he
to
did.
that.
Him and
Patty, and they had the grandbaby.
Did they really?
Yeah.
How's Moultrie look holding a grandbaby?
Oh, good.
Huh?
We all just mush. We turn into mush around them. And what's unique is his granddaughter and my grandson were born the same day in the same hospital in the rooms side by side.
By the way,
That is crazy.
Yeah. They're both. I know exactly when she turned 2 years old. So.
Did you? Did you know that? Did you know? Speaking of that, I don't know that I'm supposed to talk about it on the air, so I want to prompt you for a conversation off the air. Okay. Have you heard about a request that's been made for one Ellis Burgess?
No.
Okay. Ask me about it in the break.
All right. That's funny.
Yeah, and I was like, are we all good with this? And it's funny though. It's very funny. And I cannot wait. Okay.
So
But
you don't
anyway,
go into modeling like Granddad?
that is correct.
Well, you
No, and you know what?
There it is.
He's been sick this past weekend. Had a high fever.
What's wrong with little Ellis?
Well, you know, these
high
kids
fever?
now, they just pass that stuff around.
Oh, they do. I say Adler. He hides in his room all the time because he's got a daughter that goes out there in the middle of all of them.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's just kids everywhere. They always got some sniffle or some cough, and always running a slight low grade fever,
barking.
Constant.
But you got grandkid number 4 coming.
That's right.
This-
Counting down.
Countdown.
Due date is
Thursday.
but if we're going to see
Number
make
4.
it push to next week. Just then.
Well, I'll be
Everything goes.
Yeah,
That's right.
excited
Number
about that.
4.
Number 4, and you'll be
Little girl.
You'll be 2 and 2, right?
2 boys, 2 girls.
How about you? Can't beat that.
No, you can't.
So, how was the food at the Wild Game thing at Talladega Super Speedway?
Okay, some are better than others.
Of course.
You know, and a lot of it.
It's got to be Wild Game.
Yes, a lot of it. It's not that it's bad. It's just something I don't like. You know,
Gotcha.
not
But
a lot.
sampling-
No, let me rephrase it. Not a lot of it, but every now and then.
Like you're not crazy about possum and sweet potatoes.
Exactly. You
But
know.
sampling all of that at one time is
a
what
lot.
got, it's
Well,
what
I
got
learned.
me one time.
I learned don't eat the whole plate right out of the gate.
And I've learned
pieces of it.
And I've learned just because these people that golf on these safaris, just because they don't want to waste the meat, don't mean you should eat it.
That's true too. Some things are not.
Don't eat a lion.
We had some good elk.
A
had some
lion.
good-
I don't think we're supposed to be eating
No,
lions.
Rick, I don't want to eat a bear either. You know,
No.
and now and then some of them will show up. I'm not into that. But we had a great time. It was fun.
Now, what did you see the most of? Venison?
A lot of
What?
venison
Okay.
stuff. Yeah.
Any of it any count?
The chilies were good. There was some venison chili.
Does that explain what we're experiencing this morning?
No,
I started to say.
venison.
Because you are loaded today, my
That's
friend.
not true.
That is
venison,
true.
venison sliders. That may have been my favorite.
He's hung on that. He's
was a
he's
good
talked
one.
about that a lot.
He's
He's
talked
talked about that a lot today.
Fried wild turkey breast. That was good.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing that you know. I've never found wild turkey to be as good as your farm turkey.
Yeah.
Was it pretty good?
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, he didn't like it.
Now, did they sneak some farm in there? Probably. But
Oh, really?
no, I'm just kidding. I think
Did you
that's against
cheat
the rules.
off what Dan scored?
No, I went with my own.
You always look on Dan's.
No, I didn't.
You've done that in the
I
past.
caught Dan looking at mine, but that's fine.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
more experienced, Rick. I've done a lot of these.
Right. Did Dan seem to have? Was he upbeat?
Oh yeah, we had a ball.
Okay.
Could the
he was in a
people
great mood.
that are in the contest, do they see you sampling the food, or
No.
are you in the back?
We're in the back in a room.
Okay.
They bring it in. Nobody sees you.
So you
Did
get
you
a
do-
real reaction there.
Did you judge and hit the road, or did you stay and grip and grin a little bit?
The event really cranks
This is
up.
what it was, yeah.
You know, by the time we're done, and yeah, I hung around. For
You
a little
didn't
bit.
grip and grin when everybody got there.
I did a
Let
little
people
bit.
want to see you.
I did, but
All right, was it a vapor or was it I'm gone?
Was it one of my vapors? Be
yeah,
honest.
but they don't expect
Be
it.
honest.
It would be easy to
Did you
leave.
walk
us.
backwards
Would
to the
I
car?
have? Would I have been
No.
impressed?
No, it wasn't. It didn't call for that. It was fine.
Did you
No,
call Dan about halfway home and go, hey, buddy, I'm halfway home?
Which is one.
That's
of my
what Rick does.
No, everybody that judged pretty much moved on.
Remember that time I vapored?
No, I hung out for a
Remember that
little
time I vapored from a golf tournament? I said, if I told you where I was right now, you wouldn't even believe it.
Yes.
That I got that far away.
Yeah.
No,
amazing.
No, I did hang around a little bit. It was
Okay.
fun. They had
amazing.
they had a good crowd. It was good.
Yeah.
Good event.
Means he left at 4.
Yeah. Also, over the weekend, one of these things that's always interesting is, and it always has. You remember because and it happens. I mean, we're all goofy little kids before and everything, and but this thing of where people they'll just come onto your land with zero reservation, and either they'll either fish or they'll put a ladder stand up, or in this case, I was telling Sherry, I said, well, while we're here, we just need to kind of check on everything, and
That was your part of fun.
yeah. So I go out, and so we you always heard the thing the term the back 40. For us, it's only like 8 acres, but it's just back 8. And I said I'm gonna go over and check that other pasture, and I look, and there's a kid hitting golf balls right out in the middle of the pasture. What? And I'm just like, well, look at there, just chipping them, just golf balls galore.
Did you like his swing?
You know what? He was trying to. He had that that goofy look you get on your face when you're busted. And I had some empathy there. Because we've all been.
Yeah, I started to say, how did he run with a golf bag after you fired a shotgun over his head?
You could see he made a decision on, do I leave my golf bag? But then he thinks, it's pretty expensive. I guess I'm just going to have to take the heat on this one. And I'm coming after him, and I'm rolling out there in the lift kit, and he's got that old look on his face.
Oh, lift kit.
Oh yeah, lift kit. It meant business because I came off the main county road.
Gotcha.
And so I said, hey man, what's going on? I'm just out here chipping golf balls. Yeah, I see that, but I mean, why do you think this is okay? Well, and I knew that you really what he should have said is, I just didn't think you'd be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I'm busted.
Right, I'm busted. And then he said, well, I'm gonna make sure I pick up all of them. Of course, we all know that's not true. I mean, he might make an effort, but it's just not possible. Right. I mean, we're gonna find golf balls out there, and I mean, it ain't the end of the world, anything like that. It's just kind of a. It's just, and what I try to do always, because I want to teach. I want to teach lessons as best I can. Mm-hmm. And you remember the time that the kid was fishing in the pond with no permission, and I just started kind of running the list of all the things that I wonder if he wanted to help me pay for. Mm-hmm. Because if we're going to use it, then you got to figure out what it costs for it to be available to you. And if you want to start participating in that, maybe we can work some kind of deal where you help me pay the taxes, you help me pay for the fish feed, you help me pay with the, the fertilizer, you help me pay with, the control of the vegetation, like we had to do Friday.
Stocking.
You can help me with stocking.
Oh, yeah.
Because it doesn't just happen. And also maybe with the, how we keep it clean around the banks, you can help me with that expense. And I said, so if you're going to use it, then you can join in on helping pay for it. Mm-hmm. But when other people pay for things and are working on things, and you just decide you're going to use it and not participate in the paying, you can see how that would kind of rub people the wrong way. And even not that probably I would say okay, because we're doing some things over. You can see the fence project there, which you probably had to walk around with your bag, and so
is that the one Gary wasn't done?
Yeah, right.
And Gary had it up.
And what I would say is, if you asked me to be here, I probably wouldn't go along with it, but you probably would want to ask, find some way to ask, and all that. You probably just don't want to come out and get on other people's land and just use it. Yeah. Because it might upset people, and I'm already a little upset because I thought I was coming down here to the Love Nest, and I've been worked like a mule. Yeah. And so I'm down here working, which that gets me in another wow, there's a lot of maintenance with everything down here. And the last thing I want to add to my list is picking up somebody's golf balls. Right. See, I don't want to put that on the list. Yeah. So he agreed that he probably shouldn't be there, and that he would gather his things and go. But is there a lack of education on that the whole thing of is this new thing that this new equity thing. If somebody's got something, I should have it too. Yeah, even though I don't really know what it took to actually get it.
No, Did you ask him how he felt about picking limbs up?
You want to join in? A little help. I said I watched you pick up a couple golf balls. I bet you could get some limbs.
Yeah, I got quite a list here, kid.
But then that would go back to the list. If you want to use it, then man, won't you be part of keeping it up? Mm-hmm. I mean, all that. We can maybe we can work out some kind of deal like that. Mm-hmm. Since you're going to use it.
Right. I mean, since you're going to be big about it.
Yeah. But me paying for it, working it and keeping up, and then you using it and not helping, I said that gets
a big nay.
That gets Big Papa a little. That gets my rear end a little raw. Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Over the weekend, we had we've talked about your heart cath and your back, and we're so excited. You look great. Your color's already better.
Thank you.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
So I was concerned about your color. But
I was not. Did you really think my color was off?
It was off.
It wasn't that.
Obviously, so you weren't. Your blood wasn't flowing right.
It does look good today. And
does his color not look better? Does his color not look better?
That's because I got out in the sun yesterday.
Your hair and your skin kind of blended. Last week.
Right. Do you think you see my skin better since I shaved from head to toe?
No. Wow. Your color is better today than it was before the procedure. I'm just telling you.
Well, good. That's good.
Okay, but
that's
anyway, so
take a deep breath.
I was concerned about your color. But
Take a deep breath for me.
But anyway,
it feels so good.
So over I was scheduled to be off Friday anyway before we had the heart issue because I was going to orientation.
MSU
with Brooks Big Love Burgess to start Vegas, in Starkville and Mississippi State, and so one of the funny things there is that also going to Mississippi State, and they're actually going to be roommates. Is our friend Scott Gorosky, one of his sons, Drew. So the Goroskys were there too for orientation. And now what was funny, and I'll get into some of the things, but I got to tell you this funny story. So you know that just like Speedy's son did, if your kid plays college baseball, undoubtedly this is normal. There's these summer teams. Like Speedy's son got to go to Anchorage, Alaska, and it's the same situation. Especially if you're coming off an injury and they're trying to get you some reps, you'll go play, and it's like college version of minor league baseball. And you go to these little tiny communities all over the country, and you're their team, and they're waiting on the new guys to come in. They get all excited. Like I think the son of Scott Gorosky, Davis, who's playing for one this summer. Up in our Iowa, Minnesota line. Now he's over into Iowa. It's a town that has like 750 people or something. Okay, and they have a team,
and they love these.
And everybody goes to the game.
Yeah,
everybody. So they have these teams, and so he said, "Now I want you to think of the odds of this, Greg, and you're going to love this. Think of the odds. You know, I enjoy how sometimes something's put together, and you think the odds are impossible. First of all, if you have a kid who's ever played baseball, they play tons of games." I mean, baseball,
oh, yeah.
It's just so many games. Now you got a kid that's playing somewhere that's so far away, your odds of going to games, you might get to go see a series, okay, which might be a 3-game series. And then if your kid's a pitcher, the odds first of all, the odds you're at the game this happens, the odds you're at the game your son's a pitcher that he actually pitches, and the odds that he would pitch and face what happened, and then you be there in Iowa is astronomical odds, okay? So he says, just like minor league, they do all these promotions. And he said, everybody's packed out. Everybody loves it. The community comes out for the games, which is, small town America. And
they got great names, too.
Oh, yeah. I wish I knew the name of this team. I don't know the name of it. But anyway, so he said one of their promotions is the announcer, who everybody knows. It's Ed from Over to Tire Rack.
Yeah.
And he gets up there and he says, all right, tonight, for our visitors, the beer batter is number 12. Now, beer batter means if your pitcher strikes him out, everybody gets $1 beer. And they declare a
certain batter.
Yeah, a certain batter for the opposing team. And the announcer just declares number 12 is the beer batter.
Now, do they?
So he knows when he gets to the plate, everybody's pulling against
And when he gets to the plate, they all start chanting, beer, beer, beer.
So do they pick someone that they think he will strike out, or someone that they wish he would strike out?
I don't know. But he said, but here's what's so hilarious about it. He said, so Davis does not pitch the first night, and nobody strikes the beer batter out.
Yeah.
Well, they come back the next night, and he goes, the announcer, the beer batter is number 12. It was really number 12. Now, here's what's funny. I think I have that number right. So it gets late in the game, and they realize this guy's not going to come up again. Okay, the odds of him coming up again are almost none. All of a sudden, the announcer goes, now switching beer batter to number 14. And he just switches it to a new batter, and all of a sudden, the Goroskys are there to see their son, and the beer batter steps in against their son. All of a sudden, coming out of the bullpen, Davis Gorosky now faces the beer batter.
How about that?
And he said the whole crowd is chanting beer, beer, and he strikes out the beer batter. And the place, and he said he becomes hero of the town in an instant. I mean, I'm talking about he's now the most popular person. Everybody's coming over saying, "Are you the parents of the guy who struck out the beer batter?" Why,
So
yes, we are.
It can't just. Let me be sure I got it can't just be an out. It can't be a pop up.
No,
He's
gotta be a
got
strikeout.
Does he have to swing, or does it count?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
You bottom line
If
is,
they ring you up,
if they ring, he must. And I think I'm pretty sure. It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank y'all for being with us. 866 We Be Big's our number. Phone Troll Music. First phone troll of the week. And you can join us at 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. And you can join us now. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. But it is time for you to make your comments based on things you've already heard, or you can bring up things that you would like to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll get to the next caller unless Speedy and Bubba give you a timeout since Helmsy's on vacation. Speedy has Helmsy's timeout, and Bubba, of course, has the one he always has. So 30 seconds a pop. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess on the phones now. Move. LearBubba.com. LearBubba.com, and this part of the show is sponsored by them. And let me tell you, if you have heard about the Silicon Valley Bank failing on Friday, Bubba was telling me about that when I came in. And for anyone who had more than $250,000 in the bank, they are now out of luck. There are other banks also in jeopardy of failing, and with the folks we currently have running things in Washington, this isn't exactly prime time for America, folks. I'm sorry. This is another reason you need to safeguard your finances with gold and other precious metals. Highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce, although there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that gold's going to hit that number. The facts are, if you bought gold today at their favorable prices, and the cost of gold just jumps anywhere near those predictions, you're in for a major return. Gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold's a terrific strategy for protecting your savings and retirement. There's a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. So now more than ever, why don't you go to LearBubba.com? You'll get a 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. If you want to talk to somebody, 800-707-4575, or just go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right there under the sponsors button. Yeah, we'll talk about that bank failing coming up a little bit later on. Let's start with Ryan in Sweet Home, Alabama. 30 seconds a pop. Ryan, go ahead.
I just want to give y'all a big roll tide for Bama winning the SEC tournament and all the haters out there trying to ruin Brandon Miller's career.
Yeah, they're the number 1 seed, get to play in Birmingham, their first-round game. And I tell you, Birmingham hosting again with a new facility here, and Auburn and Alabama both playing there. Big win for Birmingham on that one.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to JC in Alabama. JC, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all never fudged the property line or two whenever y'all was running around as kids?
No, I didn't, because I was actually told by my parents the reason why I shouldn't do that. And of course I didn't play golf. And if I ever did and the guy caught me, I probably would have gotten a lot of trouble.
I was always taught very strictly to observe and respect property lines, and I still try to do that.
Yeah, and if I would have,
not everybody does apparently.
Well, it would be like, let's say that you had an automobile and you put a tank of gas in it, and all of a sudden you come back to your parking spot and it's just gone. And I brought it back, and you said, what did you do? I said, well, I just borrowed your car. I mean, I know that you make the payment on it, you pay the taxes on it, and I thank you for putting gasoline in it, but all I had was a bicycle, and I really would prefer to be in a car, and since you have one, I figured I could just use it whenever I wanted to. You probably would go, you might want to ask me about that, or I really would rather you didn't do that. But, I mean, so when you think about it like that, and that's kind of how we were raised. That you really didn't use things that other people paid for without asking them.
Yeah, like if you borrowed something and broke it, you bought a new one.
Right. Yeah. You know. But that's just the way we were raised. You didn't do that, and so no. And like I say, if I ever lost my way in the woods, and Farmer Gant, you would correct us usually that we were that was not our land, and we would go back to where we came from. So we continue, but we might have been raised different. Let's go to Ron in Mississippi. Ron, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna try, Rick. Probably ain't gonna happen in 30 seconds, but I'm fixing to go on a Fauci rant.
Okay.
So he's been getting bad media the last couple of months. So he's on this big tour right now. The Everything is All Good tour, trying to clean up all the loose ends we left out there, Rick. Hey, this person's going to tell us that the virus absolutely did not happen on purpose.
He's now ready to admit that it came from the lab, but if it did, that was still natural. That's what he's trying to sell us on right now.
Somebody caught it in the wild and walked through the lab with it.
Yeah.
No, they were doing gain-of-function research, and it got out.
Heather,
that's the bottom line.
Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We're great.
Good. I am going to have some bariatric surgery, and I was just wondering if I looked on the Field of Greens to see if that might be a good thing for me to have on the weeks that I have to have the just drinking. Do you know whether that's good for that or not?
I don't. No, I think now you're getting off into a medical question that's best discussed with your doctor.
Yeah, and you might ought to just check with them directly on that.
Yeah. So that I would not be comfortable making a call on that one way or the other. We continue. Let's go to Charlie in Alabama. Charlie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to comment about the Fauci comment just a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
So if the virus getting out of the lab was a natural occurrence, does that mean that all the COVID deaths are from natural causes?
Well, catching a virus, they probably will put under natural causes. But I see what you're trying to say.
Yep.
But, again, Rick, we have a lab that was experimenting with this. Right. They were using NIH money that Fauci sent them to do it. Yep. It's not allowed in the U.S. because it's too dangerous. And we have people getting sick, like Dr. Redfield said last week, as far as back in September. And after that happened, guess what? The Chinese army came in and took over the lab. They replaced the heating and the whole ventilation system in the lab. So, I mean, come on, guys. You're sitting here watching the smoking gun before your very eyes and still in denial.
Right.
Unless there's something else we're missing out there.
Charlie in Alabama, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I went and got a new license plate the other day, and it says GRB440. And the way I took it is, go Rick and Bubba for 40 years.
That's good.
I feel like y'all are obligated to do it now.
I think
I like
right.
that idea.
I think you're right. I'm glad you saw it that way. we like that idea. Thank you so much for your calls. We'll come back top of the hour, 866 We Be Big. There'll be more phone segments before the day is done, and we'll give you some other opportunities to chat. More stories to cover in the next hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. Catch any of the Rick and Bubba show you don't get on your schedule as far as live on our podcast archives and our YouTube archives, whichever you prefer. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wrong. I think the beer batter got rung up looking.
Oh no!
So they go nuts.
Which seemed better.
And then they all go get in line at the concession.
And they all go get dollar beer. And he said if they could have got Davis on their shoulders, the whole town carried him. I mean, he said we're out in the middle of cornfields and everybody's chanting that David.
It's
he said,
funny.
But think about first of all the
Bancroft Bandit.
First of all, the odds that your son pitches and strikes out the beer batter.
Yeah.
Those odds are okay. The odds that he will come into the game that you're coming to. Okay, from Alabama all the way to Iowa. Okay, and then the odds that while you're there, he will not just pitch, he'll face the beer batter.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and then strike him out and get dollar beer for the entire crowd. He said honestly, people were coming over getting their pictures made with him. People were coming over asking the Groskis if they were the parents of the guy who struck out the beer. Are you Davis's parents? You know, because now he becomes instant celebrity there in town.
Scott said something to him. They didn't know what he said.
They had no idea.
Shook their head and they went and got their beer.
According to Scott, it's the Bancroft Bandits.
Okay, Bancroft Bandits.
And he said Davis called him Saturday night and said they struck out the beer batter twice and the place was going nuts.
This is excellent promotion.
Greg, do you love that promotion? Tonight, the beer batter, number 10.
Where is
who came up with that?
Bancroft, Iowa?
Yeah.
Is that where that is?
He said it's right like we're Minnesota and Iowa like on the line. He's right over, and he said they were sitting in a stadium in the middle everywhere you looked.
And this is just summer league ball.
Mm-hmm. He said, but these communities, just like the one in same thing.
Yeah.
They have all these different leagues, and then you play all the teams around you, and they send these college kids there to get extra reps and stuff like that. But the town, when they come in, and same thing. He's staying
The
with
bandits.
He's staying with the host family and all that.
hilarious.
And he said, yes, it's interesting. He said, I'm actually sleeping. The family I'm staying with has like a little like small child who sleeps in the room right next across there. He said, I hear the baby get up. You know what I mean? And then they live in that community and play for that team, and the community loves the team. They look forward to the new players coming in, try to get to know who they are.
Well, Rick,
but now, Davis Garashi's walking tall because he struck out the beer batter.
That's so good. I want to know how they choose the beer batter.
I think that you just have the PA announcer looks down the lineup and says, all right, who's going to come up a lot, who's not a very good hitter.
Yeah, or do they choose the guy the
tough guy?
Yeah, because they know the crowd will really be behind
him.
Yeah.
Well, he says, Garashi said they just start chanting beer, beer, beer.
Does it depend how many times the beer batter got struck out? I mean, if they're going broke giving out beer, do they go, hey, pick the guy with the highest batting average tonight?
I think probably do move it around.
They probably move it around.
They probably move it around based on beer availability. Beer. You love the beer batter. Tonight, awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, in Bancroft, our beer batter, number 12.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What is going on with Heather Locklear?
I don't know.
Good.
Another incident. I saw.
She was arrested again for punching a cop and kicking an EMT while heavily intoxicated, just days after she was arrested before and placed on involuntary psychiatric hold.
And this is the third incident
for choking her mom.
You're right.
I mean, she's just gone nuts.
She's become violent, and apparently she's sipping that dark water that makes you mean.
That old crazy juice.
Sipping that silly juice.
Yep.
I
had a crush on her when I was a kid.
Well, yeah.
Sure you did.
What red-blooded American boy didn't?
I really did.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? She was in, what was that police show? T.J. Hooker? Was that the one she was in? With William Shatner? Wasn't she in that?
I don't know.
Think about how poorly that was named.
I know.
I'm just
Melrose
wasn't that the
Place.
name of it?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the name of it?
It was
They
something
were
like that.
her and that other one. I get them mixed up.
No, I think you're right.
With Captain Kirk. I mean, it was kind of strange.
I hate to see this, guys. I do.
What?
You would think when she was married to Tommy Lee, she'd have been acting up.
I know.
Now.
Well, remember now she dated every rock star there was.
Well, Richie Sambora, they were married a long time. Got
yeah.
a kid.
Right? Did they really?
Yeah.
How would you know that?
Well, I think.
Little interesting fact there.
I think that's.
So,
I think they do. She's like grown.
Well, yes. Well, so now Heather Locklear in her, I guess she's probably in her 60s now or late 50s.
I think she's in her 50s, right?
50s. She's become a mean drunk.
pretty much.
You would think your mean drunk years, like y'all all said, was when she was young and dating rock stars.
Yeah. Now she's emulating them.
Yeah. Now you.
She is 56.
There was a call to 911 about a disturbance at her house, and when the police and EMT showed up, she was heavily intoxicated and punched the officer trying to separate her from her family.
I was just listening to the 911 call, and I was wanting to play it, but you can't really. It's we got some. It's just a bunch of.
How
that.
is it, Speedy?
We got a call here. You can call occasion. What female?
Yeah, right. Does he ever go? It's Heather Locklear from T.J. Hooker. Say, did you ever do that?
Do y'all remember that show? I mean, that was during her heyday.
86.
Huh?
I never watched it because I just couldn't be drawn to it. But I remember seeing the promos for it all the time.
Speedy, you got a promo you can run on that?
And,
just to
and
refresh
I just
memory?
remember seeing her, the actress, and William Shatner dressed as policemen.
I know.
I still remember that.
I never watched the show. I just remember it being on.
It was kind of like Blue Bloods with William Shatner.
Yeah, it kind of was.
Yep.
But it was. But I never saw the show. I just never.
No, he's always Captain Kirk to me, though. Yeah.
Here we go. All right, 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, both wearing their gray zip-ups today. You and Greg look great. Y'all got the exact same shirt on today.
Y'all, is there a memo that I missed on?
We wanted to be your gray bookends here.
Do you know what?
We're got a uniform theme.
Do you know what word rhymes with gray?
I do, Rick.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Right. I went ahead and threw it out there.
So y'all the Gray brothers.
Rick, I went ahead and disarmed you.
Okay, yeah, you did, by the way. Adler here as well. He's got the YouTube option, and there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Speaking of Gray.
Rick, glad to be here.
All right, so we were going to talk about it already, but we definitely are now because the copy for the sponsor we just had, Lear Bubba, that copy was sent out on Friday, and that would be normally the case that if you deposited in a bank that went down and you had $250,000 or more, you would be out of luck, but the government has actually jumped in so that what the spot was saying was incorrect, but it was based on normal activity. But the government is trying to come in and get this fluid situation a little more solidified.
Well, Rick, you have to watch the terminology here. You can get lost in the the minutia of all that's going on here.
Right.
Basically, you had Silicon Valley Bank fail over the weekend when they had a run on the bank.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have laws and things that are kind of set up to hopefully prevent that kind of thing.
Right.
The feds came in. They are not bailing out the bank, but they are going to protect depositors, okay? Probably a wise move to do that to prevent other banks that may be on loose ground from being hit with a run also. But they're not going to protect the investors or the management people who are behind the bank who made bad decisions. That's what Biden said about 3 minutes ago. So it was founded, that bank, in 1983, and it specialized in banking for tech startups. It provided financing for almost half of the U.S. venture-backed technology and healthcare companies. While relatively unknown outside of Silicon Valley, SVB was among the top 20 American commercial banks with $209 billion in assets at the end of last year, according to the FDIC. Now, why did it fail? In short, SVB encountered a classic run on the bank. The longer version is a bit more complicated, according to this article from CNN Business. Several forces collide to take down the bank. First, the Federal Reserve, which began raising interest rates a year ago to tame inflation. The Fed moved aggressively, and higher borrowing costs snapped the momentum of tech stocks that had benefited from SVB. Higher interest rates also eroded the value of long-term bonds that SVB and other banks gobbled up during the era of ultra-low, near-zero interest rates. SVB's $21 billion bond portfolio was yielding an average of 1.79%. The current 10-year Treasury yield is 3.9%. So, in other words, they got locked in at low returns when now they were required to pay out higher returns too. At the same time, venture capital began drying up, forcing startups to draw down funds held by CVB. So the bank was sitting on a mountain of unrealized losses and bonds just as the pace of customer withdrawals was escalating. And this all really happened over about 2 or 3 days, and there's a lot of detail about how that went down. But the government has stepped in, and again, they're going to protect the depositors. They're not going to bail out the bank. And the bank has already been sold, according to the reports I saw this weekend. So you have a new bank that has absorbed it. They're going to take their debt and their assets and going to make good on all of that. So it's going to work out. But again, when SVB makes bad decisions, I don't think they should be propped up by the government.
No.
We've seen this in other industries too.
Right.
There's a natural order to business in a free market, and some of those get at the end of their life. They need to be able to die off, and then their assets are picked up by other companies that are in different parts of the business cycle. It's just like trees in the forest, so to speak, Rick. And when the government gets involved, it messes that up and sets up unrealistic goals that actually mess up the capitalistic equilibrium of all that working out.
Well, the other thing, and I don't want people to be put in a bad situation.
No, you
the
don't
depositors,
investors,
you're right, that's a different thing. But, I guess I just keep hearing in the back of my mind. I mean, this comes, and I understand the reasons for Ukraine. I understand the reasons for this, but we don't have this kind of money, and we just keep so we can just print money and it doesn't matter.
No, we print money and it matters.
Right,
That's
but-
why
but-
we have inflation
but-
now.
but-
See, but they act like that's not the cause of it. They want
Right.
to blame Trump or somebody else. The government spending more money than they're bringing in. They have to print money to cover it, and that means the money you have is worth less. That's why
Right.
$100 will not buy $100 of groceries anymore. Now it takes $150
Right.
to buy what you bought for $100 1 year ago.
And people don't seem to understand that. I feel
That
like,
is a direct cause of inflation, is government overspending and printing to cover.
I realize it sounds.
That's 8th grade, guys. 8th grade stuff.
The American citizens, here's what we sound like to me. We sound like us. I remember doing this as a kid. I remember my kids doing this. Just write a check. I remember saying that to my mom when she would tell me I couldn't have something. I said, "Well, can't you just write a check?"
I know.
And she would. The check represents the money that we have, Rick.
Right.
If we don't have that money, if what you're wanting is $10 and our checking account has $5, we can't just write a $10 check. And what's happening?
My daughter said something very similar when she was very young. She wanted something. I said, "Look, we ain't got money for that." She said, "Just go to that window and get money.
Just go
that
get
you
it.
always go to. Go to
Right.
that window and get
Right.
money. They'll give it to you."
But I feel like that we're like that as American citizens. We just go, well, I don't know why $100 worth of groceries is making me give $150 worth of my currency, and this is why. And it's just going to continue to get worse if we keep printing money. And if I was a depositor,
And their answer to this, Rick, if
Mhm.
you look, has been print more money.
So
they
really-
don't understand basic economics, which they're either evil or stupid. I don't know which one it is.
Right.
Neither one's a good scenario.
So as a government, we never get to the point that you come asking for something like children, and the government say, "We just don't have money for that. I'm sorry." They always go get the money, and they
If
always
the
just
cause
go.
is good enough, they always
They
got
just
it.
print it. No matter the damage that's done long term, they just print it. Right? I mean, we are that young couple that got sent a credit card as soon as they got married, and the interest rate on it's about 23%.
Oh, yeah.
And they've gone out and they filled that card up like there's no tomorrow.
Right.
And you know what the creditor say? Sure, you can have more.
Don't get me started. It's
Yeah, go ahead, get all you want. Now
Rick,
you're gonna have to pay us back at 23%.
Rick, if an individual does what the government does, they're sent to prison.
Right.
Bernie Madoff, just the latest, probably high-profile example.
Right.
But what the government does is even worse. It's a double-blind Ponzi scheme. They're actually borrowing money from themselves they don't have. I mean, it's really. I mean, you can't pull that off in monopoly.
So what you've answered is my question. So if we go to the government with the right cause, no matter how broke we are, we will solve that problem while creating another problem for us long term.
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
And now this falls
So
under
it's take care of today.
It's bad economics, Rick, on top of people who are bad at math who are making decisions.
Right. Because I from what I've gathered, we don't have any money to bet.
Rick, it's always been set up to be able to do more than you should be able to do. Everybody wants a free pony.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've passed out. There's free ponies up and down the block, but
So
very
what-
few people to clean up the Shinitsky that they leave.
Right. Yeah, but we can't. But we can't have it both ways. I can't say solve today's problem, but I don't want $100 worth of groceries to cost $150. I don't want either one of those. And you go in up with one.
Rick, if I have to get elected, I'm not coming
I
to the
got you.
microphone
Yeah, I got
and
you.
saying
I
I
got you.
failed
No,
or
I
I
got
made
you.
a bad
I know,
decision.
you're right.
I'm only coming to blame the guy before me and tell you how I'm going to fix your situation today. Good luck with what's coming down the road.
Right. Of course, trying to explain why we can't do certain things. I think it's called leadership, but it won't get you to vote.
Well, it's just like with the banks. They only require them to keep so much of what they're loaning out.
Right.
I mean, again, there's a touch of free pony to this
Right.
whole thing,
Yep. So we're going to bail out the depositors with money we don't have. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, goodness gracious. There's Shatner.
Beam me up, Scotty. So y'all laugh. That was the name
No,
of it.
I said you were right when you said it. I was just uncomfortable to say it right after the story.
Run, kid, run.
That's a pretty good run.
Jim, run. Jump on the car.
Is his name Jim?
No, it's Captain Kirk's son.
This is the trailer.
Look at the trailer.
This thing I could find for you. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Greg, here's your son.
There's the eye candy, huh?
Yeah, let's see. All right, we just...
hadn't seen Heather yet.
Come on, Heather.
How
Where you
many,
at?
my gosh, this has to be the longest intro of any...
I'll tell you what.
Oh,
ever
Heather's
get to the
next.
show?
Bubba, Heather's next. Watch it, Helms.
All right, so here you go, Helms. There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
So
there ain't no such thing as a policeman looks like that.
And there's that guy that's been in every movie.
Yeah, he's every police officer there's ever been. Richard Hurd.
Yeah. So,
Y'all want to hear the 911 call?
I mean, it's can yeah. Go ahead.
Because if you look like Heather Locklear and you were a policeman, you would leave the force to be a TV star, right?
Well,
There you go.
possibly.
Let's see.
Got it?
Hey, George 21 and Boy 21 to 911, hang up across the Country Valley. There was a female heard cursing in the background and a male that said, get the police here now. We just have an open line with the residents.
My goodness.
Charles 21.
David 21 units. There was a physical earlier. The DP female is HPD. She's fallen on a table earlier.
Uh-oh, she's
There's no
fallen.
weapons inside the residence, and no one else is there because it was up.
Station 1, 9 George 21. We're 10-6 with a female subject.
9 George 21 female.
It's Heather Locklear.
Somebody get Williams.
Y'all thought I was kidding, didn't you?
No. That is pretty bad.
So whatever they're trying is not
I don't
working.
know. I don't know what they're communicating. It's a lot like when you listen to air traffic. I have no idea how they understand what they're saying.
But they completely
Well, I'm glad they
understand.
do.
I think they anticipate what's coming because it'd have to be something.
Let me ask you something. So how's she aging? Okay. Not as good as you'd hope.
What's a 21?
She's got a tough run going right here.
A 10-21.
She's in a lot
Was
of
it 1021?
What does that mean? Violent drunk? I don't know what it means. How about? But you it's almost like she should be at the point that she survived it. Now she's out telling people how not to act.
I know.
She's acting the way you thought she would have acted when she was younger.
I know.
Right.
Weird.
But so it sounds like to me there's an alcohol problem.
Yeah, and like I say, whatever intervention we're doing, it's not. She's not buying it.
No. Whatever is being attempted to turn this around is there's some work that's still left.
Okay, 1021 is called by phone, and I heard 1023, which has arrived on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Got that much.
You like all
I think we ought to use 10 codes more.
Right. We need more.
I know
This is Bubba 1023.
Well,
your 1020's your location, right? No.
Well, on CV. It
Yeah, I think same.
CB radio.
10-8's out of service.
Yeah, the lock.
Bucket mouth. Somebody won't quit talking.
Now
that's
just CV.
That's all. Yeah, y'all doing CV stuff.
The 10s were the same.
But what you talking about? Like
What about old Smokey?
Like for instance, if I was going to ask Helmsy for the golden ticket seat list, what if I didn't say that? I said, "Hey, you got that 1040?"
Roger that.
And just the whole time we talked.
We just talked in code the whole time.
That's funny. And you had to do the squelch tail on the repeater.
Right.
10-8.
Even though we were sitting right here.
And we'd have to refer to Rick as Flight.
Flight?
Okay, Flight.
10-11, Flight's walking. Now we're going Secret Service.
Yeah. What we're doing.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show rolling through another week. So they'll clean up the mess, I guess, in the Silicon Valley. The FDIC, they're not going to cap it at $250,000. They're going to take care of the depositors, and they're going to cover it and make some exceptions. If you insured yourself above that, you're covered. If you didn't insure yourself above that, you'll be covered, according to the last thing. And they're going to try to get the bank to use somebody to buy it, and then
they already have a buyer.
Yeah,
Signature. Did you say Signature?
Yeah. No, I think they were. What I saw was that Signature was in trouble as well, or am I reading that wrong?
So if you don't understand a run on the bank, go watch It's a Wonderful Life and watch George Bailey work that out. And then also, people are wondering how the bank got in this kind of trouble. And there's some suggestion that they made unwise decisions based on wokeness and emotion, right?
Yeah. Woke will leave you broke. Yeah. And, there's several people pointing to some of the things they were financing that absolutely had no hope of having a decent return, and they've put politics ahead of sound monetary policy, which always doesn't walk hand in hand, by the way.
Yeah.
And you see what has happened. So, and what the government is doing through FDIC and other things, they're trying to keep this from becoming a domino effect. That's all. They're throwing a lot of resources at it to stop it here and not let it run. And honestly, that's probably a good idea. Because whoever comes in to buy the bank's going to clean all this up. So the government won't end up having to pay anything, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. So, but
I think that's right. I'm not an expert in banking. But.
Well, when I look at the FDIC, though, there's a reason they capped it at $250,000.
Yeah, because they couldn't pay everybody.
But yet they're going to do it this time. Will that hurt it on being solvent? I mean,
no. What they're doing, they're just saying you're not going to lose any money because there's a new buyer going to come in to cover it. They were just going to be, the way I understand it, a stopgap until they had a new purchaser. Well, they've already got one. So. Okay. Today, Monday, when it opens up, they're going to let people get their money again. But they'll probably be limited how much they can take out and how quick.
Right.
But a new bank will come in and they'll take their assets and their debts, and they'll take a little hit right now. But hopefully, it's in a part of the world there's a lot of money flowing around. So when the tech people get to going again, and when the economy picks up, it'll cover it. It'll probably be a good money maker. If they just won't go woke on everything.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, so cut 6. Adler, let's look at this. Speedy was talking about this earlier today. Wow. Bubba, you were too. So we finally have a call that is so bad that an umpire has finally been fired.
Yeah, Rick, this is one of those things, and you'll see it. A couple of things. You're going to see a player react to what he considers a bad call on the second strike. Mm-hmm. Now, he is a little animated. Probably shouldn't have happened. The umpire probably could have disciplined him or thrown him out or whatever. But then the umpire decides just to get him back on the next pitch, which is way outside, calls him out. And it shows, I think, that the umpire has lost his grip on being able to do this. You can't punish someone for their actions by calling a pitch that's terribly outside a third strike. If the batter acts up, throw him out. Every action has to be punished for that. You can't do a makeup.
Right.
And that's what this was. This guy never needs to umpire again. He doesn't have the...
And he's not going to, right?
Yeah, well that's what they said.
So New Orleans is pitching and Mississippi Valley State is batting.
Watch
audio, yes or no?
We should have it.
Yeah, I believe so.
The big gamble to take in the ninth. 1-1. Call the strike there, and it's 1-2. And oh my! Mims is showing where.
And here's the next one here, which is in the other batter's box and possibly a dirt ball.
He got rung up on ball 2, and the game is over. Oh my goodness, that is horrific.
It's so bad the catcher for New Orleans has to go over and control the Mississippi Valley State batter who was walking towards the home plate umpire. And look,
he starts to throw the ball back to the pitcher. That wouldn't happen if it had been a strike the end of the game.
No.
Rick, there's no way. I mean,
he was mad and he was making it.
Yeah. Umpires can't make up things
on a batter. This guy needs to never umpire another game.
Please look where the
this
ball
is not
is.
just a bad decision. This is a show he has bad judgment.
And if I have and I didn't see this game, but if it's in the 9th inning, now the batter, there's no adults in this video right here. First of all, it's the coach's job to control his players. So the umpire needs to talk to the coach, and the coach can control the player. But if it's in the 9th inning and this guy batting is reacting this way, I have a feeling the umpire was horrific the entire game. And it got to the end of the game, and he reacted in a way he probably shouldn't have the pitch prior to that. But then the pitch that he was called out on was in the other batter's box. And I think, was it a dirt ball? Did the catcher
like
skip? Did it skip to the
Well, that's if it wasn't, it was close.
It was bad.
It would have been. It almost
play
would have
by the
been.
catcher.
Yeah, it almost would have been behind a left-handed batter.
Yeah. But this one that the kid reacts and jumps around on, I can actually see how that was called a strike. It's a little low.
Yeah, it's mid-shin.
But it comes in and drops. So I can see the ump calling that a strike. But for the ump to turn around and punish him on this outside ball is crazy. See that?
That's way low,
No,
way
that's bad.
outside.
That would have hit a batter in the left-handed batter's
It's
box.
at least a foot outside. At least.
So one of my favorite things is the reaction of the opposing team when they see this go. They can't believe it.
Right.
They're like, "Oh my goodness, are you
He's
kidding me?"
laughing.
Which tells me the umpire had everybody mad in the game. Probably.
I did not realize, Speedy, you sent me this clip. Didn't realize it ended the game. So that's that.
Right.
That
Well,
makes
they
it
were
worse.
down 7-3.
They were.
Anything can happen. But there's 2 outs.
Don't
It was
look
7-3.
Well, this is the one that he calls a strike, and the guy gets mad.
Look where the catcher catches it, not where he moves it.
But
to.
what I'm saying is, if you don't like the guy's reaction to that, then deal with him. You don't turn around on the next pitch and let it be outside in the dirt.
I'm gonna
and
have to
ring
back
him
the
up.
ump on this one.
He rings him up good.
And here's what makes it worse. The next day, New Orleans beat them. Let's see, they scored 35, I think. Let's see. Let's see here. The University of New Orleans piled on the runs in Saturday's game against Mississippi Valley State on a day after the umpire. Let's see, they scored 35 runs, I believe.
No.
35.
Speedy.
They were already up 10-1 in the bottom of the third when the game really exploded and got out of hand. They won 35-3.
You're kidding me.
Is that even possible in baseball?
It is in T-ball.
Before the 5th inning.
Greg, did you just say it is in T-ball?
Well, I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, I don't think that Mississippi Valley State was coming back.
No, they were down 7-3,
and they were good
2
enough,
outs.
and they were good enough to beat New Orleans, apparently. But you still can't have an umpire that punishes a batter with a make good call. I mean, you
Speedy,
can't have
what should he have done to the batter? Can you throw him out for that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you definitely have
the umpire need to throw himself out.
You definitely need to call
third
timeout, have the coach come over and handle it. But for just to call that a strike like that, he had already predetermined what he was going to do.
He could have hit the screen. It would have been a strike.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He almost did, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you see this other snake story?
Hey, buddy.
Just kidding.
Hey, Ricky. It's fine.
How about the alligator that saw?
I'm about to throw the harp at Speedy.
How about the father-son that was out and witnessed a gator eating another gator?
Does that surprise anybody, though? Why is
I
that?
don't
Why
know.
is that?
Eat everything? Well, because
why is
they
that a
say-
story?
I guess the
a 14-footer eat a 5-footer.
Well, but
that's the law of the jungle.
The
baby.
Was it
gator,
dead, or did it just attack it?
Well, when I guess when they saw what it was doing, it looked dead. But the big gator, I guess, is just so big. Good night, it's huge.
But I
The
mean,
head on that thing.
gators eat other gators. That's not a big story.
I guess just witnessing it though.
Yeah, you don't
and
wanna
getting
see it.
video of it that we're showing now. I guess that's what's kind of.
Well, when they're talking about animals eat other animals, and they'll even eat their own kind. I mean, this is no worse than you watch. Don't whatever you do. If you're watching one of these Planet Earth things and it's about lion prides, and all of a sudden you look and there's been some cute little cubs born, and all of a sudden they look up and say a new male lion just beat the dominant lion. The next move is a really bad move.
Yeah, he doesn't leave any heirs to the throne, does he?
You don't want to see it.
All right, would
it's
you
not
rather?
good.
Would you rather? You're sitting there and you're just treading water. You're just kind of doing this. Would you rather see you look up and see an alligator head pop up a couple of feet from you, or see a fin from like what looks to be a shark.
So I found myself in a place where there are sharks and alligators.
Well, you've heard those freshwater
They're
water
bull
sharks coming up,
and they're saltwater crocodiles.
I'm taking on the alligator. All I got to do is hold his mouth shut.
Yeah, sure do.
Again,
but it's a big old head, and you just
I'm
see
just
it.
gonna hold his mouth shut.
Yeah.
I can't hold
It's got a pressure
shark's
point.
mouth shut.
So you can say, "Hey, let me see your mouth."
Well, you can hold them shut. It's down force is where they get you.
Yeah.
They don't have a lot of strength opening.
Or you ram a stick in his throat, so he can't.
I just
shut
like
it down.
Where did I
just
get
like
a
my
stick?
chances better.
Where did I get a stick?
I'm in a pond.
Okay, so
If I'm in a pond with a alligator and a shark, there might be a stick floating.
Right.
Can I have fun with the scenario too?
I got to tell you one thing. This pond needs some work. We got a pond with sharks and alligators.
It's just a would you rather.
Right.
I don't know how the shark got in there. Don't ask me questions
Am I-
like that.
and
It's
I
a
am in a
bull shark,
pond?
'cause
I'm
it's
in a
fresh.
pond.
Well, you're in a body of water.
Okay.
Okay.
You
and-
had me in a pond.
Well,
And I did
I
not
like sharks and gators and ponds.
well, okay.
Together.
You're in a body of water,
Okay.
and you see a fin, and it's just, and there it is.
No, I'm
or you
always
just
out
see
on
an
that.
alligator head, a big old head
Yeah,
too.
I'm with Greg. I just always, I don't know why, maybe I'm wrong. I just think I have a better shot. Because the alligator gets on land and he
Hold
gets
his
in the
mouth.
water.
Hold his
and,
mouth
and he
shut.
doesn't have a lot of force going up. That shark can come at me like a torpedo.
Yeah.
And
The
I know
only thing you can do to stop a shark is poke him in the eye, and that's not easy to do.
No, it's not. Especially
Everybody
when-
knows that.
Especially when
Yeah,
you
you got that's the defense.
especially when
If I
he's
get
got-
around behind that alligator, I'm gonna blow him up.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Would you rather be okay? Would you rather be in the water? Let's go water versus land. Would you rather be in the water with a shark or on land with like a tiger?
I have to go land. At least I can move around a little better.
God, that's not a good scenario either way.
No, it's
Rick.
not.
No, it's
I may
not.
have to go back in the water on that one. 'Cause
Really?
I can at least poke its eye.
If that tiger is crouching and
Yeah.
he's coming, you got problems.
Yeah,
Well,
you
you
poke
gotta
his
get-
eye all day long, and it ain't gonna matter.
You know, I think my move, and I've really
Can't you punch a
researched.
shark in the gills too? Won't that-
Just,
Yeah.
Well, alleged.
But here's what I have done.
What if you reach in there and get his eye from his gill? Then you can slow him down.
Well, I'm gonna tell you one. We've said this 1,000 times. Either one of them's gonna have a heck of a time getting me under control because I don't go easy.
You hear of sharks attacking and then leaving. You don't hear a lot of tigers attacking and leaving till they're done.
Well,
Yeah,
Greg,
oh, yeah, they-
Shark will bite you and check out.
Can I throw this out there? And I know it kind of fits in with some of the things we're told, but I think it's going to be my move because if I run from the land predator, I got no shot.
No, you can't
None.
run. You're not going to outrun.
So I think I'm just going to get in the 3-point and I'm going right at him. I'm running right at him.
I'm
I'm
going
not going to
crazy.
run. I'm not going to run away. I'm running right at him and see if I can't get him to kind of go. I don't know about this.
Shove your fist all the way down his throat.
I'm coming at him
Like you would a cat.
and if he starts coming, we're going to hit head on, and my opening collision is at least going to give me a shot.
And you know what he's going for your neck. You know he's going for the neck.
Or that other one that you just got worked on.
Yeah. So you, as Greg said, you got to try to gag him, so he can't swallow you while you gag him.
But here's the problem.
If you
though.
just stand there, he's coming
That's
after
how you get a cat to
We're
quit
solving
biting.
all
You
the
stick,
problems.
stick your finger down his throat and it'll leave you alone.
If you run, you kick his instinct in, and
So,
he runs you down, and that just excites him.
Oh, you want my
now,
finger?
now he's ready to kill. I think we confuse him by running at him. I think
Rick,
it's-
yeah, and I try to control him, but he's got them claws. So I don't like
That's
that.
bad.
The claws are hard to defend.
no, it's bad.
Yeah,
Greg.
because
I can get that old head where I want it.
Hey guys, we got a tiger coming after us. It's bad. I mean, as we make our way back, how many of you, everybody, looks good at the starting line? Give ready. So, Upside.com, a lot of you have been digging this app. You can get it for free in the App Store by going to Upside.com. Go there, use our code BUBBA25, activate it on your first tank of gas. Using the code BUBBA25, you'll get at least 25 cents or more back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. All you have to do is just use that code BUBBA25 with Upside and get those special savings. After that, just claim your offer on multiples whatever you're buying, any business that you choose, just start using at that point, start getting money back. Upside is doing such a good job getting money back. Upside users all over the country and around the world last week pulled in $1 million. So it gets a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Give it a try. Let us know what you think. Download it today at the App Store or at upside.com for free. Use the code Bubba25, get a tank of gas, and let the money back begin. All right, so a couple of items that we can hit today. Jane Fonda, Jane is she's had quite the history of acting a little wacky. Let me tell you when you need to give yourself a check. Have I crossed over some lines? If Joey Behar is trying to reel you back in. Yeah. And so Jane Fonda, I guess this is out promoting the movie about them and Tom Brady. Has anybody seen that? Is that out
I have
there?
not seen that.
I can't see myself committing to that movie.
Yeah. If I happen to be flipping channels of its own, I might stop.
One of those,
Maybe.
but I mean, it feels a little like
If
maybe
I have nothing
maybe
else to
some
do.
women go to see it or something. But it doesn't
That's
feel.
what it is, yeah.
I don't feel me being drawn in there. But again, if she comes on TV or something, I might watch it or something. But here we go. Jane Fonda says this on The View about pro-life politicians, and even Joey Behar tries to save face. Here we go.
We have experienced many decades now of having agency over our body, of being able to determine when and how many children to have. We know what that feels like. We know what that's done for our lives. We're not going back. I don't care what the laws are. We're not going back.
I think the women will rise up.
That's the activist.
That's Jane
speaking, and she probably will get a Nobel Prize.
But it's the truth.
Very soon.
It is the truth. We're not going to do it.
Besides
We're gonna
marching and protesting, what else do you suggest?
Oh, no.
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It's not a miraculous. What did you say?
Murder.
She's kidding. Wait a second. She's just kidding.
Don't say that. That's
you don't know. They'll pick up on that and just run with
that's the
it.
worst.
She's just kidding.
Well, let me talk to you about. Let's move on and talk about Jane's activism, which is legendary.
When Joey Behar has to call you down,
well,
that's bad, isn't it?
Well, Jane Fonda.
That was hard for me.
But
to watch.
honestly, if we know what we know about life and where it begins now scientifically, we've always known it biblically, scientifically, and all that we know, and Jane Fonda wants to be that cavalier with the decision on what happens to someone's life who is innocent in all this, I guess really her thinking that you go and murder politicians that disagree with you probably wouldn't be that far-fetched.
Yeah, good point.
She's already devalued human life. But she gets those. Don't you know? I've watched her like she did a climate change thing. We'll get to one of these in a minute too on another interview. Don't you know the other actresses in this movie are going, could we just get this old lady to push this movie? I mean, every time we go out and get interviews, you got to say something like this, and we're trying to get people to come see this movie. See, that kind of right there, that kind of rhetoric. There are a lot of women that will not go see the movie now because she's in it if she's going to say things like she's saying. And so, I mean, I'll tell you one thing she's not doing is promoting the movie very well.
No.
Because it's this kind of stuff that people just like. They draw hard lines there, and rightfully so. So, all right. So also today we have from the Oscars last night, we did a little bit talk about the Oscars. Greg, you said that you either are aware of this or saw it. When Jamie Lee Curtis won her first ever Oscar for Best Supporting Actress, that Angela Bassett, is that how you say her name, or is that how you say her last name? Bassett. Angela Bassett. She tried to get on, because they always show the face of the people that don't win.
Yeah.
And, of course, there's also been this thing that the Oscar is a bunch of racists and they don't let people of color win anything. It'd be kind of hard to really make a case of that since we see people of color win things quite often, but anyway, so Best Supporting Actress, you kind of felt like that that some of the movement out there thought that Angela Bassett should win this, and Jamie Lee Curtis wins it, and you're saying that we get a face from Angela?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, there's 4 other women that didn't win it.
Right.
too.
Right. Yeah. But that doesn't matter.
And the Oscar goes to.
Oh man.
Jamie Lee
She did.
You didn't tell me
Stay
about
with
that,
it, and they'll
Greg.
show Angela Bassett.
I'm mad at
Two.
you.
Greg.
Jamie Lee Curtis!
And I got something else I need to add to it. Also, the guy giving it is deaf. So
Right,
he
that's
would
what I'm saying.
sign, and then their voice would come out of what he's signing.
Yeah, you didn't tell me
I've
about
never
that. That's
said
what
it.
I was mad about you.
Yeah,
you left that out.
Yeah. It's a pretty big thing to leave out, Greg.
You would have at least told your other gray shirt guy that would have thought.
I know you think,
Yeah.
but you know,
I mean, thought we were packed today,
but
buddy.
of course we just grab. I don't know how if you're Spencer. I mean, like this guy Spencer Althouse. I don't know who this is. If you have a Twitter, we're going to put what you think about it up there for some reason. In the article, and he just couldn't believe that they didn't give it to Angela Bassett. He said you would know how much an Oscar would have meant to her. Well, I'm sure Jamie Lee Curtis
What's the first one?
liked it too, considering she's never had one.
Yeah, and it looks like she went crazy. I mean, with emotion, she couldn't believe she finally won one. And can you really get mad at Jamie Lee Curtis? Because I think if I have it right, the movie that she won it for featured a lot of Asian people.
And it did, and it won all the awards, including Best Picture.
Yeah, so can you really be mad at Jamie Lee Curtis for being a supporting actress to Asian people?
I know.
I mean, if you're going to play this game, I think we should just let great actors and actresses be awarded for great performances, no matter what color they are. Are we saying that Angela Bassett's performance was superior to Jamie Lee Curtis?
And
I don't know. I don't know.
Or how do you know? That's all subject.
I didn't see
all in the eye of the beholder.
I didn't see everything everywhere all the time, every place, everything, whatever the movie is called. I didn't see that one.
No.
But I did see the Angela Bassett movie. That was for Wakanda Forever, Black Panther.
Yeah.
The Black Panther sequel. And it was a little bit heavy-handed, if I'm just being honest. Angela Bassett was a little heavy-handed in that movie.
Well,
I'm just being honest. How I felt about it.
Now, what do you mean heavy-handed?
It was just like, I'm filled with grief. Everyone needs to know it.
So like Charlton Heston and
it was a
back
little.
in his old
They
movies.
took out his brain.
Yeah.
But Bubba, you do that line all the time. Isn't that the one, the overacting? But I want to go back to this just in general. Okay, what I'm about to say is a general statement. And look, you know where we stand. Of the two movies, I'm going to see the Black Panther all day long.
Sure.
Okay, because I actually want to see an entertaining movie that isn't weird and I can follow it. Okay,
That's the only one I saw of those that I remember seeing at the movie theaters.
Right. So what I'm saying is this, but when you're talking about awards being given for outstanding acting, normally, and I'm just saying normally, the superhero movies are not even going to be considered.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I think the only reason why she's in this position is because she is a woman of color. We normally wouldn't even put somebody up in a superhero movie as best supporting actress for an Oscar. Right. We normally wouldn't. Now, again, I would rather go see Angela Bassett's movie than Jamie Lee Curtis's movie. Let me be clear.
Sure.
As far as me buying a ticket. I'm talking about inside the arts, talking about how well the acting was done. Superhero movies usually aren't considered. And I remember one time when I loved it is when Rick, Iron Man. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Robert Downey.
Robert Downey Jr. was on the Oscars one time, and he made a joke. I'm not going to win anything tonight, but at least people saw my movie.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
He said, I'm going to keep doing the blockbusters. I couldn't care less if you ever give me one of these.
Kind of like Maverick.
But he had some other movies where he was applauded for his acting.
Yeah.
You know, that weren't near as
Charlie
popular.
Chaplin movie.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. And he got awarded for those. But we're never going to consider him as best actor because he played Iron Man.
Right.
Now, he might get best actor for other things he does, and Angela Bassett maybe as well. But
Did she win when she played Tina Turner? I know she was up. I don't know if she won.
she may have. See, something like that you would see her getting awarded for. But a superhero movie, normally not. And I would think the fact that Jamie Lee Curtis won against a superhero movie performance would not be an upset.
And again,
I'm talking about strictly in the arts world.
No,
I'm not talking about consumer world.
And you have to ask the question, why didn't she win for Trading Places?
I've been asking that since that movie came out.
Or Halloween 13.
Yeah. But Angela Bassett didn't clap. You know, when the other when people win, you're supposed to clap and fake it.
The fake clap.
And she didn't fake clap, so everybody's mad at her.
Yeah.
No, they're mad at the fact Jamie Lee Curtis won it. That's what they're mad at. The white chick won it.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Need to breathe. Money and fame.
Need to breathe.
Well,
that's an understatement, ain't it?
You don't appreciate it till it's hard to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know. Till you're
that's
gasping for air. or something.
Then that'll do it.
Yep.
All right, so much to do going forward on the program. We got to laughing right after the show yesterday, and we'll jump right into that today. All the aftermath of Bubba's procedure, and we've been talking about headlines and how today headlines I don't know if anybody just doesn't think them through, or they just throw them out there. Maybe they put them out there to sound the way they sound to draw us in. We think that's part of it too. But we have some of the news stories involving Bubba's procedure today, and we'll jump right in there. That is, I got to laughing about that on the ride home yesterday.
Well, the way things are phrased sometimes in the print media can be misleading, especially if you have our group of friends.
Yeah, well, you ain't got a shot here, so we'll get into that right out of the gate today. The process here. Aging is, it's just demoralizing. It is a real,
that's an understatement.
It's like over here you're enjoying the wisdom of it, then over here, like I said, apparently, everything in our body has a warranty too. And the way people start treating you is just, it's just,
Well, and it's a slow decline, and there's little markers of things you have to put up with.
Yeah.
When you can't run and jump as fast as you used to.
Right.
To me, a big marker was when you start having to wear reading glasses, and you had to have 40 pairs stashed around the house.
Yep.
I think now we're probably at the next marker along the way, the first stint.
And then there's the thing, and this could there be anything more demoralizing that when you turn 50, your insurance company sends you something in the mail to prepare you for your colonoscopy?
Oh yeah,
and then AARP starts sending you stuff. It's embarrassing. It's a demoralizing.
The colonoscopy, they're moving that up. They're going to start at about 45 on that.
On that note,
I can't have one for a year.
But you've had one, right?
It's been a while.
Really? Has it been?
Yeah.
Because I have been told by our doctor, and I know up until this happened, of course you're okay, that he said it's getting to the point now it's not really, you can't really play your Burgess thing where you don't deal with things like this. They're going to drop you off the insurance if you don't do it.
All right.
You know what I mean? He said because it costs so much for things that they could have caught in the colonoscopy that insurance companies are saying by this day,
right?
If you turned age, you hadn't have one, we're going to drop you, and or start charging you more. So you talk about this, and I really looked at it, and trying to be responsible, with a good work ethic and be responsible about what I do for a living too, because of things some beyond our control, and then some things we had to do. I've really come to the conclusion I don't need to take another day off work to have this done, so I'm actually having it done while I'm on vacation.
Rick, you don't need to do that.
Well, no, I think it's the right thing to do, and plus I'd rather not be dealing with work. So we're not doing anything. We're doing a few days down at the beach, and then we're going to be home for 3 or 4 days just kind of hanging out. So toward the end of all that, I'm going to go have that done on a Friday, and that way by the time we get back to work, it'll be over and done and behind us. No pun intended. Think about that. That's part of aging.
Yeah.
You're planning part of your vacation to have a colonoscopy. Is that not unbelievable? Because at one time, sometimes I don't have an issue with when they say you have to, fast. And we'll see you after the show. I really can do that. It's not that big a deal.
I have an issue with that.
Right. But so I've done that. But in this particular case, because of what they're doing to prepare you for it, you can't do that during the show.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
And they said, no, you don't want to be on the air during that.
No.
So anyway,
do they still use Go Lightly, which may be the most misnamed medical product ever?
It's called something else now. I was talking to the nurse about it yesterday. But anyway, so
there's nothing lightly about it.
So you and I were talking about it. There's really no way to have it done.
Should we go violently
with what we do? Right, with what we do, unless you take a day off.
All right.
And frankly, I think days off they've been plenty. We're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A new version of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out. More updating on as we now learn more and more about COVID and the effect on the body, possibly side effects from some of the vaccines, that spike protein, and the troubles that it's causing. Anyway, Dr. Vaughn will talk about that and some of the treatments that are available if you haven't heard that yet. Also, Bubba, the ongoing for the bank going under in Silicon Valley, we're getting this on real time. I mean, I had a commercial that had been outdated since Friday. Now we brought up being purchased, and now Signature Bank. We realize that may not be right. So where are we on that? What other clarification?
Speedy had mentioned that Signature may be in trouble, and they, too, they're a Manhattan based bank, heavy into cryptocurrency, that they have also been taken over by the government. So that's government 2, bank 0 right now.
So Signature Bank's not going to buy it. So
no, they're not going to buy it, and so there may be a delay in CVB being bought, but I think you'll see it this week.
Okay. Also, and we've really tried to work hard on Video 5 here, or the photo, on making sure that we can confirm this, because sometimes people put things out, and when you got the Babylon Bees of the world out there, the world's becoming so bizarre. You really don't know what's real and what's them just joking around.
I know.
And there was a time you could really tell, but this looks like, we've seen this with a lot of folks over the years, some of these climate alarmists, and they'll just announce that if we don't stop using fossil fuels, the world's going to end by a certain time, and then it doesn't, and they just kind of awkwardly act like that didn't happen.
Right, and then they look like they don't know what they're talking about. So, Greg had mentioned always predict a date further out than what you think you'll be alive.
Greg, that's good advice, by the way. That's great.
Then you never have to face the
Everybody
music.
quotes you, but you never have to answer.
Yeah, so this was put out by Greta, which I think this poor child that's been abused, in my opinion.
How dare you?
That they've terrified this little girl, and she's a climate alarmist. So on June 21, 2018, on her Twitter feed, she put a top climate scientist, she didn't tell us who that is warning that climate change will wipe out all humanity unless we stop using fossil fuels over the next 5 years. Now, it's 2023 now, which is 5 years later.
That'd be wrong,
and we're still here.
Greta Van wrong,
and we're still using fossil fuels. And now I'm trying to help her. Is she trying to say that we can never turn back if we don't stop in the next 5 years, as opposed to
you have to have that point of no return, Rick, or you can't you can't get everybody scared to death to action.
So or was she saying it will be done by 2023? Both of them are bad, but what I'm saying is, because if we've gone past the point of no return, it's over.
Yeah.
She was recently called out for this tweet, and then subsequently deleted this tweet from 2018. So I don't know what that means. If she doesn't stand by those words anymore.
She took them down, right? We have to say that.
What?
Well, we've had celebrities on talk shows years ago. Remember they were predicting. Was it Ted Danson?
Oh, poor Ted Danson.
We've been blown by their timeline too, right?
Ted had us gone years ago.
He's drawn lines in the sand so many times it's got blown over. Right. And I really enjoy him as an actor. And I kind of hate that he's crazy, but he's moved when people were going to be elected. He's had 2 or 3 timelines on the end of the world. So bless his heart.
You have to say,
maybe he ought to go back to running the bar in Boston.
Right, he was good at it.
You have to say at least 20 years? 50 years is safe when you say the world is going to end, guys, in 50 years.
Yes.
Then you're totally safe, because then 50 years from now, we made adjustments.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's always true.
And you're not here to
I tell you
answer for it.
Right.
And Greg, you were talking about, back to this Oscars thing, that some Twitter person,
some randomly pick these Twitter people.
Yeah, some influencer.
Freddie from Pennsylvania says.
So on the Best Supporting Actress, which Jamie Lee Curtis has never won an Oscar, and so she can't have her moment without people saying, looking at the Brady Bunch blocks, which is what we call that when they give you that format, how did Jamie Lee Curtis beat an Asian female actress and a black female actress? Could it be because she did a better job?
I mean, I don't know how you judge this. It's all subject, whoever, the voters, but the voters vote.
Could she have? And by the way, I saw the woman who's in charge now, who came out and gave us a speech. She's Asian
nice
now.
dress.
Yeah. What was that? She was dressed in aluminum foil.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was.
Bubba from Fat Fest '99 called, wants his outfit back.
The giant baked potato.
Yeah, she like a baked potato.
With the top hat on.
But anyway, she comes out. She's like the top person now. I mean, is it possible that Jamie Lee Curtis? Everybody, hang on. Is it possible that she might have just done a good job?
Yeah.
It may be based on what people know about acting that her performance was superior to Angela Bassett and whoever the Asian actress was, just in the particular performances that were up for it. Mm-hmm. There's been times that Angela Bassett may have had a performance superior to Jamie Lee Curtis's, just not this time. Same thing with whoever the Asian actress is. It's not saying they're not good actresses, and at times they're not better than the competition, but they're all being judged this year on this year's performances. And could it be that Jamie Lee Curtis just did the better job this time? I know that's outrageous. I mean,
I'm shocked that they still have actresses awards and actor
Yeah,
awards.
I
I
thought
thought
we
we
were
were all
genderless. Yes. What happens?
They tried to get rid of that one time, and it just didn't stick.
So,
what about the other white chick there? I mean, nobody,
you had two.
Nobody yet said she should have beat Jamie Lee
You got
Curtis.
Hong Chu, and you got Stephanie. Is it Su? And
Jamie Lee was in the same movie with one of them.
Yeah,
they were both in the same.
Yeah, Chow,
right? Yeah,
Hong Chow.
Yeah,
and Angelina Bassett, and then Jamie, and then Carrie. Is it Condon?
Mm-hmm. But are we living in a time now?
Nobody mentioned her.
Yeah, because are we living in a time now, honestly, where if someone that's in the minority, their ethnicity, if they're up for something, and a white person is also up for something, are we to the point now, if the white person wins, it's ill-gotten gains, they didn't earn it? Is that where we are now?
When it comes to the Academy, maybe.
Well, I'm starting to see this in just about everything. Yeah. I mean, and you know what that's saying. I mean, I don't
honestly. If they're honest, the people that are complaining, they're not complaining about the body of work. Mm-hmm. They're complaining about the color of their skin.
Yeah,
that's what the complaint is. It ain't about the body of work. I'm sure they all did great. I don't know how you picked one. I don't. I'm not. But I'm also not one who votes for it. Those people do. But again, nobody is saying that it was about if they're honest.
Right. And there's also been throughout Oscar history really, really successful, brilliant actors and actresses that have never gotten an award.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Of all colors.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. And there have been people of every ethnicity that have won one, right?
Sure, I think.
So, I mean,
I don't think we've ever had an Eskimo win. There's time.
Thank you, Greg.
I don't think John Rambo won a single Best Actor award. Neither did John McClane. What are we doing?
That ain't right.
Yeah, that ain't right.
That ain't right.
So maybe it hadn't been a Christmas movie.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You don't want to sit there and go, all right, Burge went to orientation with his kid on Friday. Then he worked a week. Then he was on vacation another week. Then he came back. Oh, he's going to take a few more days to go get this done. So I'm just saying, look, while I'm gone, I'll get it done. I'll get it handled and get it put behind us. It'll be done. And so it'll be over with. The insurance company will be off of me. My doctor will be off of us. It'll be behind
you know
us.
that.
But I was just talking about that's just another marker.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That particular test, though, I think we got some room for improvement there. It's just too. Like I said, it takes all day to do. You got to do all this other stuff. They got to come up with a better way than that. If we can send sensors to Mars and tell what's in the dirt, surely we can figure out what's on the dark side to the back side.
Well, and then there's the question that's always before us. So the doctor that I'm going to see, his practice is a guy that I've known for a long time and go to church with.
Yeah.
Well, he said, well, if you do it that week, that's fine, but I won't be there. And I said, well, good. I don't want you to do it.
Yeah, right.
Okay? Right. I mean, I don't want to come back to you, the Sunday after, shake your hand, ask how you're doing.
Right.
You know what I mean? So do you have a partner that you trust? He said, I do, and he will be here. I said, well, good, fine, or her, or whatever. I said, I'd rather it not be you. That doesn't bother me at all. I don't want you and I discussing the things we discussed.
Right. I'd rather go out of state.
Yeah. While you're saying, take a deep breath. Here we come. You know what I mean?
Right.
I don't want that.
No,
I don't want that at all.
No.
So we'll be back. We'll jump into to Bubba's headlines. So,
yeah, please.
So only at our age would your vacation feature headed to the beach, and a colonoscopy, all in the same week.
Wow.
All right, so yesterday, Bubba returns from having the heart cath done, then followed by the stent being put in. So we had 2 weeks of a lot of fun with Bubba and his heart.
Yeah, 2 heart caths, 1 stent.
We're on the other side of that. Thankfully, everything seems to be fine. But then we had the situation where I was actually at orientation with one of the kids over in Starkville, Mississippi, when I received a text of how Bubba was doing, which I returned. According to Betty, this is the case, only to discover that it became an AL.com story. And saying Bubba had 2 stents when he really only had 1, all that. But,
well, it was a little stent confusion there in the fog of war, Rick.
But we knew then, in the times we're living in now, I mean, people just do news stories based on hearing the show, something they see on social media. There's no longer the days of, hey, I'm doing a story on you. They call you or they email you and say, I'd like to do an interview. Those days are over. I mean, they just grab stuff off whatever they're seeing out there and put stuff out, which can lead to some unfortunate headlines. So we got to laughing.
Well, some of it is y'all. Okay, it's the environment we're in here.
Right.
Most people maybe wouldn't, read it like we would.
Right. Well,
I hope
if you picked up, say you just knew kind of briefly about the Rick and Bubba show. And on yellowhammernews.com, you look down on your, social media or however you see this online news service, and you see these 2 comments. First of all, the headline: Bill Bubba Bussey receives heart stent, shares special moment with nurse.
Special moment.
Somebody's thinking, what is that? What caused it? What caused it? Was that what caused it?
Rick, I did have the dream team, the Go-Go's. Remember?
Yeah, and see,
goodness.
If you know the story that you're talking about, that you were the last patient for a woman who retired, maybe. But when you just read the headline, Bill Bubba Bussey receives heart stent, shares special moment with nurse. That's unfortunate.
I hope I'm not having a side effect. Did y'all just hear like a doorbell ring?
I heard it too.
I know something. I'm not sure.
It's
what
not
it was.
me. I'm not having
you're not.
smell or something.
No.
I don't need to go get the nitro pills.
It only gets worse. Then they start showing various Instagram postings from Bubba.
Oh, of course.
And then they follow it with this one. Bubba seems to be feeling better, sharing a playful moment with an unnamed nurse.
Oh, my goodness.
Bubba!
But a lot of nurses in your headlines.
Could y'all lay off with the headlines of Bubba and nurses, please?
Well, Rick, nurses have a special place in my heart. I married one.
Well,
you did.
Well, it's one thing for them to have a special place in your heart. It's another thing for headlines to suggest they caused you to have stress on your heart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Playful moments.
Yeah.
Playful moments. So I want this really is a heartwarming story if you can get past the headlines. You know what I mean?
Oh, that is funny. We laughed about that, did we? That was funny.
My God. Bill Bubba Bussey receives heart stent, shares special moment with nurse.
Golly, doesn't get any better than that.
That's almost Babylon B level.
It really is. Well, we've given Babylon B the best headline concerning us and that they could run with. I mean, do
you want to share that?
Listen,
maybe it'll get
especially
published
now,
on
especially now. I've shared it with some other people and they've laughed really, really hard. And that is
Rick. I think there may be a whole book here, on
right?
this,
and it's this radio host Rick and Bubba today discuss the 6 deadly sins. I mean, that's funny. That's a funny headline. Right
Yeah. Yeah, think about it.
Sure.
But anyway, those you see.
Did everybody get the joke?
Yeah.
I mean, did anybody? Do you think there's people out there that didn't
Probably.
get it?
Probably.
According to every email I've ever received of people who don't like the show, most people seem to understand.
Okay.
that.
Yeah, really.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. How about it, young Broderick? All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler.
Oh, boy.
All here. Helmsy on vacation. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Welcome back, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
And Bubba. So I want to ask y'all something.
Richard and Bubba.
You know, I'm not the most high-tech guy on the planet.
Wait a minute.
Yes, I love technology.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Ease up, Rick. Ease up.
Technology, always and forever. So I was kind of getting looked down on. Because, you know, I'm when I navigate in a vehicle, I'm pretty much a Google Maps guy. And I've been, you know, everybody getting on me, oh, you got to use some of these others, like Google Maps. And I will say that all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, but Google Maps on a couple of trips just went nuts. I mean, it went absolutely nuts.
I'm always
nuts. It kept trying to get me to turn off. I'm like, well, you don't need to turn off right here. And so I was, you know, I think, and if Helmsy was here, he's a real, or he used to be, I don't know, he's a kick guy, so he may have changed, but he a lot of people love Waze,
Yes.
W-A-Z-E.
I tried to run your battery down.
It's basically the app version of the old CB radio.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I don't know whether I heard a voice or it was Waze, because I didn't know that once you activate Waze, it even when you're not using it, it's still going
in the background. It'll still warn you about something.
All right. Stay with me.
You got to quit it.
Stay with me, because I want to know whether this is true or not. Okay. So first of all, I didn't know it was still working. Okay. So I'm, you know, tired, can barely move, and I'm trying to get to church Sunday after I've been worked like a rented mule by Sherry. And I'm trying to get to church on Sunday morning, but I don't need any help. Okay. So I don't have it on. I didn't think, but it's in the background.
Oh, yeah.
But two things happen. I look up, and I don't know. I guess one thing I've really tried to work on, there's a lot of things I've tried to work on. One of the things I've tried to work on, and y'all know I've had an issue with this in the past, is my speeding. And, you know, I love to speed.
And stay in the left lane. You got warned about that.
Yeah, I don't like to go the speed limit, and I always feel like the speed limit's too low, and I don't like to abide by it. But I should.
Just the honesty.
Listen, but I should.
Rick, you don't want to be a speeder and a liar.
No, I want to make good time, and at that speed, it's going to be hard. Okay, and some of you, the speed limit said whoever's in charge of it. Now, come on now.
I'm with you.
Hey, some of y'all,
some areas.
45 right here. Are you being serious? So
and
anyway,
then I've also been surprised at places at 65, and I think, wow, I can't go that fast.
I know, but anyway, so by me trying to do better. And I was, by the grace of God, going the speed limit, okay? Which is what I want. I wanted to go with the speed limit. That's what I should do. Allow plenty of time and use the speed limit. But see, it's not about me being late. I just like to make good time. Like I said, if I was supposed to get beheaded at 9:45, I'd love to get there by like 9:30. You know what I mean? And then go, man, I was early to my beheading. Just at the time I made, I'd be bragging about it. You know, I did this in 45 minutes. But anyway, it's like I can't help but try to make good time. I can't stop myself from it.
Yeah. Right.
But this time I was like, you're good. 70's all you need, bro. Okay, you're on the interstate.
You can do it, bro.
I was doing fine, and I spotted a trooper, and it's weird to see a trooper going the speed limit. It always feels strange. Because he fooled me. I never saw him, and he would have got me, but I was abiding by the law, and it felt odd.
Yeah.
It's like I thought, well, how about that? Look at me going by the trooper with no fear.
You didn't flinch?
Yeah,
I didn't flinch. I saw people in front of me flinching. I'm like, we're good.
Drop to 50.
But listen, so I go past him or her. I don't know if there was a male or female in there. I go past the trooper car. I get about a quarter of a mile, and all of a sudden Waze goes, caution, police up ahead. And I'm like, well, you missed it. And I was like, you missed it. And I'm like,
good thing you were going.
Good thing I was deciding. You missed it. He was back there. You didn't say anything till he already had me. So then I start thinking about that, and I let it go, and I move on. And I remember,
can I tell you what happened?
He didn't have it on?
No, somebody was fumbling trying to enter it in and just didn't get it done until they were on past it.
Good night.
Either that or they moved.
Yeah.
And I'd like for them to call troopers. They call everything police on Waze. But anyway, so I ease up. No big deal. I was going the speed limit. So, I don't know if it's because it was Sunday morning and I decided to be a law-abiding, follower of Jesus. I don't know. But so we're going on, and I'm kind of proud of myself for doing the speed limit. So get to church, all that. You knew about Sherry. I told you earlier about us messing up on, the move the clock forward, all that mess. So anyway, Sherry has now got to go back to the farm because we messed up the spring forward. She had to go back and get some stuff. So I went to get lunch on my own, and I had two things happen, and this one's going to own y'all. I got two things coming. This is about to own y'all so bad. I don't know why it came out the way it did. So I go to this restaurant by myself, which is what I want, and I realize I'll get seated quicker. The only thing better than a party of two is a party of one.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I go in, and there's some people that apparently listen to the show, which is good to see.
Okay.
And it was a man and woman with a couple of their grandkids, okay? And they got to talking to me about how much they liked the restaurant, and we discussed some old stuff. Very, very nice people, very kind, very, very wonderful people. And so we're having a great conversation. Have you ever had something just come out and you just couldn't stop it?
Oh, Rick.
So I'm by myself, which is rare for me. Okay, this is just this. I've been worked like a rented mule. I got no kids. My wife's not even with me. I can sit wherever I want to sit, order whatever I want to order. The rest of the day pretty much belongs to me, at least the next several hours. Okay. And when the woman walks up to seat, she says, "Party of 5." And I said, No, I'm by myself. And they turned to me and said, "Well, you just want to sit with us?"
Oh, no.
And uncontrollable, I said, "No, I don't want to get involved in that." Look. And all of a sudden they said, "You don't want to get involved in it." And I was like,
You had to answer.
I was
Wait
like,
a minute.
I was like, no, and I think, man, I was doing so good today.
There you go.
I didn't want to mess your family
no,
up.
I know that sounds like I don't want to sit with your grandkids. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying
I don't want to get involved.
I don't get
that's
involved
how it
with
came
y'all.
out, and that's not what I meant. What I meant was, and I said, and then I became you. Like when something comes out, I thought, well, Speedy should enjoy seeing me in situations I love to see him in. I was like, no, I'm in a hurry. I'm gonna eat and go. I know I just said I don't want to get involved with y'all. I know I just said that, and that's not what I meant. It sounds like I said I don't want to spend any more time with y'all, and that's not what I meant.
I ain't getting involved in all that.
I ain't done that.
No, I don't want to get involved in that. And it came out, and I went, "What did I just say?"
Did you sit in there and they could see you the whole
Did you have to
time?
get it to go now?
Well, I even
I would have. I got to go. I got to go.
I was like,
How do you cover that?
I don't know. It just came out. I didn't mean to say it that way.
Did you go? No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
I said no. I just mean I'm on hit and go. I got to go, and I'm not going to be here very long.
Well, did their look change a little bit? Their facial?
I even did the uncomfortable. Went over to the table as I was leaving. Hey, it was good to see y'all.
Oh, you did. You
And
felt real bad.
Beautiful grandkids that I don't want to spend time with.
Yeah, then you're gonna get on my nerves.
And I was like,
Normally vapor. That's good.
So then I get in my vehicle, forgetting that Waze is continuing to run. And I'm telling y'all this happened. So I'm now heading. I'm actually coming back over here because I got to pick something up from the office for something I need to do, coming over to get ready for Wednesday. I said I left some stuff at the office I need to get because I thought I'm just going to go to the house and get ready for Wednesday Bible study. So I'm driving, and I kid y'all not, all of a sudden I hear roadkill.
Roadkill
from Waze, and I said, "What?
Who reports
roadkill up ahead?" And
Waze people.
At first, I thought it was demons or something. I was like, somebody in my car just screamed roadkill. They're keeping up with roadkill.
Yeah.
And
you can,
it was just a squirrel.
When you say something's there, you have a choice.
It'd be different if it was a deer laying in the left lane.
But you could clear it if it wasn't there anymore.
I thought if roadkill is being reported on Waze, I'm like you. I'm about to see a large animal. There's a cow laying up here.
Yeah, this is big.
There's something in the middle. There's something blocking the road. And I kept looking, and all I saw was one little squirrel.
That's just somebody wanting to be
Who
sharp.
reported a squirrel?
Was it in the road?
Roadkill.
Was it in the road
Yeah,
or
it
on
was
the
in
side?
the road. It was in the road. But I mean, it was small. It was a squirrel. There wasn't much left of it.
Somebody wasted their time typing that. If it's not gonna, if you hit it,
Does it report roadkill?
If it's not big enough to damage the vehicle, if you hit it, don't report it.
Right. Well, did they report roadkill?
They did.
That's Waze does that too.
Well, yeah, the people using it.
Well, I'd be miserable because the interstate's full of roadkill.
Oh yeah.
It'd be just
It was just a
constant.
squirrel. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I just wanted to be sure they
And
got
every
it.
comment I've ever read under any story about us that was even remotely spiritual. The enemies of the show have had a field day with that one.
I don't know if you saw the some of the comments after the story ran. I think it was in the other publication, AL.com, about being in the hospital. I mean, some people, do you not ever take a break on this stuff?
Oh, I
this,
know it.
this
I
hate
know
that you
it.
spew all the time.
Well, look, especially now.
look, I got people I don't care for. I got people I politically don't like. I got people that I think are shysters out there, okay? But if there's a story about them being sick in the hospital, I usually don't go after them. I give Jimmy Carter a pass when he's sick.
It's the same bunch of idiots. They won't use their real name.
Yeah,
And
it's
they got
about
their little
6 of 'em.
keyboard,
Yeah.
and they're
Yeah,
wouldn't look nobody in the eye and say
But
anything.
I mean,
no.
I don't mean me get you back or any of that. I just mean you dealing with yourself in the dark, lonely places that you live every day.
It's
Do you
unreal.
have no sense
It's
or
unreal.
compassion? Did your mother not teach you any better than that?
Right.
Is that where we're at on this? You think
100%
you're
right.
that smart that you have to do that?
Yeah,
social media
you're
has
not
given
hurting anybody. You're not making a point. You only look stupid.
Right. Yeah.
And they don't get that.
No, as a matter of fact, you just confirmed. I did not read any comments under a story about your heart on purpose because I just over the years, and again, it's about 6 to 8 people that must just live there.
And again, won't put their name. They got something
No,
like
no.
Big Daddy Won't.
Yeah.
Something, you
Yeah.
know.
But anyway,
Well, but
it ought to
one
say
of- one of the
dumbass
comments-
at whatever.
Yeah, let me name you. I can do that. One of the comments, and I have to mention this because it was so stupid. I didn't think anybody could even conceive of that. They were somehow blaming me for running up hospital costs and interest and insurance costs on everybody. And I go, you moron! You have no idea what I've paid into insurance for the past 35 years I've been working.
Yeah.
You got no clue. You couldn't add it up with your calculator. So don't quote to me about I'm running the system down.
Right.
I actually pay into the system. That's why I'm fine drawing out of the system. That's how it works.
Right.
Are you that stupid? I just cannot. I can't believe people can walk around and be that dumb and not walk off a cliff every day. You know?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we continue to update our past weekend, the stories of the weekend. Now, this one we had last week, I think. I see it down here in the repeats. I know, Bubba, that you are, you're dabbling in the world of campers and stuff like that. And yeah,
got that dually.
By the way, a good one. Somebody said I rode through Lower Alabama, and my way said Black Panther ahead.
Oh, that's funny.
That's a good one.
I wish mine had it on it. I'd put it up there.
I didn't know how. I don't like people speaking to me when I don't. I don't. Like I made clear, I want to get involved on it.
Rick, I got bad news. We got actually listeners coming to the show Friday. I know you don't want to get involved.
Y'all gonna give me the rest.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
you're gonna have to deal with it for a couple hours.
This is the rest of my week. This is the rest of my week.
Won't bother you.
Why don't you and me take your gray shirts and back off?
I got to tell you, I think what I would have done was fake the phone call. I'm good at that. And left and not even ordered.
What?
Oh, yeah. No way he could have sat down.
I said, I'm sorry, excuse me. Hello? Oh, I got to go.
I heard myself, and I was like, I got to let me get that.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, and I felt bad, too, because then I became, really in a hurry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't enjoy
Rick,
it. Speedy said he'd have left.
That's what I'm saying. I applaud you for even eating.
For lunch. I enjoy eating by
myself.
Oh,
I love to eat by myself.
Lisa thinks something wrong with me.
Yeah.
When I tell her, she goes, why? I said, I'd love it.
No, it doesn't make me feel strange at all. I actually enjoy it.
I can sit there at my phone, read a few headlines while I'm eating. Really,
Terry and I,
very relaxing.
I'm very efficient when I do
a couple of Sundays ago, she had to calm me down because you know how I am. There was an elderly woman eating by herself close to us, and she caught me staring at her a couple of times. And I wanted to ask if she was all right.
She probably
she
was
looked
loving
lonely. And Terry said she's probably enjoying that.
She's probably enjoying. Leave her alone.
Would you please quit staring at her?
Please leave her.
Look, those people wish they'd never asked Rick to eat with them.
Yeah, I will tell you though that I got paid back a little bit. Have you ever? It was a Japanese restaurant. And because I was solo and it was crowded, they set me at the sushi bar, but yet I'm not eating sushi.
Yeah.
I'm just getting a regular order. And I realized that I appreciate them doing that. I felt like I was kind of in the way. All the sushi orders kept coming up at the top of my head.
Yeah.
And I kept looking at when I was real hungry. At one time I almost reached up, grabbed one piece off of it. And then people would walk over to me. I thought they were coming to fill my water up, and they were just coming to get those. It was a very confusing place to sit. But people in a hurry that can't get involved and stuff got to go.
Of course.
Got to go, man. I wish I could. Don't want to get involved with that, though.
I'm like Speedy. I think I'd have got it when I ate in the car.
I just can't believe you stayed there and ate.
Real hungry.
They looked up and they go, Rick's still in here. Of course, we invited him to eat with us, but he chose not to.
They were still eating when I left, so I needed to go.
Yeah, are you Jim Carrey and Liar Liar? My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, now sometimes
when he can't tell a lie.
I keep telling the truth about everything now. The
brutal honesty.
That's
Say
good.
something else.
Yeah.
Goodness.
No, the fact that I'm still sitting here with y'all and haven't said a few things, I guess I can still hold back.
That's a good point. You're
All
clear.
right,
You're clear.
So let's talk about this Airstream, Bubba. Is this you? Porsche? Or do y'all say Porsche or y'all say Porsche?
I don't know which one's correct. I say Porsche.
I say
Porsche.
But people say Porsche.
If you're fancy,
if you're fancy.
Porsche. Nobody here says
So
Porsche.
now they've got a 16-foot luxury camping trailer.
Oh, they like it. Bet they like it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at the wheels are even
Oh,
colored.
Bubba,
that's a show enough good one.
Y'all gonna have to really explain to the audience what's happening.
Well, it looks kind of like an Airstream. It's all silver.
Yeah, it is.
But it it opens up. It's really sleek looking.
You like it?
You think a bear could a bear get in that?
It's made by Airstream.
Yeah, it's made by Airstream and Porsche. They came together.
They're together. You said Porsche that time.
No.
Now, Adler, is it true these are designed to be pulled by the electric vehicles? Is that right?
That's what they say, but you could pull it by your dually, no sweat.
Yeah, the dually would pull it. It would pull about 3 of them, no sweat.
Yeah.
But won't you put this down on a new land?
Yeah.
Together with
I may just move into that.
lowering off.
It ain't that nice. Don't go this
Look
far.
how it lowers down over the wheels.
Self-leveling.
What is that?
Greg, could a bear get in that?
No way.
That looks like that thing.
bear get in there.
That looks like the Martian was living in.
I didn't want to
does.
show enough good ones.
It's just a concept, so they're not mass producing them.
Oh, they don't
yet.
have it yet.
Yeah, it's a concept.
Oh, well, just forget it.
I kind of took their out of the room.
They
They
did.
did. I thought they were going to have them out. I wondered how much they were.
Yeah.
Bubba needs to buy the first one.
Yeah.
Look at
I took the Airstream out of that.
What do you think they want for that? Like it sits?
A lot.
Anything with the word Airstream on it is about twice.
You
of
ain't
anything
kidding.
else.
And they look like a beer can.
They really do.
Well, they're sure enough good ones.
But they're quality, Greg.
That's
they're
the kind
quality.
you talk about that a bear can.
Well,
No, Bubba.
Yeah.
He just said he.
No, a bear can get in this one.
Yeah, he
No
tell-
way.
It's not that solid. I'm talking
A
about
bear
the
can
ones, the
get in
big
that.
RVs.
No, a bear can get in that.
No
Yeah.
way, Bear
Yeah.
King. It's
I think he could.
hard-sided.
I think a
It's
bear could
hard-sided.
shake it like, and shake it.
Especially cocaine bear.
Yeah.
Don't we get the where
All
some?
right, now, all right, Cocaine Bear, that's something different.
I still can't believe that movie actually was made.
It's real.
Ooh, look right there.
Right there.
See, it's got hard sides. The bear's not getting in there.
No, they're thin though. Look at
That window
It could
looks
rip and be like.
suspect.
They don't go through windows. It's not
You need a-
Cocaine Bear.
What
It's
was
not
that?
Cocaine Bear.
What was that thing we talked about before that it was a sci-fi thing, came on Saturday morning, the arc that rolled through
Yeah.
there?
Yeah,
You
that
remember that
weird-
white thing? And they could put a force field on it. You'd need a force field on
You
that
would.
one. wouldn't you?
What are y'all talking about?
You remember
What
Bubba
is
brought
it?
up this old weird series they rode around in a big shining
They
silver.
called it the arc. It'd been like after the downfall of humanity because of
What are you
whatever.
talking about?
I didn't
and-
remember it, but he brought it up and we looked it up and it was real.
And they were scientists that were
Oh,
out
Arc
trying
2. It was called Arc 2.
Yeah.
So they built an
You
ark.
remember that?
No, I never saw
Adler
it.
showed Rick
Bubba's
some
the only
footage
one
of
who
that.
remembers
Look how
it.
bad
I
this
loved
is.
Arc 2.
I don't want to see Arc
I
2.
loved it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I don't remember Arc 2.
I
Bubba's got a
thought,
better
I thought the
memory.
vehicle was really
See,
cool.
I don't remember Arc 2.
Yeah.
I don't remember this at all.
That'd
So
be fun.
Arc 1 was Noah in the Bible. Now they had to
Well,
make
I
Arc
got
2.
that.
I didn't get it.
I
I had
got
to explain
that
it to
part.
myself.
You didn't get that?
I had to explain it to myself.
You just explained it to a lot of people.
What was the
Adler.
name
Yeah.
of the characters on it?
Let me see.
Was one of them named Adam?
Well, that would fit with everything, wouldn't it?
Even though it was an arc.
One
Noah,
of them
but
looks
just
like,
Adam.
you remember when they did the red-haired G.I. Joe
Noah?
with the Kung Fu grip?
Yeah.
One of them looks
Bubba,
like it.
the talking chimp's name was Adam
Okay.
on the show.
And they basically was a chimp chewing food.
When was
and they
this
put
on?
words
Before or
behind
after
it.
Bandstand?
It was before Bandstand.
Before or after Fat Albert?
Who was it, Lancelot?
It was
Link?
probably after. It would have been after Fat Albert, but before Bandstand.
Okay.
So about
I know
11
exactly-
o'clock.
I know
About
the
11
slot you're
o'clock.
talking
Yeah. And then Soul Train came on after Bandstand.
Okay, yeah.
I just don't remember this.
Well, let's hear the intro
We
because they
ain't gonna hear
explain
no
it.
intro.
Let's,
Century. Only a handful of scientists remain, men who have vowed to rebuild what has been destroyed.
1976.
This is their achievement. Arc 2, a mobile storehouse of scientific knowledge, manned by a highly trained crew of young people.
And a monkey.
Their mission, to bring the hope of a new future to mankind.
Hey.
Arc 2 log. Entry
Oh,
number
look,
1.
look at this. Hey, that's the singer from ABBA.
Samuel.
They're pretty diverse.
There's no Adam.
they all had biblical names. That's what I remember. There was Samuel, Ruth.
All right, I'm
They were pretty diverse.
trying to picture you watching that, Bubba.
Oh,
what you
I
look
loved
like
it.
then and everything.
Fat Albert had just gone off, and I was waiting on Bandstand.
Phone calls coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A number of stories to work on going forward. We've talked about on the show for years one bizarre attempts at entertainment that we've seen out there is this show called Naked and Afraid. I don't understand it. I don't know how anybody could ever be convinced to do that. And from what I've gathered, I don't even think there's prize money.
I don't.
You
just
get
show
your,
that you can do it, and you get a new rating on your
survival
skills or something.
Rick, I saw some couple go through this, and I don't mean like couple together, but a man and a woman, and Rick, the things they had to do was unbelievable. And like they made it, and her survival rating went up like a whole number, and he got like 0.3, and I'm like. And he was the one that carried the load in that, and I'm like, God, that's tough.
I'm always, and I always don't understand. I guess in some weird way, and we'll get to this guy today, that the Japanese government is going to tell him he's got to come back to the mainland, but who's chosen to live this way for 29 years. But and I can almost, I mean, it's weird, but at least you can see this person's not connected to anybody. They did their own thing. I guess I could see people who don't have any connections, don't have a family yet. The ones I can't wrap my mind around are the married people. Not that they're married to the person they're with. They're married to somebody else, and they go do this. I mean, can you imagine this pitch? I mean, you're sitting in your house, and your wife comes and says, honey, when you get a minute, I need to talk to you about something. Okay, well, hang on just a minute. Hey, I know we're busy right now, but sometime today we need to talk about something. Okay. It's finally, you get it all done. Dinner's over. You've put the dishes up, and you're standing there. The kids have run off to play or maybe do their homework if it's during school, okay? And she says, all right, sit down, I want to ask you about something. Here's what I'm considering. I'm going to go off into the middle of nowhere, and I will be stripped naked. Now, while I'm there, there's a man that will be stripping naked at another location, and he will walk out of the woods where I'll be standing naked. And then I'm going to be on the show. Everybody's going to see it. And then I'm going to spend, what do they spend, 30 days?
Something like that.
21 days?
Yeah, I think that might be it.
I'm going to spend 20-something days.
A lot, yeah.
Out in the wilderness, completely naked with a naked man that is not you. How you feel about that? I mean,
it'd be a hard sale.
And then
And
then he goes, really, how much money are they going to pay you? Well, nothing, but my survival rating may go up.
Right. Yeah. No, honey, I won't be bringing anything back here to help us pay off that debt, but I will have a better survival rating. Now you should expect to see me under, man-made canopies snuggling my naked body up to his to keep warm.
Over freezing.
And I want to prepare you for that.
And you've never seen a butt with this many bug bites on it.
Are there parties? Why does anybody not only want to do that, or any couple agree to it? Married people.
Are there parties that you go to where your survival rating number is that important?
Have you ever asked anybody?
Hey, old Tom there, he's a 7.3. We just don't see many 7s in these parts. There's a lot of 4s over here.
And then do you turn around then and whisper, it was worth it?
Yeah.
Right.
Someone recognized I'd moved from a 7 to a 7.3.
And most of them lose a lot of weight.
Oh, they look
horrible. They're sickly when they come out.
Sure.
And
Rick, to answer your question,
a lot of them tap out too.
Yes,
it appears they get $5,000 in cash for their sweat, blood, misery, and nudity.
Yeah,
$5,000.
It's not worth it,
guys. We asked that $5,000 question here a lot. Anybody up for that?
No.
I ain't no money for that.
No. I wouldn't get naked and sit in here for $5,000.
No,
probably not. And we're glad,
Rick, you're questioning it.
And we're glad.
No,
we're glad you said that.
And they're glad.
Speedy, I think
back
would.
there.
They have the worst view.
I think Speedy would for $5,000.
Probably.
How long do I have to be naked?
One whole show.
A whole show?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, that's $5,000
about
an
10?
hour. Huh?
What about $10,000?
He perked up with 10.
Speedy, you ran across a golf course for nothing.
Yes,
well, it was for the kids. Remember, we were raising
How
money
often
for
would
that.
you get up and go to the bathroom?
No, I didn't.
When
go
you
get
say
your
that,
snack.
you need to explain what that means. When you say I ran naked for the kids,
Right,
that
that's a good
doesn't
point.
sound right.
Yeah, that's
You weren't chasing them.
No. I was just trying to raise money for them.
Right.
True.
it was a dare.
So this leads into the story. Herman. $35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Come on in. Let's go. Come on in. Come on. We got room for you right now. Snuggling last night at MyPillow.com. Sleeping now on the MyPillow 2.0. You can get them buy one, get one free right now. They're machine washable, dryable, 10-year warranty, 60-day money-back guarantee. And buy one, get one free. They have different lofts. Pick the one you think serves you the best. And put the new MyPillow to work for you. You will sleep better every night. If you loved the original, you're going to love this. This one is also a fantastic new creation from the folks at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Also, they're getting into not just making you comfortable all night, but making you comfortable all day. Men's athletic T-shirts as low as $9.99. Men's Pima cotton cargo pants, $26.99. Men's athletic shorts, $17.99. And ladies, they've got you covered head to toe as well. Pima cotton pants, $17.49. Women's button-down long sleeve shirts, $13.99. The 2-piece rib tank set, $29.99. All this available at mypillow.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. If you want to get in, there's room for you right now. Jason is in Boaz listening to Z93. Jason, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you I had the privilege of running into Speedy this weekend in Boaz. His son's team came to Boaz and played Sneed. And I just want to let y'all know how Speedy has grown and the restraint that he's showing at these ball games.
Okay.
I was sitting behind him. There's a couple of questionable calls. Speedy just sat there and just let it play out. Never said a word.
Well, you must have mistaken him for somebody else.
Well, can I say this, though? This makes a lot of sense. Jason, you've helped me today because I was walking, to go to the restroom during the break, and, that's a journey now. And so as I set out, I looked at Speedy's office, and I noticed he had the new 31-day devotional transformed on his desk and a highlighter. And I thought, well, good for him. Maybe he's growing a little bit, and now you're giving us the evidence of that fruit. And that's exciting. I'm going to draw a dot between that and Speedy's behavior this past weekend because before he started the devotional, he was acting up just about a week ago.
Yeah,
I mean,
cussing
so
a lot.
So I think there's been something to that. It's called conviction.
Well, he gave me a ton.
Gave him a
ton. Did he over?
Now,
did
he'll
he
do that?
Did he overgreet?
It was just the right amount of greed.
Oh, he's getting better at that.
He's getting got that.
It was a perfect balance.
Golly.
Wow.
What an
Are you
update.
sure it was Speedy?
Yeah, you sure? I mean, because
a lot of bald people claim to be
Speedy's
Speedy.
screening calls right now, and this call gets through.
Yeah, that's a good point, Speedy.
That's
Good
the
point,
beauty of
Bubba.
being the screener. Jason, thank you, and I hope you're not guilty of lying today. No.
I'm not.
Well, that's a great report.
I promise you every word I say is true.
Thank you. That's
Evidently-
a great report.
Rick, evidently JC's team was up big.
Yeah, well, no doubt about it. Look. Okay. He's not.
I've been there. Oh, another game.
You ever notice how great a parent you can be and great a fan you can be and your team's winning?
If they miss a call, hey, don't worry about that.
Y'all don't be hard on them.
Come on. He's only human.
We're up by 11. We all human. Who among us ain't never made a mistake? Lines available if you want to get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Only one timeout remains. And unfortunately, because of Helmsy on vacation and Speedy on the phones, I'm afraid it's Greg's.
Oh, really?
Jerry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Jerry, go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. The retired banker here. Let me give you just a little insight to what's happening, not only at Silicon Valley Bank, but others.
Okay.
If you were to look at a bank's balance sheet and see how leveraged they are, you'd never do business with it. That's why the credit unions are so strong these days, because banking, after the Dodd-Frank Act, remember now, Barney Frank was a comedian who created a bank regulation and then got voted out. So it sucked up a bunch of IT.
Yeah, Barney Franks is involved with SVB too, right?
Is it Frank or Franks?
Well,
I think it's Frank. Bubba Franks was the tight end for the Green Bay Packers.
Why did I remember I run where I used to scream that all the time?
They were playing against the Titans when we were at the game. Remember that?
That's what it was. Yeah.
Either way, same difference.
Mm-hmm. Did you follow what you were saying?
I forgot now.
We've had so much banking talk, it's giving me a headache. I started giving him a timeout. And, hey, he sounded very like he really knew what he was talking about.
No, he knows. And I think banking is one of those things I'd like to learn more about, but the topic.
Probably a good idea.
And it's really important. But the topic never gets me interested. I always fade.
Like he said, being leveraged. Well, that's they don't keep every dollar that's brought in there because they have to loan it out to make money. So. Mm-hmm. He's saying that they've got a lot out on loan.
He's saying they're a little more, they're teetering just a little more than you wish they were.
Yeah, that's basically what he's saying.
And George Bailey showed us how it worked, even on the savings and loan.
Yeah, I don't even know what they have to hold now in reserve, but they raised it.
No, Bubba, your money's over helping Rick with his house. And then his.
Right.
Mine ain't in there long enough to help nobody.
I got $241 in here, and I want $241.
Yeah, mine's screaming through there.
Let's go to Chris in Alabama. 30 seconds, Chris. Go ahead.
Morning, Megan.
Hey, buddy.
Morning.
I have a confession to make, and I just want to let you guys know that I'm about to be a soccer dad, so I just need some advice.
Soccer dad, male or female child?
Well, both.
Oh, wow. So your male will be fine. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill climb. Is there anything are they real little?
1'8", 1'10".
That's a tough age. So formidable right in there. Is your kid?
You know what to say? I didn't either.
For your daughter, I think it'll be fine. A little worried about him. And plus you sounded a lot like us a little bit, and you'll find that whole community. It's not the community because it didn't exist when we grew up, so we're not familiar with that community. When we're pulled into it, it's like we don't understand the jargon. It's a little different world.
Yeah,
and you'll have the audacity to think that maybe we should try to win the game, that kind of stuff. And so I just, you try to be supportive of your kids, and a lot of things they'll grow out of. I mean. They need to see you standing there and, make them work at it. And if they're going to do it, let's do it right.
Yep.
And maybe.
Or as we like to say, do it right then.
I'm thinking that if your son, if you really work him and really make him put the work in, and then he puts all that work in and plays a 3-hour game where the score is insurmountable 1-0, and nothing really happens from the effort he put in, he may fade on it on his own. But if you push right now, he might cling to it.
Look,
so
I understand.
You almost have to act supportive right now.
It's a good exercise to wear everybody out.
Yeah. But
so
you know what I mean?
Sleep.
You know what I mean? If you push too hard, he may cling to it.
Right.
So almost act like you're all in.
Yeah, let it be his idea.
Right, yeah. And then
I got you.
That sport rids a lot of people on their own, so you may be okay.
It's like I told Betty with the fireplace. Just let me get tired of it on my own.
That's right. Yeah. It'll happen. And it will happen.
Yeah, I'm counting on it.
Let's go to Matt in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, guys. The guy that called in about the Dodd-Frank Act, he was talking about that it was a comedian. He was talking about Al Franken, but it was Barney Frank that was involved. Now, if you think back about Barney Frank, he was a comedian, too.
Yeah,
he was. Well, he surely was funny.
Yeah, right,
yeah. He was a comedian, all right.
Yeah, oh yeah. Christy Aniana. Christy, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say I love y'all's show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I have a story for you about my daughter.
A what?
A story.
When she was younger, I could not seem to keep her off other people's land.
Right.
She actually did a cannonball into the neighbor's pond.
Wow. Okay.
So about a couple of months later, she came running inside, and she goes, "Mama, a dog bit me."
A dog bit you?
And pulled down her breeches.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Bit her on the rear end. And I said, "What dog? What happened?" And she said, "I was petting the neighbor's horse."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Well, what in the world were you doing over there? I have told you over and over again to stay off people's property." And she said, "Well, I went over there. I found out they had a horse, and I just wanted to pet it and braid its hair, but their dog got after me."
Yeah.
And bit me on the rear end when I was running away.
Yeah.
She said, "Mama, what are you going to do about this dog?" I said, "Nothing." I said, "Because if you'd have listened to me, it wouldn't have happened."
There you go.
You know what? Mamas like you, Christy, they're a dying breed. I mean, you've got the same tone that the mamas that we grew up around.
Most of them be over trying to sue those people about their
Most
dog.
mamas today would be over there trying to sue people that if your daughter had stayed off their land, she never got bit on the butt.
That's it.
You know what you said? You go to people's land when mama tells you not to, the bite on the butt was deserved.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. We'll put
a
reminder.
reminder.
You wouldn't have got it.
That's right. We'll keep it from getting infected, but your butt's going to be sore. Maybe you'll think about other people's property.
And we'll just hope the dog didn't have rabies.
Yeah,
You'll think twice
That's
when
right.
you go over there.
That's right. Or if we go get rabies shots, you'll really remember it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. How about you go, Christy? Well done. How dare us allow children to suffer consequences for their bad decisions and not listening to our instructions?
Don't forget she did a cannonball into the pond. Don't leave that out.
That's right. Well, you leave him leeches on you. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Man known as the Naked Hermit, who escaped civilization to live naked on a deserted island. The Japanese government is now forcing him to come back to the mainland.
Rick, do you know the difference between a desert island and deserted island?
There are two different things.
I did not.
And we didn't either, and we tackled it in the kickoff.
Desert means, I guess it's got a
no
desert
one has
climate.
ever been there.
Nobody's.
No one has ever
Deserted
been there.
means somebody was there and
documented.
left?
Right.
So desert island means no one ever.
Which bothers me.
A desert island to me would be one with sand on it, not a lot of vegetation.
I thought the same thing.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought Speedy was saying it wrong. I thought he was saying deserted island. I thought he was
it was a desert
saying,
island.
Right. Yeah.
Bubba thought it was a restaurant. All right, let me ask you.
Boy, English is tough. I feel for anybody trying to learn it. I really do.
He said
we ain't mastered it yet.
He's lived naked after a typhoon washed away any clothing that he had.
Yeah.
So he just kept living naked.
Knocked his clothes off of him.
And he said,
and an inch of fat on him.
No,
Look at that.
He said, here's what I don't get either. They said that this island, which I can't pronounce, he went there to live a life of solitude. He's been there since '89.
Well, just leave him.
But I do find it odd that he did have a GoPro. Undoubtedly, he has a GoPro on his head in one picture here.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there seems to be another person standing there in the shadow. So, did somebody go there and do a special on him or something?
Yeah, they went and interviewed him here. You can
he's
can't
got
go
his
can't
headpiece.
understand.
Why don't they
things he's
just
saying.
leave him alone if he was happy?
I'd like to visit the man.
Yeah.
I'd like him to put some clothes on while I'm there. But
He said that this is where he wants to stay. This is where he wants to die. If he's not bothering anybody, what do we care? But now we've brought him back to the mainland. He claims his health is fine.
He's not going to be able to survive at the mainland. He's not going to like that.
No,
Well,
he's got to wear clothes.
Well, he said that when
That'll
somebody
leave a rash.
he said he's at the point now that he thinks clothing would feel weird to him.
Yeah, it would.
What do they care if he dies on the island? What do they care?
Especially if it's a desert island.
Since
he wants
1989, I
Or
wonder how many
desert
times
island.
he's gotten like sick, like bad.
Said he
sick.
had the flu one time.
Rick, is it amazing? Is it
Y'all,
amazing?
please look, Rick.
Yeah, he's loosening up there.
There he is.
Is it amazing
This is
that,
morning
that
stretch.
can go on? I mean, there's so many little islands out there, especially in the Pacific and all that. Like, in our lifetime, they have found soldiers that were still guarding an island for the Japanese army.
That was an episode of Gilligan's Island.
No, it really happened. It really happened. They found a guy that'd been out there. I think it was maybe in the 70s.
Yeah, I think
who'd still been out there. I mean, it's so remote. Some of these places. No ships go by. No planes go over.
They said in this one that fishermen don't go there because the currents that surround the island are so dangerous that they're afraid to even cast nets or try to fish in it.
Well, how do you get
it's so dangerous for the boats that they don't even go near there. So now they said somebody, I guess, got to the island eventually and found him there. They describe as looking weak, but if you lived on a desert island for 29 years, you're not going to look like
Isn't he a cardiologist's dream?
night.
I mean, he has no fat on him whatsoever.
No.
right. Yeah.
Huh?
Could we have
How about
changed that
this?
angle when we were talking to him?
I don't-
So you going to take him now, put him in a nursing home? Leave him
but
out there.
why?
That's where he wants to be.
Why-
He wants to be naked, and he wants to be
You know
on
what
the
he's
island.
done, Greg?
And he's not afraid.
No, he's not.
Greg, he's actually pulled off what our dad wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our dad does not want to go to a nursing home. He wants to just be left in the woods.
That's what he told us.
then
Let
wants-
him out.
He wants to live in the woods until he dies. This guy's pulled it off.
Yeah.
Maybe
if
if he had an RV out there, a show enough good one to sleep in.
How we getting it there, Bub?
yeah, we
What?
talked about that too. What
Drop it
5
in-
things would
drop
we
it
take
in with
if
a
we were
parachute or
in
something.
his
Here's what I
situation?
like. Now, he's got not a stitch on his body, but he's going to make sure he's got something on his head, I guess, to stay out of the sun.
That is interesting. He says he does encounter snakes from time to time, Bub. Sorry about that.
Wow.
Well,
How
there
about
it is.
that blur right
on
there?
my
There it
on
is.
my list of 5, put down mongoose for a pet.
Yeah, he says animals only attack for survival, and or no, is it? So
He said mosquitoes only bite for reproduction.
okay. All right, so he said.
That's a
There it
view
is.
you
Well,
know.
we're just gonna.
So
good
what does
night.
he? What does he eat? What's his diet look like?
Fish, probably.
It looks like he's digging for everything. And good night. What's that?
Probably had a little bit of crab.
Yeah.
Maybe if you had one drive-through there, it'd be nice. Just one
Drive-through.
A drive-through?
You got it. I thought my recommendations earlier in the kickoff hour were ridiculous. You're wanting McDonald's on the
That
island.
would have fit what you were doing.
He that he's just become
Elvis
part.
wanted a sandals
It
resort.
looked like to me he's talking about that he's just become part of the ecosystem. He says, "I'm just an animal, and I hate to have to eat other animals, but he said he stopped fishing because he felt sorry for the fish."
Well, he has lost his mind.
Yeah, leave him there.
So it's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So we other stories. So Bubba, you and I, we got introduced to this. The Chosen was the first one to go down this road to this level. It's called crowdfunding.
Yeah.
Meaning those who want these productions to be done actually fund them themselves.
We may end up doing that here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yes, I was thinking about that. but the reason why this was attempted, and there's an update on this, we're about to have one come to theater. This is going to be the first one to ever be crowdfunded as far as going to the theater. But what's happening is you see this because the co-founders of Angel Studios, it's Neil and Jordan Harmon, say, we know the audience, there's a huge audience that's hungering for entertainment with values, and the studies that they've commissioned over the years back this up. But we also know that people who want to see, faith-based movies, they do not want Hollywood gatekeepers deciding how the story will be told.
Right.
So they created an alternative audience-driven model that is transforming the entertainment landscape. Now, the story is not written that well, so I'm going to have to, I have to figure out what they're doing really without them even telling me in the story. It's all about the crowdfunding, but it's a biblical drama that's hitting the theaters just in time for when Good Friday and the resurrection will be celebrated. And they say it's breaking records for the successful crowdfunding model. It's going to be called His Only Son, and they're releasing it on March 31st. It bills itself as a biblically accurate and authentic film based on the story of Abraham and Isaac. So this is going to be this is when Abraham was told to sacrifice his own son. That's what I'm guessing by reading the rest of it. And this is the first time a theatrical release has been crowd-funded in entertainment history. So Angel Studios, of course, they help with The Chosen as well. They say early viewers that were allowed to see the movie for them to get some reaction, they described it as a combination of The Passion of the Christ meets The Chosen. And he said it took 5 years to make the film. And, of course, when you see this in Scripture, it is true. There's a lot of people that don't share our faith that have a really hard time with this message, this event. And it says one of the more controversial passages in Scripture when God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son as a burnt offering. Of course, you have to know how the actual historical event actually ended, and you also have to understand this is God foreshadowing of Abraham being tested, but God himself is going to do this exact same thing, so he's going to go through with it. Right. And one of the things that's often missed in this, and the writer of Hebrews touches on it, is that Abraham had the kind of faith that he knew that God had promised him with a covenant, that God doesn't break his covenants, that he would be the father of a nation that would have offspring more than grains of sand, more than the stars in the sky. These are all things God kept showing him. So as he's walking up, following in obedience, there is a part of him, and the writer of Hebrews even discusses this, that he knows that God's going to keep that covenant. He just doesn't know how.
Right.
And one of the things is he considered is, well, even if he allows me to go through with it, he'll just raise my son back from the dead, because I was told this is the covenant son, and God's not going back on the covenant.
Right.
So I'm gonna trust God's word that this is going to work out somehow, but I'm going to do what he told me to do. And so they have made a movie about this, and it's coming out March 31st, but the entertainment history it's making is this is the first theatrical release. The Chosen is crowdfunded, but it was a streaming app thing.
It was a little bit different.
They've done some in the movies now, but that's not how it started. So this will be released just like any movie into theaters, and it's 100% crowdfunded. So that's the first time in entertainment history that's ever happened.
Yeah, there are different ways of doing it. You always love to see these things evolve, and some of them will stand the test of time, some will not. Things like that, and like we had the story last week of the 3D printed rocket. That there's going to be the first to launch. So changing in manufacturing, changing in financing. It's all interesting.
But the brothers are right. When you turn these historical events over to Hollywood, and we've seen that in that ridiculous Noah movie.
Yeah.
And then Exodus.
Crazy.
Exodus. Both of those were what they did is said, we'll take your little biblical account and we'll spin it the way we want to spin it, and we're going to make some commentary on God ourselves. The Exodus basically portrays God as a spoiled child. So you really don't want Hollywood to get a hold of these precious historical events.
Right.
And so they're saying, well, if we don't want that,
then we need to do it ourselves.
They're the ones with deep pockets. Let's fund it ourselves.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's really the only way you get true independence is to not be dependent on somebody else.
That's right. That's right. Do what you want to do.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see. Like I say, I don't know anything about the movie. I haven't seen it, but I am interested in the way that it was funded.
Yeah,
so,
very interesting.
And I agree with the.
Did it say how much money they raised, or what was the average donation on that?
It says. How about this? It says that for his only son reached capacity in 100 hours, responding to the demand from the audience by at least tripling the theater count. So that they went past that. So now that's just about the people wanting to go see it. So. It doesn't really tell how much they raised and how much the movie, what its budget was. But you're right, Bubba. That would be an interesting point. I'd love to know how much they raised. But it was, if you think about it, if it's at the level of the Passion of the Christ, that kind of quality, they must have raised quite a bit.
Well, you think they probably wouldn't have to have had as many people in.
Well, that's true.
With it just them going up a mountain.
That's true. You're right. So. I don't know. It doesn't say that. It just said.
What was the name of the movie?
My Only Son, or His Only Son. I'm sorry, His Only Son. And they have people saying that these things, the way we're doing this, is changing people's lives because when they actually see it, they're trying to adhere to biblical accuracy.
Right.
And the Jesus Revolution, it says, shattered box office expectations last month as well. Still haven't seen it. I was going to try to see it this weekend, but as I said, I ended up having to work all weekend, not knowing I was going to work all weekend. Yeah. So I still haven't seen Jesus Revolution. Have any of y'all seen it yet?
No, I have not. I keep saying we're going to, and we end up
right. Yeah. Well, and but
on me.
I've heard reviews on it though that are positive. So we'll see. Top of the hour. Most of us are wrapping up our time together today. That live show's ending anyway. If you got more Rick and Bubba coming up next, top of the hour, and Lord willing, we'll continue. If we're wrapping up our time together, if there's any parts of the show that you miss live every day, always get all the show on your own time by going to rickandbubba.com, either on the YouTube channel or our podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.